4K is an excellent program. Pinsky is one of the designers, by the way. It's an excellent tool. However, we need to first understand what its rationale is, whether it's about soft skills or hard skills. Anything else, unless we understand what the rationale is, what's the motivation behind 4K, it's useless. Even talent, like looking for talent type programs, it's nothing but a tool, a cultural tool. And let's be very clear about what's talent and what's dignity. Let's remember the famous dialogue between Salieri and Pushkin, where Salieri says, "Why did you stop in the middle of the street to a street musician? You, the great poet." It's exactly the same. It applies here. The 4K program is important. However, it's important to keep in mind our goals, what it is applied for, and whether it suits the purpose, whether the means suit the ends. It's not a matter of just picking your favorite authors, whether it's Coney or otherwise someone else. It's a matter of keeping your goal in mind. So 4K is as good as any other program. All right, Alexander, thank you very much. At this point, we don't have any more questions. There might be more on YouTube, but then we will take them offline in writing. All right, again, thank you very much. Well, thank you very, very much. I'm happy I've been given the floor here at Shaninka, and with this I conclude. All right, thank you. And now the floor goes to Sir Michael Barber. We know him very well, both at the Shanin School and at the Higher School of Economics. Sir Barber's books are very popular in Russia. He's one of our strategic partners in reforming education. This presentation will be delivered in the form of a video, so please turn on the video.
Звук, коллеги. Или только у меня звук не идет?
Нет, звука нет, да. Так, нет звука.
Коллеги, нет звука.
Colleagues, we don't have the sound from the video. Sir Barber, we don't hear you.
Again?
Просим извинения за технические.
We do apologize for the technical glitch. And now we can see Sir Barber, but we still cannot hear him.
Коллеги, звук.
Colleagues?
Yes.
Please turn on the sound. At the bottom, you have
Нажмите там английский.
of either Russian or English language at the bottom of your screen.
The Union address in the United States, Queen opening Parliament in the UK, and Lena Lenskaya's education conference in February every year. It's a real pleasure to be part of this event. I want to start by saluting.
Коллеги, я бы просил сначала все-таки запустить.
Colleagues, I suggest that we restart the video, please.
Over recent years, I also want to begin by paying my respects to Boris Kazan, who sadly died recently. I remember meeting him on a number of occasions on education reform visits to Russia a decade or so ago. I particularly remember his outstanding contribution to the work that Lena Lenskaya and I led in the North Caucasus after the Beslan tragedy. Boris made a fantastic contribution to that project, and I honour him. We've lost too many good friends of education reform in Russia in recent years. It's been a sad time in that respect. And I was thinking about what that means for us all. I think it means two things. First, honour those people. Maintaining what they stood for, what they fought for, what they worked for is fundamentally important, and we can never let up. And secondly, we have a task to bring forward the next generation of visionary education reformers who don't just have great ideas, but have the capacity to turn those ideas into reality, even when the circumstances are very difficult. So let's recognise the extraordinary work of Boris Kazan. The second thing I want to say, a happier observation before I begin, is I'm very glad that the Russian translation of my book, How to Run a Government, will be published in Russia in March. And I particularly want to thank Lena Lenskaya for her outstanding editorial skills in both English and Russian, which I'm sure will make the Russian, although you'll be the first to tell me, the Russian a very high quality translation. And I really look forward to the publication of it. So thank you, Lena. But the theme I want to talk about in the next 15 to 20 minutes is actually the next book that I've written, which is coming out in English, published by Penguin in April of 2021, so a couple of months from now. The title of the book is Accomplishment: How Ambitious and Challenging Things Get Done. As you know, in the past, I've written about education, I've written about government. This takes the idea of getting things done beyond government and looks at how people achieve great things, not just in government, not just in education, but in a range of spheres of human endeavour. Art, for example, science, for example, sport, for example, or business as well as government. And the question the book asks is there a pattern to accomplishment across all these areas of human endeavour? And my answer is yes, there is. And I've tried to tease that out in the 10 chapters in the book. And I hope at some point maybe that will become a Russian translation too. I don't want to tell the full story of accomplishment here because I haven't got time and it would take us far beyond the theme of the conference. But what I do want to address is one of the themes in the book, which is what counts as accomplishment. Once you start asking what counts as accomplishment, you start asking what do we value in human life? What do we value in the world we live in? What do we value in the way each individual strives to contribute to the future of our of humanity, of our societies? And that's what I want to talk about now. So what is it that we value? What do we count as accomplishment? That takes you into, broadly speaking, economics. Russia has a long and distinguished tradition of writing about economics and all of these other things. I want to draw your attention to two big aspects of economics over the last 50 or 60 years, and then talk about how they need to be adapted and changed. The first is in the business or private sector of the economy, which has grown in Russia since 1991, but has been a feature in the West right the way through the 20th century and into the 21st century. In the private sector, the business sector, the basic equation that has driven action is value equals price. The worth of something is what you can sell, the price you can sell it for. And that drives how businesses operate, and it drives how businesses themselves are judged by shareholders and investors and so on. So value equals price is one equation that has driven a lot of the way we think about the world over the last 50, 60, 70 years since the Great War. The other equation applies to the public sector, the government sector, the sector funded by taxpayers. And here, the basic equation that has driven activity is that inputs equal outputs. So we measure how many schools we've got, how many teachers we've got, and we assume that that means children are learning, or how many hospitals we've built. We assume that's improving healthcare. So value equals price has driven the business sector, inputs equal outputs has driven the public sector. They're both powerful equations. They've driven the way lots of activity happens around us, and has happened for decades now. There's just one flaw with both of these two equations. Neither of them is true. That's a big flaw. So here's my critique of each of them. So value equals price. So a business makes products and it sells them, and at that level, the price does describe the value. But what if in making the product, it has done environmental damage? Then somebody else picks up the cost of that environmental damage. What if it has damaged the workforce, the health of the workforce? What if it's damaged the air quality or the water in a location where it's sited? Those are real costs that affect the value, that affect the way human beings can live in those places and the way the business operates. But if they're externalizing the cost, the price of the product doesn't reflect those other costs, which have been passed on either in damage to humanity or in costs that government will have to pick up, even though it was the business sector that caused the damage. So it's just one example of how value equals price simply isn't true. Similarly, if you go to the public sector, you're all educationists, you're all committed to improving the quality of education. We all know that the number of teachers, the number of schools, and the number of textbooks does not drive directly the outputs. The inputs can all be there, but if the teachers don't turn up to work, as often happened when I was first going to Pakistan years ago, you're paying for the input, you've got the teachers, but they're not actually doing their job. Or if the teachers do go to work, but they don't teach very well. Or if the textbooks are all printed and put in the hands of the children, but the content of the textbooks is poor or weak, damaging or destructive. So just as in the private sector, value does not equal price, so it's true in the public sector that inputs do not necessarily equal outputs. So that leads you, when you write about accomplishments, think, well, have we really understood what we value? You look at the 21st century ahead, and you can see that there are some things where we're all affecting the planet we live on in ways that can't continue. So when we measure value, we need to value things that allow the planet to continue and continue to be a place where humanity can thrive. But if we get that wrong, then our measures of value will be proved to be ineffective. So there's lots of things happening in the world, and climate change is probably the biggest one, where you can see that if we just carry on running with value equals price and inputs equal outputs, we're going to face some big challenges within a relatively short space of time, a few decades at most. So one of the things in my book, towards the end of my book, I've tried to do is reconceptualize what counts as value. I haven't written about the private sector value equals price much because there are other people much more skilled than I am, some very good writing.
Я знаю, что очень много написано.
Around the world, which I commend to you. But I've written about how you measure public value, how you, instead of depending on inputs equals outputs, you find a better way of measuring the value we get for government expenditure, which is ultimately money taken from taxpayers.
Организатор, идет наложение звука.
I want to spend a few minutes defining public value for you. I think I hope you find it helpful. It's certainly relevant to education among other big public goals that we try to pursue. And my argument about public value is this. It has four elements. You can think of it as four pillars holding up public value. The first pillar is when you
Коллеги, два переводчика одновременно работают.
a railway system. The first is you do want that money to deliver some important outcomes. So, for example, one key outcome that really matters a lot
А теперь ни одного.
is that children learn to read and write, or they learn to do basic maths, or they learn basic science. So the first pillar is to set some goals, and over the next 3 to 4 years, how many children would we like to be learning to read and write well? How would we know if we're achieving that? What are we doing about the children that aren't making progress? Can we help them sooner and earlier and get them up to the standard that we need? So part of public value is not just the inputs equal outputs. We don't teach the goodness they're teaching well. Are they translating that into the outcome from that? So first is goals. What are the goals we're setting for any big chunk of public expenditure? And obviously in education, that's about children learning to read and write and do basic maths and science. And as they get older, learning more sophisticated skills, content that we think is important for the 21st century. That's the first strand of public value, the first pillar. The second pillar is the management of the inputs. When a government spends money, that money is taken from a central treasury, often through a government department, and spread out across the country. When you think about the inputs, the management of the inputs becomes important. Is the money actually spent on what it was intended for when the government made a decision to spend that money? And how do you know? How well is it accounted for? As it flows through the system, is it spent A, on what it was intended for, but B, is it spent efficiently? And C, is it spent fairly? Is it fair to all the people of the country or a place as the money is distributed? So the first part of public value is the goals you're setting. What outcomes do you want in return for that money? The second is are the inputs spent well and efficiently? Everybody knows that there are places across the world where the inputs are spent very badly, very inefficiently, sometimes blatantly corruptly. If that's the case, then the taxpayer, the citizen, is not getting value for the money that they're providing for the government to spend. So point one about public value is setting the goals or the outcomes. Point two is the inputs are managed properly. So pillar three is then about public confidence. Do the public, the citizens of a country, think that money, that spending money on that thing is worthwhile? Generally speaking, in countries, citizens are quite keen to see money spent on education, but they prefer it if it's spent well, if the first two pillars are managed well. So public confidence of the general population in an education system or any other aspect of public expenditure is really important. But there's a second bit of this, which is the confidence of the people who actually use the service, because that will translate into better outcomes. So take for example, education. We know that however good the teaching is, if the child is really engaged and the child's parents are really engaged, you'll get better learning outcomes for the same quality of teaching. So if you can motivate the children, the young people, and if you can motivate their families to collaborate with the school system and share the agenda and get the work between the school and the family working well, you will get better learning outcomes for exactly the same amount of money. So it generates public value if you get participation of the recipient of the service. You can think about that in relation to mental health. You can think about it in relation to public health, as people eat better diets, do more exercise, drink less alcohol, whatever it might be. Those things generate better outcomes without spending more taxpayers' money. So the first part of value is setting the outcomes that you want. The second is managing the inputs well. The third is actively engaging the users of the service and the general public so that they understand why the money is being spent in the way it's being spent. Just to reinforce that, think for a moment about somebody with a mental health challenge. It doesn't matter how much government money you spend, unless they choose to try to tackle their own problem, to engage with solving it, hopefully with support of friends and family, you'll never solve the problem. So active engagement is fundamentally important, and that's the third pillar. So goals, inputs, public confidence. And then the final one, which is becoming ever more important as the 21st century unfolds, I call stewardship, which is a complicated term, and I hope we'll find a good Russian translation for it, but it's looking after a service for the long run. So stewardship of, if if you're a head teacher of a school, stewardship is whatever else I do on the goals and the inputs and the confidence of the family to use my school, am I leaving the school when I finish in better shape than I found it? Is this school a better school now when I leave and retire and leave and go to another school? Is it in better shape than when I found it 4 years ago or 7 years ago? If I'm the top official in a government ministry, am I leaving that ministry with greater resilience, greater strength, greater capability, greater capacity to keep doing its job in the future than when I found it? What you don't want, and you do see in some governments, is they work hard on the goals, they manage the inputs, maybe they get the public confidence, but all the time they're hollowing out the service, so they leave it in worse shape. You see it very visibly actually with some football teams, where a manager comes in, galvanizes everybody, wins a couple of tournaments, becomes a bit famous, and then soon after gets fired. And what you find out is they've drawn all resources in the team, in the organisation, to deliver a short-term result, but they've left the team in worse shape than they found it. That's not public value. That's simply focusing short-term. So what I'm saying is the goal, there are 4 pillars for public value. The goals you set in terms of outcomes, the inputs you manage and you manage well, the public confidence you generate by the relationships you build with people who use your service and the way you communicate with the public, very important certainly for a university, and stewardship. Am I leaving this institution in better shape than I found it? I believe that definition of public value is a great deal more sophisticated than inputs and equals outputs, which, as I say, is flawed by not being true and ultimately being damaging. You can then, if you take that definition of value, you can then begin to apply it to any sphere of activity, not just government. So let's try this out. On one of the stories I tell in my book, On Accomplishment, is the story of Galileo finding the mountains of the moon and proving incontrovertibly that the Earth rotates around the sun, not the other way around, which is what people have believed for centuries before that. So if we apply my 4 elements of public value to Galileo's achievement, how does that look? Well, let's say his goal, which was very clear, he decided long before he actually proved it, that he was going to take the work of Copernicus, which I know Russia is very, very familiar with scientific history. He was going to take the work of Copernicus, who had suggested that the Earth rotated the sun, not the other way around, but had not been believed. Galileo set out scientifically to prove it. So he set that goal long before 1610 to 1612, which was when he got his telescope operating on the heavens, and he proved it because he found the mountains on the moon, he found the rings of Saturn, all of those things, the strands of the Milky Way. He proved it incontrovertibly. So did he achieve his goal? Yes, he did. So he succeeded on that element of value. What about the inputs? Well, actually, he didn't, contrary to popular myth, he didn't invent the telescope. That had been invented in the Netherlands shortly before he had one. Somebody told him about it, but what he did do was take the idea of the telescope, and instead of magnifying 1 time to 3, he got it to magnify 1 time to 30 and beyond, and that enabled him to see the heavens. And actually, it was very cheap to use the telescope. He did it really fast because he wanted to do it before anybody else did. So on inputs, it was his time, a few bits and pieces of magnifying glasses, and he just sorted it out. So the goals were amazing and he achieved them. The inputs were well managed. Public confidence is a little bit more difficult because even though he proved that the Earth rotated the sun and not the other way around, actually nobody believed him. And he was very bad at relationships. He just assumed that once he'd done it, everybody would just fall into line. But actually, in his whole lifetime, he lived for another 30 years, not a single professor in a single European university in the rest of Galileo's lifetime accepted what he proved. So on public confidence, he actually came out pretty badly. Obviously, in the long run, after Newton and all the others came, everybody realized that he'd been right all the way along and public confidence came. But at the time, they didn't believe him. The Catholic Church didn't believe him. It condemned him. It burned his own books in front of his own eyes just to show him where the power lay. So actually on the third element of public value, Galileo came out in the short term anyway, pretty badly, and really disappointed him that he couldn't convince people. But actually, if you look through his biography, you found that he wasn't very good at relationships. He upset people all the time, including, by the way, in his own family. So there's an issue there about how you turn objective achievements into real value through quality relationships. And finally, on stewardship of scientific understanding, when we look back, we can see Galileo as one of the giants of science. But again, at the time, it wasn't quite clear exactly what he contributed. It took some years for that to be believed. Of course, the telescope was useful for other things. The leaders of Venice used it to see ships coming a long way away because they were great traders and sometimes fighters of battles on the ocean. So it's an arguable thing, but he did really well on his goal, really well on managing inputs, not very well on managing public confidence, and not very well on stewardship. So if you were measuring the value of Galileo's achievement in 1630, you'd say, hang on a minute, how good's that? If you were measuring it in 1700s, when people had seen that it was right and improved again and again, you'd say he's one of the all-time greats. But my point is, those four things: are you achieving your goals? Are you managing inputs? Are you managing building public confidence and public trust? And are you thinking for the long run? Those four things do define value. And if we could establish those and that every accomplishment had that kind of value, then you would say that was a true accomplishment as opposed to just another thing. So that's my theme in the book. I hope one day there might be a Russian translation. You'll have to ask Gwen Lenskaya about that. But in the meantime, thank you very much for inviting me to be part of your conference. I, as always, have really enjoyed being with you and look forward to hearing of the success. I know it will be, because it's a success every year of your conference, and good luck with all that you do.
Спасибо сэру Барберу. Коллеги, по чату задать сейчас вопросы не удастся, но если будут вопросы, то потом на сайте Шанинки можно будет получить ответы. И я добавлю, что вначале, пока был сбой с переводом, сэр Барбер, в общем, сказал такую вещь. Он сравнил проведение Шанинки, которое у нас проходит в начале года, с обращением королевы Великобритании к парламенту по значимости и по масштабу проблем, которые обсуждаются на нашей конференции. Но понимаю, что сэр Барбер много лет работал в руководстве страны, это, в общем, высокая оценка. Ну и я перехожу к своему докладу, уважаемые коллеги. И если так, вот сапожник без сапог, у меня не хочется открываться.
Sorry, it looks like I cannot open up my presentation.
Share screen.
Here you go. Very good.
Мгм. Мгм.
Одну секунду, коллеги.
А пока
I'm
Виктор
sorry
Саныч
for the
налаживает,
delays. Victor is.
я
Adjusting
быстренько
his
скажу,
presentation.
что те из вас, кого
Let me
заинтересует книга
just
Майкла
break in.
Барбера,
Those of you
она
who
в
are
марте
interested in
выходит,
Michael Barber's book,
называется
it's coming
по-русски
out in
она
March.
«Механизмы
In
власти».
Russian, it's called The Mechanisms of Power.
По-английски она называется «Как управлять правительством».
In English, it's called How to Manage a Government.
Выходит она в издательстве «Эксмо».
It's published by Exmo.
Все, ура.
Итак, коллеги, если Александр Григорьевич говорил про образование,
Well, Alexander was talking about education and its value for the personality and for the academic basics of it. And academic Asmolov gave a very romantic description of the importance. So Barber was talking to a greater extent about education in the society. That is the role and place of education in a broader context. In this sense, it's a matter of principle to me that I am staying within the system of education and that we are discussing here in a very pragmatic light some challenges and issues we have in the system of education. And these are the ones which are much debated in the society these days. We have plenary sessions and roundtables dedicated to the assessment of the quality of education. And I'm confident this is going to be discussed as part of the problem I'm going to focus on in these two roundtables. So Barbara talked about how important it is to set the goals. And once you have the goals set, you can already pass on to talking about the results, whether or not we are accomplishing our outcomes. In Russia, we are still going through the debates who needs the assessment of the quality of education in Russia and whether it's necessary at all. So there are some statements featuring the view that the assessment of the quality of education is bad for the quality of education, for the Soviet education that's best in the world, inherited by the Russian education. I suggest we take a look at some slogans that are very popular in Russia these days. Will make our education the best in the world in Russia or here locally in the community. That's the slogan of the elections campaigns on the federal level, the minor levels. All the parties say that they will have to make sure that our education is the best in the world. All the governors, all the leaders always pronounce the slogan. How do you prove it though? The next slogan is, will improve the quality of comprehensive education. In the Duma and the Federation Council, they continuously repeat that it is necessary to improve the quality of education. Our president said our education will become competitive and become one of the top 10 education types provided in the world. Now, the next slogan is our education is going to be competitive, will make it in the top 10. How do we go about proving it? Next, we also have the country declarations that are pronounced in the following way. In Russia, they are moving on to result-based management. So implicitly, this means they are going to measure their results. The other much declared statement is that in this country, we're moving from the quality control in education to quality management in education. Well, I would argue against this. It's a subject for a bigger discussion. What is the transition of quality control to quality management? You cannot quite see it. It's not quite obvious how this is done. But nevertheless, how do you measure the results? In the world, they have three approaches to the assessment of the results based on the figures, based on the expert reviews, and based on standardized systems of evaluation and assessment. So let me now talk you through each of these approaches. The figures are federal. Disraeli used to say
Говорят, что не он это сказал, не Дизраэли, что есть ложь, есть наглая
that
ложь.
there is a lie, there is an
В этом плане
impertinent lie, and there is statistics. So in this sense, the validity of the statistics figures is a subject for a very special discussion. I hope my colleagues doing statistics will forgive me for this. It's not an easy situation there.
цифры, которые получены
So the figures
в
we get
результате разовых обследований.
as a result of one-off tests and examinations. Well, 28, 38, 40 is the figures we get in one-off assessment. Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Again, one-off assessments are not very informative.
Оценки вообще говорить не о чем.
Do we base our assessments on the current assessment? I mean, two different teachers for the same kind of answer give different marks to different children.
Когда-то в советские времена средний балл аттестата
In the Soviet time,
при приеме в ВУЗ.
the average score of your marks in school was considered when you were enrolled to the university. Over 2 years, the average score of your academic record has grown by only 1 point. I mean, how objective is that? The validity of the marks and grades people get at school across the country. That's another self-standing discussion potentially.
Экспертные суждения.
Expert judgment and evaluation. Well, parents and school leavers.
Барбер говорил о том,
Sir Barber said that parents
важнейшие
are the most important players
оценки происходящего
in
образования
the assessment of what's going on in education. But what do they compare the school with? And what do they compare, the school or the system of education? And in this sense, what are the outcomes?
они ориентируются.
What are the
Сюжет я вот
grades and marks they take as a basis for their judgment?
родители сразу
That's a complex subject, and I've seen cases when parents compare schools based on the number of likes you get on the school's websites. Well, if I start comparing schools based on the number of likes, you know what it will be like in the future. Officials, functionaries, well, I do not want in any way to discredit them, but the question is, what are the criteria they use to assess the schools? I mean, do you have valid data?
в последнее время школы стали оценивать по наличию
Over the past years, they have moved to assessing schools in terms of whether or not the school has a
один из главных критериев для
program focusing more on bringing up children as human beings, as citizens. Now, is it the results of the unified exam? Is it the interim examinations, the interim tests? Also, the functionaries love creating the school ranking.
таблички, в которых есть номера школ, где система образования муниципальных
They get the tables with the school numbers or the numbers of the systems of education, municipally or regionally. In one column, you have the figures,
оценочную процедуру,
the numbers they collect through some kinds of assessment procedures, and then they build up the rating, right? That's one of the favorites among the functionaries.
ученые тоже без всякого негатива к этой касте.
Now,
Каким критериям
researchers,
школы? Очень
how do they evaluate the schools? Well, here is a very popular sociological
пусть простят мне социологи, правильно
survey.
составленная анкета и правильно
It's
сделанная
properly devised
и правильно
surveys, it's properly designed
процедура опроса правильная.
questionnaires, it's a proper
Социальная
procedure of surveying, and its proper application gives us the socially expected outcome, which is what we witness multiple times in our research. So the sociological survey, I mean, how does it work? What is the survey we can trust? We see the researchers who evaluate the schools in terms of the quality of the development programs. That's a very important document. The school development program is a paper-borne text. What looks nice and plain on paper is not that plain when you start applying it. You have lots of publications where they compare the score of the unified university examination, the university admissions examination. But you see, when you get 100 as the total score, it oftentimes these university applicants do not get this high score thanks to their teachers. Oftentimes they study elsewhere. Also, so Barbara was talking about the involvement of the society. You see, our parties represented in the State Duma indeed offer agendas for improving the Russian education and making sure it's the best in the world. What are the other organizations? What are the criteria they use to assess the school? Do we have any valid data? In every subject of the Russian Federation, you have a public board or a public council to provide independent expert evaluation of the quality of education. But how independent is it if the composition of this board is determined by an instruction and order from the local educational authority, and it contains some criteria? I mean, do we have any valid data on how these councils operate? So with the experts, again, it's not that straightforward. I will pay more attention to the standardized assessments. Here it takes resolving 4 issues. One, you've got to learn to describe the outcomes of education in the operational fashion. You've got to develop the measurement materials. You've got to develop the objective measurement procedures, and you've got to learn how to scale this. Let me talk you through all of them. So, learning to describe the outcomes of education in an operational fashion. Well, the federal public educational standard should provide that. However, the standard does not only include the subject-focused outcomes, but also things like the meta-subject and personal developments, competences, and outcomes. I support the psychologists and the teachers, the educators who believe that the personal results should not be measured in any standardized fashion. An important thing here is that if we start measuring this across the Russian Federation and then build the rankings very soon, all our children will be overly educated, overly honest, as well as overly fond of their homeland, Russia. So measuring the standardized response across the country is harmful. It doesn't do any good. Meta-disciplinary measurement, well, that we do not know how to measure yet across the country. I mean, based on the standards of 2012, you can, for instance, measure the problem-solving skills. We don't know how to do that yet in large scale. Now, the ability for proactive education, for proactive, inquisitive input in education. Ooh, this is not quite clear, and we don't yet have the technologies to measure this. Now, analysis and synthesis, not easy either. Now, the outcomes, the meta subject outcomes are listed in an order, which is available online, and you will see specifically what the requirements are. I mean, in language and linguistics, it's about having the skills for analysis and self-assessment, observing one's speech.
In social science, it talks about skills of critical thinking, analysis, and synthesis. And how do you assess that? It's very random. So whatever is described as operational assessment causes quite a bit of debate. And it's being suggested that we should describe each result individually, and some hotheads even go further and suggest that we describe it in some sort of an overall standard. Operational description is codified for the unified examination, which contains specific requirements for the level of training. So what are we to be guided by? Is it the federal education standards or these codes? I think that the world changes too rapidly. So these codes, which incidentally are not being discussed outside our professional community, and I suggest it is the latter, the codes that we should explore in depth, because this is where we should place requirements for programs such as 4K, for instance. And not only that, there are many competences which are being instilled in students both worldwide and in this country, and they ought to be included in the collections of codes and then used to assess the level of competency. Now, there is work in progress for both the unified state examination and the individual examinations, and this work revolves around the collections of codes. The unified examination has been about for 2 decades. Many of us still hear that tests have been removed from the metrics. So how do we judge test results? How do we assess them? And it's amazing because we've been doing it for 20 years, and those who claim that we measure quality by test results are blatantly wrong. Now, what do tests actually test? Is it the ability to critically think, or is it just to remember and reproduce information? Academician Smolov and Sir Barber both touched upon this issue, saying that we ought to set ourselves clear educational goals. Otherwise, this talk is cheap. It just remains talk. We are to be guided by our goals. Who is it that we want to form through education? Someone who remembers a lot of stuff, or someone who knows how to tackle problems? So there are various groups such as Galina Kovalyeva's group, the Strategic Development Group at the Russian Academy of Education. There's Elena Kardanova's group. They have developed tests, and right now they are being tried on broad student audiences. Now, at this point, we need to think of procedures. Procedures for measurement, for instance, are closely intertwined with result credibility and trust. Trust on the part of parents and public at large. And we remember that the Kravtsov team, which was leading our movement back then, was tasked with bringing it back to an acceptable level. On the federation level, there is still work in progress. We're still not comparing the constituents of the Russian Federation simply because our procedures between the various constituent regions may still be different. So this renders them a bit incomparable. And with the pandemic, we're faced with the fact that our testees may be attempting to use all sorts of aids and clues which they should not be using. There's fraud that we're faced with and trickery. We have to admit that this problem is there. However, the world over is working on the concept of proctoring and on controlling the validity of tests and on monitoring the behavior of those tested. And lastly, there's scaling. I'm not going to talk about it in any great detail because it's still being debated between psychologists and experts in metrics. The most salient question is that of determining thresholds, threshold admission values. There's indication that apparently whatever is considered acceptable or pass grade is being steadily lowered. And our key problem, and it's not the technical issues I've listed so far, rather it's how to interpret the results and how to manage education based on these interpretations. We're faced with multiple risks. Here, for instance, when you assess a governor and when you're not unhappy with your governor, what the governors do, they just summon the regional minister of education and just fire them in no time. So that's not what we are after. That's not how we want to assess schools or municipalities or regions. We need to take the local content into account. Without that, there's no way to make any sensible managerial decisions. We know that multiple ratings are being put together based on the unified examination. Those who are in the top part of the rating get all sorts of bonuses. Those who happen to be below the middle get punished or fired point blank. And this is not how ratings are used in the international community. It's rather, it's for identifying problematic areas and issues that need to be looked into. This is what ratings are for in the first place. And I'm sure that in our panel discussions and smaller meetings during this conference, we will look for solutions for this issue. My presentation is closing to an end. And here are some side notes. Are we after enhancing the quality of education, or just the way we prepare for assessments? We urge our constituents to participate in international surveys and assessments such as PISA, for instance. Is this what's more important, or is it our ultimate goal to work on the improvement of the quality of education instead of just preparing for all sorts of assessments just to look good on them? Another note, we should introduce state-of-the-art in-school assessments. Otherwise, the effect of monitoring of individual successes is going to be minimal. Let's look into it. Is it truly a question? I personally believe that we need to move away from subtractive assessment to additive assessment. And if we were to indeed make the breakthrough and shift our paradigm, just as Dr. Asmolov pointed out, let's think in terms of what it is that we, each and every single one of us individually, add to the system in order to improve it. Let's think in terms of how we steward it, indeed, both for in classroom, in school, and higher levels of assessment. The quality of high school is often assessed through the number of school leavers getting enrolled into good, successful, or even prestigious or elite colleges. And this is the way it should be. As a matter of fact, of course, we should strive to have as many school leavers enter universities as possible, but then it's not our ultimate goal. There are other paths school leavers may take in life. So let's monitor the lives of school leavers who are kids from migrant families or other underprivileged strata of society. And before I conclude, we have accomplished a lot over the past 20 years. And it's not that we blindly copied the unified examination procedure from the United States or from elsewhere. No, we have adjusted it for Russia, and the multiple procedures that we have for it work without a glitch like a clock. And yet, it's time to move on. I believe that we should capitalize on the structure of the unified state examination and to start opening centers for independent assessment of subject knowledge, of various types of literacy, ranging from financial literacy to civic literacy. We need to assess the soft skill development level, and incidentally, OECD and World Skills are working in this area, even though World Skills is more about professional and vocational training. And I believe that this kind of centers should be granting certificates so that an individual could build a portfolio of such certificates, which would be a more credible way of assessing that individual's skills than, say, a digital grade C that some kind of a teacher entered into this individual's digital record. This portfolio could be used when applying for further education or for participating in various competitions and so on. This is how it's accomplished, even in this country, but not only when a person takes an examination, say in English as a foreign language. So there are ways we could use the existing experience and build on it. And this, I think, will expand the liberties and freedoms of an individual. Alexander Smolov spoke about. And lastly, assessment is not a goal in and of itself. It's not a way of surveying and controlling. It's rather a tool for improvement. With this, I thank you for listening, and let me take the questions in the chat. Here's the question. What's in your mind sensible in terms of striving to become one of the top 10 countries with the best school education? Should we strive to do that? That's the question. Well, colleagues, I believe that the success of your country largely rests upon the success of your country's education. What criteria should we use for assessing the quality? First of all, the international comparative assessments. However, if you want my take on it, I would say that we should only use some and not all parameters out of these international assessments. I think Russia should determine for itself in what areas it's going to want to compete with others and with whom it wants to compete. However, let me be very clear, just believing that we're the best is not enough to be the best. So we have to be at par with our top competitors. And there's another question, but it's for Alexander Asmolov. What do you think needs to be done to alter, to rebuild the culture of usefulness and to move towards the culture of dignity? Well, let me try and answer this. I think that we need to be flexible. We need to be flexible in terms of assessing people or schools who move away, step away from the standard. If it's according to the standards, it's an A. If it's a little bit off, it's B. If it's way off, it's C or lower. No, that's not the way to assess schools. We need to be rather guided by existing assessment systems that are more flexible. I think they are our key in moving towards the culture of dignity. If you look at it on the federal level, ideally in the future, we will have those centers for assessment where those who want to be assessed will be taking exams and will get certified. I think it's what we need, and I think it will be part of this transition to a culture of dignity. Another question: should we introduce centralized testing based on every single module instead of grading class performance and homework? Well, colleagues, there is the so-called concept of forming assessment, and it goes way beyond assessing single students every step of the way. It gives you the big picture for each student. The outcome assessment based on an entire module. Well, this would be good if we could have this opportunity on the federal level, and if we let the teacher to pick the tasks and tests that would suit their schools and their specific classrooms, because there is a world of a difference between some prestigious schools and some schools in underprivileged and underdeveloped regions. So the tasks and tests should be different. That's it. I still have 5 minutes. As a matter of fact, there is one more question. Let's make it the last one, and after that, I'll answer you in writing. Is there a risk that assessing by criteria is going to be biased? For instance, teachers develop sets of criteria, sometimes together with academics, and they may be very different from criteria used by other teachers. Well, of course, it's all about using some sort of unified criteria for, let's say, specific school. On the all Russian level, we're looking into it, and I have to admit that this is one of the most complicated tasks on our plate. And of course, criteria should suit a school and the group of teachers. And there is a follow-up question here. Perhaps it's not as important because it's ongoing assessment. I would beg to differ with this. I think it is important because it lets us identify what's good and what's bad as we go along. For instance, you grade a composition as C/5. What does it mean? It means that, let's say yes, the student thinks clearly and knows how to present their thoughts, however, their spelling is poor, or the other way around.
Так, какие направления оценки будут
Another question.
свое образование?
My time is up. We only have 15 minutes for presentations and Q&A, so I'll ask Konstantin Zavertaev and our organizers to please make sure that no question goes unanswered. Please save them all and we'll answer them afterwards. Now, we are about to have 3 plenary discussions and 1 roundtable discussion. Well, as a matter of fact, we have as many as 8 different meetings, so you have a tough choice to make. You will have to decide where to go, where to sign in. With this, I wish you an excellent day. I hope we've been able to present you with 3 different pictures of what we should value and what we should strive for. I thank you and I wish you a very successful day. A quick note from Konstantin. Yes, colleagues, indeed, we're going to have a break right now until 12:15, and then here on YouTube, Konstantin, we don't hear you. Your mic is not on. Yes, it is on. Konstantin, go on. So, at 12:15 on YouTube, we will continue discussing inequality, and there will be 7 plenary discussions, the lesser plenums that you can log into on the Zoom platform. There are links under every meeting box on the program. Thank you.
Костя, мы во сколько можем технические вопросы обсудить с участниками нашего круглого стола?
Через пару минут, буквально.
А они все уже, сейчас, Андрей, секунду, а они все уже, да, в студии?
Ирина Катерина, мы сейчас в эфире. Еще.
Хорошо.
Ирина Кицарина, все, у нас восстановлена трансляция на YouTube. Мы, в принципе, можем здесь разговаривать.
Уважаемые коллеги, просьба включить вашу картинку, ну не картинку, наоборот, а видео. Все поздороваемся. Карелия, Якутия, Башкирия. Ядуся Васильевна, здравствуйте. Рада вас видеть. Наталья Владимировна, коллеги, познакомьтесь, это первый заместитель министра образования и науки Карелии. И если есть, Айбулат Вакилович, министр образования и науки Башкортостана.
Пусть сидит.
Скажитесь, пожалуйста, просто надо некоторые вопросы предварительно обсудить, пока нет общего подключения. Михаил Петрович Сивцев.
Sidreva. I am a lecturer at the Shining University, and I am also counselor to the governor of the Yamal-Nenetsk Autonomous District, pro bono. So during this roundtable, I am going to be with you discussing the important regional practices and overcoming inequality in ensuring education for children whose native language is different from the language of teaching. Russia is a multi-ethnic country, home to more than 190 different ethnic groups. Russian schools teach in Russian, that is the state language of the country, and for some children this truly creates an obstacle preventing them from achieving success in school. It's children to whom Russian is not the mother tongue. It's the children representing the ethnicities that populate this country that are not Russians. In fact, million people, 30 million people we have here who are non-Russians by origin. So the success of these children education is an important goal and priority for us, and the insufficient command of Russian, of the language of teaching, in combination with the ethnic, cultural, psychological, and mental particular features in the way they respond to the educational material is what oftentimes makes an issue for them in getting education, and it in fact affects their chances to get a good education and to be successful. Oftentimes we see the reverse situation though, when children and their families are so well integrated into the Russian speaking environment that they truly risk losing their first language. It's like when you have the poor, weak level of integration of the non-Russian language speakers in the educational environment, and on the other hand, when you have the completely opposite case. Can we talk of inequality of these children in terms of access to proper education? And how does the educational environment affect it in its turn? What are the regions doing to break this barrier and to provide equality in education for them? So we hope jointly with our esteemed participants and guests to find the answers to these questions based on several regional models and practices. We have here Marina Kravets, head of the Department of Education of Yamal-Nenets Autonomous Region. Hello, Marina. We have with us Mikhail Sivtsev, the Minister of Education and Science of the Republic of Sakha-Yakutia, Feodosia Gabasheva, member of the Standing Committee of the State Council of the Republic of Sakha-Yakutia on Science, Education, Culture, and Mass Media. And for many years, Ms. Gabasheva has taken the lead in educational issues in the Republic. Aybulat Hajan, the Minister of Education and Science of the Republic of Bashkortostan. Natalia Karmazina, the First Deputy Minister of Education of the Republic of Karelia. Colleagues who are with us at this roundtable, I just need to note that it is so difficult for the ministers to find a way to speak at this major conference because their schedule is so tight. So I thank you very much, dear colleagues, for finding an opportunity to be with us nevertheless, and we hope we have some constructive and productive discussion at this roundtable. I suggest we start with the Arctic regions. That's the place of special focus of our interest and attention. It is a focus of special interest both in Russia and abroad. In the Russian Arctic, you have the two civilizations coexisting. One is the one with cutting-edge production, manufacturing, and large cities populated by the employees working in these high-tech, cutting-edge manufacturing production facilities. The other civilization is the native peoples who are low numbered, who've been living in the Arctic area forever, who've got their own very special ethnic communities, way of being and living, their own culture. The systems of education working in the Arctic regions find it extremely hard fitting in to make sure the relations between the two kinds of civilization are harmonious. And secondly, it's challenging finding approaches to education that would really benefit the children, that would really produce some good outcomes and ensure the children's success in education and professionally further on. I would like to invite Marina Kravets to share some of her solutions, some of the models used in the Yamal Autonomous Region. Good afternoon. I'm delighted to see you. Well, in fact, when I was a student at the Moscow High School for Social and Economic Sciences, thanks to the program Irina Sidorova is working in now, we researched extensively foreign experience, and among other things, we considered the issues and challenges related to the conditions for providing and receiving education and to inequality and access to education. The very issue of inequality and access to education is quite characteristic not only for this country, but is also a major challenge globally. In fact, I certainly am not going to be able to present the entire range of challenges emerging and overcoming the obstacles and the barriers in ensuring equality in education. I just wanted to share a couple of cases or stories with you, and then I'd like to encourage some discussion on this. It would be very good to have the senior leaders and administrators propose their ideas and initiatives we could then bring up to the government of the Russian Federation. Could I please have my slides on? So case one is about early education. The story is called On My Way to School. In Yamal, in Tundra, we have 2,642 children aged under 7 living with their families, parents. So it was critical for us to think how we can ensure preschool education for them. In fact, we came up with 3 models here, and we've got them here under the photo. It's the Get Ready for School. It's the set of activities done for the whole year. It's all year round roaming educational groups and the school-based groups. So when you have the roaming learning teams, you have them working as follows. You have the special training modules set up at the actual stations of these roaming communities, and the education is delivered by either a teacher with a proper pedagogical education, or my colleagues work there in shifts, staying for a month or 2 in a go. The other type is the roaming teaching model. If you have a family living very far away from the populated areas where education is available, you have the teachers or the educators, the instructors in this particular case, going to work in the family. Well, I cannot boast of a complete and full coverage. As you can see on our slides, the preschool educational modules include only 557 children right now in all the 3 modes available. At the same time, when you have the roaming education, there is a lot of demand for it. The next focus of ours is ensuring the preschool boarding groups. And this is where we hesitated a lot because we risk separating children from their families at too early an age. Also, there is an issue with providing the space inside the premises of the boarding schools for these community children. But nevertheless, there is quite a lot of demand for this. However, throughout the whole Republic of Yamal, it only covers about 70 to 80 children. Now, the next activity we do, the next module we run is getting ready for school. It's a powerful program in terms of the attendance. At the same time, it covers only a short term, while the set of activities get ready for school gets implemented. So we have the students of education, young teachers, interns who go out to tundra and who teach the children in summertime, and they teach the children who in just a couple of months will be joining school. As we monitor the preparedness for school, we see that overall the first year children, the budding first year students, are going to be less anxious, they are more willing to study, and they're getting more relaxed. I mean, as to the assessment and evaluation, the preschool education, we don't use any other tools. This is the only tool we apply permanently on a consistent basis, and it's part of our regional system of measuring and evaluating the quality of education. Irina Sidorova has just mentioned that it is very important to make sure our children do not forget their native language, and this is certainly fair enough. So the way the tuition is set up in the Yamal region is as follows. We teach in all the native languages. We have a very modern set of textbooks in native languages, and also we are already developing some approaches to devising new reading textbooks available in the native languages. Now, not all our children are Russian speakers, in spite of the fact that throughout the entire tuition at the boarding schools, we provide additional hours of Russian and mathematics and reading literacy. Nevertheless, we see that the unified single examination demonstrates that the overall general score of our children is going up, but the gap between the general score in the region and the children and the performance of the children studying at boarding schools is about 3 points. Now, what can we do about it? We see it's a good thing if in year 1, year 2, we introduce this second teacher who is proficient in the children's native language and who will make it easier for children to understand the teaching material if they are having issues understanding it. Clearly, we've got to amend the curricula in natural sciences, Russian, and mathematics. And we're also discussing the possibility of extending the term of tuition in the elementary school. But there is no other solution for now, because if you extend the duration of tuition in early school, we go in conflict with the current regulations, although there is demand for it because the children coming from the tundra who study at school, they really need this additional year. Another very important story is about the professional orientation and preparing children for selecting their future professions and jobs. Traditionally, in all the boarding schools, you have the optional courses with an ethnic and cultural focus that make it possible for children not to lose the link they've got to preserve with the traditional crafts and traditional activities practiced by their parents. At the same time, not all children want to go into the traditional crafts and occupational activities. There are children who want to go in oil and gas, who want to be in public service and other kinds of services. Well, today the professional training for children is not part of the public professional standard, but at the same time, when I was a student, that was the form that made it possible to train the children to grasp their further profession.
What does it mean to have the professional skills in life? It means a good job, means being sure of oneself. So for 9, 10, and 11 graders, we have arrangements with college and schools and financial sources that allow us to set up technology classrooms in schools, technical labs to allow kids to learn a profession. And here's my third example. It's a professional certificate. We have introduced a new standard starting September 1, 2020. This certificate is designed specifically for kids in traditional families of indigenous peoples. It's granted to kids with a lower UNEX average score than required for enrolling into a good school or college. It's application based. We review applications and then grant a certificate so that kids could enroll into a college. Last year alone, we've granted 58 such certificates for pedagogical, technical professions, healthcare professions, etc. During the first examination session in year one, we observed some kids having certain difficulties, whereas others were doing quite well. And it's not that they are not prepared in their first year to learn new materials, it's rather that they are prepared, but we need to revise some of the materials we teach. We need to put in place a system of assisting kids in their individual difficulties. This is the list of proposals that we would like us to discuss. First of all, let's discuss what forms of preschool education could encompass all nomadic kids. How could we teach disciplines in native languages? Returning to the practice of obtaining a profession at a boarding school. How do we do that? Can we tackle this issue through a professional training certificate, or there are other ways? And that's basically it, Ms. Sidorova. We are ready to take questions. And hope you will turn your microphone on. Marina, thank you very much. We have a question in chat from Yelena Lenskaya. How do you currently teach kids from nomadic tribes in the extreme north? How many of them attend nomadic schools and how many go to boarding schools? Thank you. In primary school, we basically have barely a few dozen kids in nomadic kindergartens. Now, as far as the first graders, there we have a bit more, and this is more important. On behalf of Yakutia, may I follow up? We know that such kindergartens have been performing very well. We also have nomadic schools in my region, both with the status of a primary school and schools which offer individual training through grade 6 on all major disciplines. And also we have schools/kindergartens. I think the federal legislation needs to be modified, it needs to be updated, and I'm not the only one so painfully aware of this need. So I urge my colleagues to support those regional models which allow us not to take kids away from their families, but rather to keep them with their families, and at the same time to allow for the preservation of the customs and traditions of the indigenous peoples through teaching them to very young kids. Otherwise, kids will lose their cultural heritage, will lose their native languages, and the damage will be irreparable. Early on, the approach was quite systemic, but recently it looks like our issues have been put on a back burner. So I very much wish to see these issues reinstated as a priority. Thank you. Yes, let me first invite the attendees of this panel discussion to post their questions in the chat of our discussion if they so wish. We'll see these questions and we'll give a chance to our speakers to take the questions. And then those who are participating in the panel can also take part in this discussion. Now, as to the latest intervention, I don't know if Yelena Lenskaya wants to take the floor. Maybe there are some recommendations that she could share as to how we could channel our recommendations to some government institutions, the federal institutions. But with that, let me remind you that Marina Kravets is a member of a group which has recently started visiting the constituent regions of Russia. And this is a very good piece of news because after the collapse of the Soviet Union, all that was done about the preservation of native languages was only done in the regions proper. And there was little of anything being done on the federal level. The federal government has barely looked into these matters at all. And therefore, the problem has snowballed into a major issue. These days, this interagency working group Ms. Kravets is a member of is now comprised of the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Economics, and so on. And perhaps Marina would wish to describe what this working group does presently. Well, thank you. The good thing that this working group includes my colleagues who are participating in this discussion. Let me share some of my thoughts. At first, we looked at the so-called targeted teacher training. In this discussion, the Gertsen University in St. Petersburg, Russia, features very prominently in these discussions. That university trains a broad variety of teachers, and a focus is being currently placed on the cadre for constituent regions as well as textbooks that should be available. As you might recall, we developed textbooks in languages of the indigenous peoples, among others, and was a very tough task. And as a matter of fact, these textbooks had to be developed by none other than the actual teachers who happened to be teaching these languages in these schools. So their workload has been increased immensely. Plus, we need to bear in mind that kids who speak languages other than Russian perhaps understand things differently, so their perception specifics have to be taken into consideration. And from a practitioner's standpoint, we can only state that as long as they cannot learn what they're supposed to learn in primary school, they would carry their lack of understanding, their issues, their backwardness on into their subsequent grades, unless the problem gets resolved early on. Thank you. Thank you for that. We have a question. Are there any specific techniques that are used to overcome these difficulties with bilingual kids? I think this is a very good question. I am sure that each and every one of our attendees here has a lot to say about the subject. Now, on that, let me note that Yakutia is one of the very few Russia's regions which happens to have an academic institution looking into the research of bilingualism or multilingualism in school children. And I hope that Mikhail Sivtsev is going to mention it in his intervention. Before that, let me remind you of a publication by UNESCO, I think, some years back, that spoke about a student unable to come to school. And it said that if this is the case, school has to come to the student. It was a statement about some country, I can't remember which one exactly, where school education was rated very, very highly. And I think this statement applies across the board to all schools in Russia's region where kids are multilingual. And also I'll take the liberty of saying that in 2016, both Yakutia and Yamal presented at the UN Forum of Indigenous Peoples. I also happened to be there among the presenters. We heard about the various models of teaching nomadic kids. There were experts present at the Russian presentation, and that expert said that she was getting envious to an extent about how much is being done by the Russian government for those nomadic kids, because she happened to have a background where these issues were not completely resolved. Her country, unfortunately, had rolled back the policy for nomadic kids' education. So nomadic kids barely attended any school at all in her country. Now, since you and I both participated in such fora, since all of us have done a lot of work focusing on those northern peoples, I want to turn the mic over to Mikhail Sivtsev. of Yakutia. Thank you ever so much for inviting me to speak at this esteemed conference.
Так, уважаемые коллеги,
Dear colleagues, I've brought my slides up on the screen. I hope you can see them now. First of all, educational inequality is something that we believe needs to be tackled holistically. Let me give you an example. Let's look at the educational outcomes of our schools, urban schools where we teach in native languages. Let's look at the kids' performance. You will see that they're no worse than kids who are taught in Russian in the same city. That's my point number one. Point two, we have bilingual kids, and we need to exercise a research-based approach to introducing bilingual teaching. We do have some success stories thanks to many years of our work in schools and largely owing to the academic and research support from our counterparts in the academe. This problem is becoming ever more urgent because we live in an open world and we need to be able to communicate with the rest of the world. Hence, the objective to introduce not only bilingual teaching, but also to teach a language which could be used to communicate with the rest of the world, i.e. teaching a third language, for instance, English, on the same level as the two national languages. This is a decision that we've been looking into, and these days bilingual kids are now being exposed to a third language, which makes them capable of entering the international arena as equals. We teach the Yakutian, the Russian language, plus the Evenk, Chukot, Dolgan, and a number of other languages. The number of students speaking these languages is small, admittedly. However, these languages do require a lot of attention because we expect, considering the current trend, a drop in the number of speakers of these languages. We believe we need to preserve the native languages as much as possible. Last year, together with our parliament members, we discussed this issue, and this year we attempt to give it as much visibility as possible through, among other things, developing teaching aids in these languages. So we hope funding will be available for that. We have two national languages. There's Yakutian. We have to make it competitive compared to the Russian language. In about 70% of our schools, and these are rural schools, notably, we teach in the Yakut language. Therefore, two models of teaching. Model 1, where we teach in Yakushan language throughout all the grades, and the second model, which is also being actively used, especially in the districts and in urban areas. We start out in the Yakushan language and then gradually begin to introduce the Russian language as the main language for teaching the different disciplines. Which means effectively that kids still have linguistic problems as they move closer to the point where they have to pass the various senior grade examinations and the UNEX. So the inequality, again, snowballs throughout their school years. As far as professional and vocational training is concerned, here we have schools which are, for the most part, urban schools. We have the total of 641 schools, and only 8 of them have nomadic sections. We do provide support for them, regardless of the small number of students there. It's only 92 kids as we speak. But nevertheless, we have to overcome the problem of accessibility, the lack of personnel in these schools, so that these kids as well are allowed an opportunity to get competitive education. Also, we work on interactive digital platforms, which is a good thing in and of itself. However, in our rural schools or nomadic schools do not have access to the internet. So that's obviously a problem. In this slide, I show a few numbers. These are the numbers of kids learning in Yakushan and learning in Russian. We have about 140,000 such kids. We have 20 schools which happen to only be located in the city of Yakutsk, where kids have both opportunities. That's where bilingual learning is possible. And we think that this experience needs to be replicated across all our schools as much as possible. For rural schools, obviously, there are difficulties with funding and with internet access. And yet we have been able to make some headway. And first and foremost, now we need to provide them with highly qualified teachers. And colleagues will correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure we need to put a focus on providing state-of-the-art equipment to our rural schools. So, what happens on the federal level is that there's talk that more support needs to be granted to such schools on the federal level. And secondly, some measures should be taken as it applies to the very special nomadic schools, especially in terms of sanitary and fire fighting requirements, just so that they could function properly. They need to be outfitted with proper spaces for teaching and learning. But the problem is that these spaces, the modular mobile rooms, if you would, if you wish, they need to be outfitted with proper sanitary and firefighting facilities in order to be used. And if you do your teaching in a tent, there's a requirement that parents are present at all times. So as you see, there are certain disconnects on the legislative level here, because that's definitely not possible. Now, in terms of support from academics, we need ever and ever more. We need the support from the local mission of the Federal Ministry of Education, and we need support from the legislators, and that's a prerequisite for combating inequality in access to quality education. Well, thank you ever so much, colleagues. In my moderator's capacity, I would like to ask a question from Yelena Lenskaya. And then there's another question I'm only going to read out, but we'll discuss it later. Here's the question. Are there higher education learning institutions in Yakutia, such as colleges which offer training in Yakutia? And if not, does it mean no prospects and no job? Well, thank you, Irina, for that question. There's only one school that offers a program for teachers in Yakutian, but that's it. Colleagues, any other comments, follow up? Yes, if I may, I wanted to ask a question to the previous speaker, but I didn't have a chance to interject. Marina, that's a question for you. It's a technical question on the introduction of a second teacher who is a native speaker of a language. How do you introduce this job position and pay into your personnel documentation? Oh, thank you for the question. We have this intent for 2021. The native speaking teacher is currently not introduced into our documentation. We believe that a coefficient needs to be introduced so that a school could be entitled to hire a native speaking child. We understand that our ability to introduce second teachers is somewhat limited. However, we have preschool teachers who are native speakers, and they could conceivably, without being formally a native language second teacher, explain materials to students in their native languages. If I may, I would also like to interject, as long as my minister is speaking, and I promise not to do it later. Phonetic schools. Our National Institute of School Education has prepared a document on schools in the Arctic region and submitted it to the Federal Ministry. And second, we need to train bilingual teachers. There's a lot of discussion about that. However, formally, this is not captured in our local education standard. So absolutely, we need to incorporate it in the standards.
Сами вот сегодня вправе определить, да, предмет преподавать
Also, the PE teachers have a right today to determine whether they should be teaching together as peers the same subject. And also, there's also a way to help the tutors, the instructors, to help children in their learning. So there are 3 different modes available to the education institutions, and they can all be used effectively. Also, Irina Sidorova reminded us of the United Nations in 2016, and in fact, we presented there the initiative of the Russian Federation, one of the best models. We had the request from Canada, from Iceland. We also had interest from other countries, especially from the African countries, because it's kind of universal experience. And in fact, I believe this is one of the best models in the Russian Federation, and it really makes sense to develop it further and to support it by the relevant regulations. Next, teaching languages and teaching in different languages. Well, in the past, we used to have a very strong and sound system whereby we had the institution of the comprehensive secondary education. It was headed at that point of time by Letnych and others. So the language training institute was its name. So we had the local or ethnic languages, native languages. They were grouped into sets of languages, and we just need to go back to how they were taught in the Soviet Union, in the Soviet republics. Also, we had the Institute of Ethnic Schools in the 60s. To date, we have still preserved it on the federal level, but unfortunately, and it really is unfortunate, I mean, today perhaps I can be talking as an expert, and stating this institute has lost its research status, and that is the only institutions that has survived from the 60s to 2020. So now it's a branch of the Institute of Native Languages, but in this way, we really narrow down the range of issues for research. I mean, naturally, the research is now more focused on the particular features and goals for the region, but it's important to make sure that such research institutions be considered seriously at the federal level and supported, because the organizations, the institutions merge or split up, and ultimately such important institutions get redundant or get merged with the other ones. So you can have the universal curricula, you can have all kinds of teaching materials. In the past, the regions used to devise these materials single-handedly, but now, and I'm sure we'll have proof from Bashkortostan and Kyrgyzstan and other regions and countries, but based on the outcomes of the inspections and monitoring, many issues remain outstanding and very unclear too. So what I want to say is that it's important that there be such sound research institutions and the sound institutions for the support of native languages, because the regulations change all the time. Thank you very much. A lot of initiatives have been proposed here. Marina, I believe you can be the real agent, the real actor representing our roundtable in the interagency task force you're a member of, because you really have posed some very serious issues, and they certainly need to be considered and resolved with the relevant decisions made at the task force. Well, indeed, equality in education, equality of children in access to education is a clear goal for all of us. The task force has set up a goal to focus on the Nordic or Arctic ethnicities, the minor native communities and their children. And clearly we've got to get delineated the powers so that we don't infringe on the rights on the local native populations, and at the same time that we be able to take some universal decisions that will function across the country, that will be helpful to everyone. Now, here is another one, and I would like to complete this discussion here. What is quality education about? What is a successful student? what makes the goals of education. I mean, you're talking about success, but what is success? And what is a strong educational curriculum? There are lots of questions here, so we hope to get answers to some of them, at least from you, dear colleagues. Now we'll turn to the experience of the Republic of Bashkortostan. Bulat, I understand you don't have any rooming communities, right? You have your own particular features of the way your population lives and functions in terms of the ethnic split you have there. So how do you resolve the issue of inequality of children that study in a language that is not their native one?
Микрофон включите, пожалуйста.
Please make sure you have your microphone on.
Так, я слайды включил, коллеги, видно?
Can you see my slides?
Добрый день, коллеги. Позвольте
Dear colleagues, I'm delighted to welcome you from the center of South Urals, the Republic of Bashkortostan. Our today's discussion, I believe, focuses on one of the key challenges in the contemporary system of education, because we're going through some serious social and economic transformations. We've seen many of them over the past years in the country, and they have led us to revisit the goals and the methodologies of training our students in the language tuition. Teaching the languages is clearly a very important tool to ensure further success in life for a student living in a multi-ethnic society. Our republic is multi-ethnic, multi-language, multi-religious. We have over 4 million population in the Republic of Pakistan, representing over 100 ethnic groups and communities. So it's important that we build an innovative multicultural environment in the region, and this is not an easy goal. We need to make sure our students learn about the cultural wealth of our peoples, and this is the foundation of the concept accepted in the Republic. It's the concept of multilingual education in the Republic of Bashkortostan. From 2019, we've been implementing a project on multilingual, multi-profile schools that were established in 2019 upon the order of the government of the Republic. We had the Smart School from the very outset. Then we had 2 more multilingual schools set up in Storlitamak back in 2020. It's quite a big one. A month ago, yet another multilingual school was established in Neftekamsk, and they focus on the Tatar language to a greater extent. So altogether, by and large, we're going to have about 15 schools like this in the Republic, covering, I believe, all the settlements of our Republic. Now, what makes this kind of education attractive when you study many languages and focus on many subjects? Well, it's an educational process delivered in several languages. In fact, I've seen the slides by my colleagues from the Republic of Sakha-Yakutia, where they teach in the native languages in the elementary school, or for the first 7 years of school, or in the elementary and the secondary school. We focus on the elementary school, that's grade 1 through grade 4. That's where we teach in Russian and in Bashkir language a number of subjects. Starting from grade 5, only some of the subjects are still taught in Russian. and in Bashkir, but most of education, however, is done in Russian and in English. In multilingual education, we are working in two models. One is one we teach in Russian, but we provide in-depth tuition in native and foreign languages. And also we teach Bashkir. The Bashkir language is the state language in the Republic of Bashkortostan. Now, the second model is whereby you do the teaching in the native language, including Bashkir. For now, we have the multi or polylingual schools in Bashkir or in Tatar. Now they study naturally the Russian language as the state language, and they do in-depth tuition of foreign languages. Now the educational process in the native language goes in-depth at the level of elementary education. This model fits better in the schools where you have a better representation of Bashkir or Tatar children. We have a lot of projects we're implementing right now to support the multilingual schools. Like, for instance, here you have the multilingual contests. We call them the Olympics. Here you have the competition-based enrollment of children into these multilingual schools, and we get children to prove and demonstrate their competences, their educational skills, their competences. This is supported by grants from the governor of the Republic in particular. We give a lot of time for the implementation of extracurricular courses and activities. It's full-day schools. In the first part of the day, they do and they major the general curriculum. Now the second half of the day is given for option courses, for extracurricular activities, and essentially kids arrive at 8 o'clock and do not leave school until 8 in the evening. Generally, I mean, project work is also very actively implemented here in the secondary and high school. Children are involved in a lot of hands-on projects. The winners of the contests get the grants and subsidies as well as the relevant certificates. For instance, in November and December, winners got a paid course of a foreign language from the Moscow University of International Relations. They've also got a chance to take the Cambridge English language test we're paying for. It's important that the children preserve their own language and at the same time integrate with the Russian culture, and that they are ultimately competitive and that they can compete globally if they feel like going on with their further education away from Russia. Now, to make sure the school is truly polylingual, we've got to have the relevant staff. I mean, our staffing policy is naturally very different from the staffing policy of the traditional schools. Now, the key focus areas are as follows. It's the focused training for teachers in the bachelor's degree and master's degree, in particular funded by the Republic of Bashkortostan. And here's where we work closely with the Bashkir State University. Also, the teaching staff and the managerial staff are hired through tests, contests, and assessments. We also hire native language teachers who are the fluent speakers of the native language. We have additional incentives whereby our municipality funds the wages for such teachers. In particular, I'm mainly talking about the comprehensive school teachers. For secondary and high school, we make sure they're fluent in English and that they can teach chemistry, biology, physics in both languages, in Russian and in the English language. Also, we seek to provide research as part of polylingual education. We have the Institute for the Development of Education, the Academy of Sciences of the Republic, a number of universities and institutes at the Republican level work closely with us. Also, we work with the Regional Association of Teachers of German, with the Center for French Culture, with the French Alliance, also with the Association of Bashkir Language and Literature Teachers. They are part of our staffing policy, the polylingual school. At the same time, we remember that our children really need some exposure to successful, positive opinion leaders who have accomplished some success. In particular, we have this project called the Path to Success, where they meet with the representatives of culture, science, research. Here you've got the chair of the Committee for Education of the Federation Council, Lydia Gumerova, senator, who came to see our children recently. Also, Jeff Manson is also a resident of the Republic of Bashkortostan. He works closely with them. He does sports education on Fridays for them, providing all kinds of sports activities. Also, the representatives of our Federation, of our Legislation Council work with our children as well. And also, we seek to deliver the important cultural and historical messages to our children. We familiarize them with the historical origins. So we have the Shemuratov classes in the name of Shemuratov. In October, the head of the Republic, the governor, the official inauguration of the new arrival of an intake of children studying history and involved in the cultural and historical activities in this Shemuratov initiative. Well, we didn't have any issue with teaching native languages, the Bashkir language and the Tatar language. We do tuition in 6 languages in our republic. 14 languages of the Russian Federation are studied in the republic. The problem is we cannot use textbooks as the core textbooks, which we just translate into Bashkir and into English. That is, again, we need to make sure these textbooks make part of the federal list of textbooks. So the only way to go about it is to have them as a learning manual, but it's a learning it's a manual that's used to support the learning. It doesn't have the status of the formal textbooks or the formal textbook. So if it's a translated textbook, it cannot be used for the time being as the main textbook. And it's only a matter of ensuring that the translation is exactly correct. So jointly with the experts from the Volga district, from Mariel and Chuvashia, we've had this issue discussed recently at a higher level. Also, it's difficult to implement the federal educational standard for the native language and native literature because most of the parents, and especially in the bigger cities and capitals, opt for Russian as the native language. So we only get a couple of hours to study Bashkir language, which is the state language in our republic, but the children who are non-Bashkirs do not at all study the native language in this way. So I believe here is where we need to make changes into federal law 273, Article 44, federal law 273 as well, to make sure that the educational institutions can decide themselves what languages are going to be taught by it. Considering this, in principle,
Лингвальное или полилингвальное образование, оно
You
может
can generally say that the ethnic focused or multilingual, polylingual education can well be implemented in any region and in any republic of the Russian Federation. Thank you very much.
Здесь есть целый ряд вопросов в ваш адрес.
We have received quite a number of questions for you.
Начать с вопроса нашего зарубежного гостя.
I'd like to start with a question of our foreign participants.
Какую роль вы отводите родителям?
The question is, what's the role of the parents
И как вы
in multilingual teaching? And how do you see the role of the community, of the public in a broader sense?
с родителями у нас регулярно
Well, as to the parents, we continuously interact with them on a regular basis. Once every month, we have the subject-focused Saturdays where we get all the parents. It's actually really important that the parents once a month have to come and do the subject-focused Saturday with us. And that is a criterion for enrolling children to school as well. And it's not a parents gathering, it's talking to all the teachers, it's researching into the capacity of educational institutions to make sure parents are more aware of the educational options available for their children, what elective courses are available, and this is done for free, so they don't pay anything extra for this. Jointly with the parents during these theme-focused Saturdays, we discuss how we structure the extracurricular activities and what we want in the curriculum and how we want it taught. And also we work on civic education and ethnic and cultural education. So also we talk with the parents and we deliver courses for the parents to teach them the native languages and the native culture. Whatever the parents' ethnic origin is, they get a chance to learn more about their culture, to talk to the ethnic language and culture teachers, to Sunday school teachers. We have 14 Sunday schools in Ufa, which focus on raising the awareness of the ethnic language and culture. So we very closely work with our parents. As to the public, well, naturally, we are very attentive to the public opinion. In fact, when we emerged with the concept of polylingual education, that was a joint product from the Academy of People's Economy and our foreign colleagues. On an annual basis, we do Republican Educational Forum. This year, we've done for the third time, when all our parents join us online or face-to-face. It's usually parents or teachers, the managers, the administrators. We get several thousands of participants in this forum, and in one of these forums, in fact, we had the draft version of the concept of polylingual education, and it was discussed broadly with our public, and we considered all their views and proposals, and in fact, they all got reflected in the ultimate concept paper. Am I right in understanding you don't yet have any measurements completed on the quality of education because polylingual schools have just started? Well, no, this year we can already talk about the success of polylingual education. We had the interregional context for Bashkir language and for Tatar language, so the children from the multilingual schools from grades 9, 10, and 11 were among the winners. And you hardly expect this from the newly established schools. Also, we have completed the regional stage of the Russian school contests. And in fact, in most subjects, the Republic of Bashkortostan has some top students. And among them, we have the students from the polylingual schools. I've already mentioned this question, and I'm going to repeat it for you again. to see if you wish to answer it. In your understanding, what is success? What is the student's success? What makes a student successful? If it's a person living in a multi-ethnic, multicultural republic, well, there is a standard definition and the traditional education definition. Now, when a child is fully well versed in his educational curriculum, now, if he has the entire set of competences developed at the end of the completion of a particular curriculum in a particular subject, I mean, it's all quite dry and regulated by the standards. But as a teacher, I would say a successful child is a child that really enjoys learning. He understands the subject. He works closely in interaction with his teacher, and it's a child who can ultimately come out in the professional area he opts for when getting trained for this profession or occupation. But that's about the teaching. Now, there is another part of it, which is the social and cultural education. And I believe it's a personality who's well-rounded. It's a personality whose ecological awareness, whose morality awareness is mature. It's a mature individual, really. Thank you very much. We're getting more questions now. For now, we're going to move on to our next presentation. And we will do our best to discuss the questions we are receiving before we complete. It is my pleasure now to give the floor to Natalia Karmazina, the First Deputy Minister of Education in the Republic of Karelia. I understand what you're going to be talking about is consonant with... Let me see the exact title of your contribution. I suggest you introduce your own presentation. The colleagues, thanks very much to the organizers of this roundtable. We are having a very focused discussion and some very good presentations by my colleagues. I was just thinking what a big and multi-ethnic country we have, and this is something that really makes us stand out. The president of our great country yesterday met with the representatives of the political parties, and he stressed that the Russian people is the state-forming nation, but at the same time, the representative of every ethnic group, even the minor one, really has to feel at home here. The Republic of Karelia is exactly on this path, and for us, it's not only about developing the language, it's about developing the system of multicultural and multi-ethnic education in the Republic. Now, currently, in this multi-ethnic state, the development and protection of the ethnic and cultural traditions and features of the ethnicities of the Russian Federation are indeed the principles of our state policy. In 2017, in the Republic of Karelia, we adopted the concept of ethnic and cultural development of the Republic of Karelia based on the culture of the Karelian, Dutch and Finnish population. Now, the major document for all of us is the Constitution, since we're all educators here. For us, it is also the law on education, which determines that the Karelian, Finnish, and Vet language are supported by the government, and that the Republic creates every opportunity for these languages to be taught and studied in all the institutions. A little cultural education is a continuous education that ensures that the individual human rights are respected throughout the person's life. And one of these rights is the right to lifelong education, self-education and formal tuition. Through the learning of various programs and through continuity
of education, through accessibility of education. The concept, again, was adopted in 2017, yet this principle is of particular saliency now in 2019, 2020, 2021. We will be developing road maps for ethnocultural development and fostering interagency interaction. For the concept success, the Ministry of Education works together with the Ministry of Ethnic Policy, plus we bring on board various national NGOs, such as the Union of Karelians, the various municipal educational organizations. So we are bringing back what started back in 1990s. In the old times, family was the primary carrier, so to speak, of the mother language. Then there was a time in the times of the Soviet Union when it was against the law to speak your mother tongue. However, thanks to language defenders, the languages are still alive. We have the Karelian language, the Vepsian language, the Finnish language. So now we're making steps inter alia at the Center of Ethnocultural Education. It oversees everything that's being done in the Republic, and we're proud. Even though it's a small republic, we are home to a local office of the Russian Academy of Science. They're doctors of science, they're PhDs who help us developing teaching aids and student manuals in these languages. And we're particularly proud of having such aids for preschoolers, for kindergartners. Besides, some of them have been included in the federal list of teaching aids. We are discussing the possibility of mass publishing of these teaching aids. Obviously, it's costly. However, unless we do it, it's impossible to even speak of teaching these languages. We have Vepsian and Karelian and Finnish textbooks, so we hope they will get published and disseminated. The Center for Ethnocultural Education runs a number of events which are designed to raise the prestige of speaking your native language after it's been banned and outlawed for so many decades. There are people who have been amassing this linguistic heritage bit by bit for so many years, and now again we're proud to say that what we teach is the true and authentic language, not a truncated version of it. Even though we've been placed within the framework of very stringent requirements, now we have been given a goal to transition to a 5-day working week. We've weighed all the pros and cons together with the parents. And what we observe is a somewhat alarming trend that the quote-unquote ethnic languages are drifting towards extracurricular activities and get removed from the basic curriculum. This is something we cannot permit to happen. There's no question about that. Now, speaking of raising the prestige of speaking one's native language, it's also important. We have to motivate people. It's also important and also challenging. Before, there was a time when your pay got increased if you taught in an ethnic language. However, these days it's becoming more problematic. And let's not underestimate the importance of making sure that teachers get paid. They do need to get rewarded for what they do. So we will be introducing a change in the regulation for those educational institutions where native language and achieved a lot through hard labor and through interagency interactions. And yet problems remain. Some of them are related or stem from the fact that families lose their native languages. They no longer speak them. As soon as the language is no longer spoken within the family, the chain is broken. And this is something that we want to focus on with our entire community. Let me give you an example. Vepsas, that's an ethnic minority. Their settlements are outside of the Arctic area per se, and yet they are considered an endangered ethnicity. So we are making a concerted effort with the Union of the Vepsian culture. And what we're seeing more and more is that non-Veps members are beginning to learn and then to teach the Vepsian language to Vepsas. Just so that they continue to exist within an environment that enables the speaking of the Vepsian language. The same can be said about the Karelian language. We have a number of NGOs there. However, there are no textbooks on the Karelian language. All that is available is textbooks and manuals through grade 7. And I thank my colleagues most profoundly for making them available. However, due to a lack of funding, there are no textbooks beyond that. And we honestly don't see any light at the end of the tunnel. We don't even know if subsidies will become available for publishing such textbooks, for developing them, for peer reviewing them. The expert review, which has taken place, was done by federal level experts, and it's a very costly service. So we had to pay an exorbitant amount of money from the local budget for them to do that. And this is something that literally clips your wings. So again, we need to rework these practices. We need to have textbooks available in order to be able to learn a language. And then besides, if there are no books, no publications in your mother tongue, why learn the language at all? We have contacted the authorities. However, we haven't heard back from them. We want to develop tourism. It's a very important source of income for my republic. Finnish is taught as a native language to many of our Finnish kids. There's a lot of promise in having these kids enter into the tourist industry eventually. So this might open up some opportunities for them in terms of professional training and then employment. Then we have universities, for instance, the Petrozavodsk University. They are a great help. They have what was used to be called a department. Now they've changed names. It's an office of native language development. Kids who enter the university, and I mean kids from those ethnic minority backgrounds, are entitled to stipends. The good thing is that the Gerdsen University that Marina mentioned in her presentation is also a great help. We just want to urge our colleagues to use numbers, statistics other than enrollment to the Gerdsen University, because it's way off in St. Petersburg, and kids who study there run high chances of not ever returning back home. Let's rather look at our local numbers and our local institutions. We need to focus more on quality assessment of ethno-cultural education, on advocating it and bringing up public awareness of this kind of education. I do appreciate what my colleagues said before me, and I think we all hit all the same major points. The important part is to preserve the languages and the culture. Well, thank you. We have a question from the same participant, an international participant. What's the role of the teachers and the local communities, the mass media, shops, sports clubs, the informal sector, and so on? Perhaps you can very briefly answer this question. Right, and most importantly, the parents and the local community. Yes, I do understand the question. Parents are immediately involved in the educational process, so there is no way to do without them, admittedly. Just as I said, it is the family which is the primary source of the native language, and unless parents do get involved, we won't get anywhere, because learning a language is all about immersion in the language. So we do engage the parents, and thus we enhance the quality of education. A few examples. We conduct all sorts of events involving parents. 70% of our schools are rural schools. And rural environment is a very special environment where the community is very tight. People know each other. People speak to each other in their native tongues. When I entered college, we had many Karelian towns and villages, and if you didn't speak Karelian, you had no way of communicating with the locals when you visited. So we underscore that schools where native languages are taught have to work very tightly with the students' families. That's the only way to preserve the uniqueness of an ethnic culture. Now, speaking of shops, sports clubs, and the like, what we have in this republic and what's been mandated by the head of the republic is that all shop signs are in different languages. One might recall that back in the times of the Soviet Union, we did have signs in the Finnish language. But then somehow things deteriorated, and now we have to bring it all back, and the Karelian language is now at the forefront. Thank you very much. If I may, a brief follow-up. I think that the question, and we have a question about traditional games and native languages, it's been answered in one way or another. Now, my point is that tomorrow we will hear a UNESCO report on inclusion. We were part of putting this report together, and it will focus on inclusion in a very broad sense of the word, including migrants, ethnic minorities, different ethnicities which are not minorities, and I invite all those interested in the subject matter to attend that meeting tomorrow. I'm very proud to hear these presentations today. We have looked at 30 plus countries, and it appears that Russia is doing quite well on equality. We have people involved in our work who come from various ethnic backgrounds, from various ethnic minorities. However, I have also noted that we have multiple legislative issues, and perhaps we should task the interagency working group with, or an interregional working group rather, with drafting what needs to be done in terms of amending our legislation, and perhaps it would eventually shape up into an initiative that we could put forth. Our greatest vulnerability is the child. We need to find out exactly what's going on at the various settlement sites of such small peoples. We need to seek out those who would be willing to finance or participate in the conduct of a broad survey of as many as 160 different ethnic districts, and just as we did it under the aegis of UNESCO, we should perhaps do it at home for Russia. It's good that we mentioned the problem of the disappearance of languages, the death of languages, because as we know, every week one language on earth dies, and Russia is no exception, and we need to do something, or at least to know what's going on so that we know how to respond to this phenomenon. A proposal has been also made of introducing a week of inter-ethnic communication. I don't believe that such an overly formalized day of communication would resolve any issues. However, by contrast, setting up children's communities, clubs of sorts where kids could play, talk, that would be very instrumental, particularly if it's a long-term measure. Oh, thank you. That's about it. Yes, and if I may, I would like to thank my colleagues from Bashkortostan because they suggested an introduction of an amendment to the federal law. We support you in your initiative of setting up ethno-cultural entities. We think it's going to be an important step, an important legal step along our path. And I want to congratulate you all on the occasion of the upcoming Day of National Languages. Yes, thank you very, very much. And I forgot to say something very important. At the Shanyan School, we've been dreaming for a long time of a master's program on combating inequality. And as I'm listening to these presentations, I understand that we need to make it happen. Well, thank you. With this, we are about to conclude this panel discussion. We hope it will continue at other fora, other sites in the months and years to come. We hope that we will be able to come up with a toolkit that we will provide to the teachers so that they in turn help students to become successful, that we will have a clearer view of what success actually means, especially for non-Russian language speakers. And this is a matter that definitely deserves a lot more consideration and research. So we do not close this discussion, quite on the contrary, we've barely scratched the surface, and we hope that together with our federal ministry, we'll be able to exchange our best practices and to share our knowledge. In conclusion, please permit me to say that inequality among children is being reduced through a variety of policies and measures across the board, but it's also important to measure the dynamics, measure the progress, and this is something we have not touched upon today. We know that there are groups such as headed by Marina Kovalyova, which looks into the matter. Perhaps this group could use this information, which we believe to be quite credible information, in order to provide recommendations for other groups of children at subsequent stages of education, just so that the steps we make could lead to both improvements in the legislation and in the children's success. And with this, I would like to thank our speakers, our regional ministers and deputy ministers. I'm very happy that Yelena Lenskaya supported me in attempting to engage you in a conference like this, where we have both international speakers, Russian speakers, educational experts, and policymakers. I've been taking part in these conferences for many years, and the sheer volume of information and materials that I get in just barely 3 days of every conference lasts me through an entire next year, because there's so much to think about and so much to do. Thank you very much. Well, thank you. Thank you, Irina, and thank you for the opportunity to meet colleagues, to share ideas. I'm sure each of my fellow ministers has learned a lot today. We hear a lot about ethnic and cultural education. It's important that the federal government remembers that there are as many as 22 regions where culture, ethnicity, and languages are being so carefully fostered and preserved. And for me personally, it's very important that the message of this panel discussion is escalated to the federal government. Irina, you, I think, said that this work needs to acquire a systemic nature. I can't agree more. And I think we need to break it down to, let's say, legal issues, funding issues, with a further breakdown to different types of schools or regions, because these are very pervasive issues. Then there is a lot related to how to teach and how to learn a native language, the questions related to teacher pay, and so on. I know that a lot has been done by the Higher School of Economics, for instance, and we would be very happy to learn more about the experience of our counterparts. And also, we need to make sure that the questions we have are posed in a very specific manner, just so that they could be addressed in a very systemic way. There's the personnel training issue. We hosted the group by Ms. Kostikova. We spoke about training teachers at universities, and we need to talk more about allowing access to success to those who are not active native Russian speakers. There was a lot of good in the times of the Soviet Union. Then things deteriorated, and we need to rebuild what's been destroyed. Thank you. As I understand, it's Mrs. Tolstik
some amount of time we can still use for technical issues if we should get them at all. So we hope we can do it in this amount of time offered and a couple of minutes for questions and answers. We do have some time we can still use on top of it if necessary. And if we have this time unused by the end of the meeting, we'll get another round of questions. Hello. Hello, dear friends. We're starting our plenary session on interaction between the family and the preschool educational institutions. We are going to have 3 speakers here. Nico van Oudenhoven, an international expert, a participant of many international organizations, a researcher, practitioner, a psychologist. Lots of things could be said about Nico. So he will talk about young boys and girls, their parents, and their toxic environments. Also, we have Yekaterina Rybakova, the co-founder of the Rybakov Foundation, who will talk about education for life and education for a family. And Melissa Kelly, expert consultant, the international consultant of the World Bank Group, based in Washington, United States. She will talk about child development from 0 to 3 years, opportunities for holistic service delivery. So on this note, I suggest we start. I am very glad to give the floor to Nico van Oudenhoven.
Thank you.
And yet again, here is his topic: young boys and girls, their parents, and their toxic environments.
Yeah, thank you so much, Elena. Well, it's an over-dramatic title for a talk to such a learned and esteemed audience as I have the honor of sharing time with you today and tomorrow. Indeed, I'm not exaggerating by using these labels, learned and esteemed, to which I hasten to add kind and friendly, hospitable and forgiving, for being so ignorant of Russia's deep culture and history. I may say this with some authority, as I have had the pleasure of visiting Russia many times during the last 50 years or so. And in the process, I got to step into many preschools, talk with the children, meet their parents and teachers, and also with a range of policymakers and academics. Each time I came home refreshed, more motivated, and filled with new and creative ideas. I've also become friends with what first were colleagues, Yelena Yudina, one of the organizers of this conference, is among them. I would like to thank her for her invitation. I would also like to congratulate the initiators on holding this conference, despite all the difficulties caused by the corona pandemic. I also regret very much, actually, not being able to meet you in person, making new acquaintances and yet learn from you. I've had the good fortune of working with partners in the field of early childhood education, I think in close to 100 countries spread over all continents. I'm not saying this to be boastful, but rather to make the following statement more credible. Russia's formal early childhood education finds itself among us. They are not extensions downwards of regular basic schools, as is increasingly the case in many countries. They still see the young children for what they are. Young children, not as students or young adults. Second, the programs they offer the young boys and girls are terrific. They're rich in content and scope. Thirdly, the teachers and leadership are extremely well educated and motivated. And finally, there's a long-standing tradition of progressive, innovative research and training. As I said a moment ago, I have so much to learn from you. Now, I'd like to show you a slide. The first slide, where is it? Here. Now, this is a slide taken in Yakutsk. If you just look at it, it's the courtesy of Atelier Crotova. Whenever I see scenes like this, I'm overwhelmed by its beauty, its vibrancy and splendor. And I honestly wished my own preschool education or of my children would have been of this high quality. And the next slide, the same. Yeah. When my colleague and friend, Tegan Schmidt, senior education specialist at the World Bank in Moscow, asked me, after I told him what Russian kindergartens were great, what was probably wrong with them? He said, I said, the Russian kindergartens are splendid. He said, yeah, but what's possibly wrong with them? I had to do some hard thinking, and then I made the following suggestions. The current formal ECD provision, please note the emphasis on formal, meaning the official kindergartens and preschools are rather static, which evinced by the fact they are all look rather alike, similar throughout the country. And to remain among the very best, I argued, they had to become more dynamic. And I think in order to remain dynamic, the following was needed. Start a discussion on early childhood education with a wide audience, including researchers, policymakers, practitioners, and crucially, with people outside Russia. The latter should be done based on strength and self-confidence. Russia has a great deal to offer. The current conference is a particularly good example of such an opening up and which is based on strength and self-confidence. Thus break out of the safe but closed bubble. Second observation is open the kindergartens and the preschools up to children from vulnerable families, thus children from ethnic minorities who are discriminated. Those are far to reach, from poor families, children with impairments, disabilities. Thirdly, open the discussion on hot subjects, those issues that are rather avoided or overlooked or pushed under the carpet, such as bullying, drug addiction, child abuse, domestic violence, racism, discrimination, and most importantly, validate the importance of non-formal and informal early childhood education and the steering role of the formal sector in this. Especially the last recommendation, validate non-formal and informal education, appeared hard to put into practice, or so it seemed. The main reason observed by us, not only in Russia, but also in many other places in the world, have to do with the apparent lack of prestige and the hard to administer financial status and loss of control of power over its actors. Yet, the research data show that the well-being and development of children is largely, I think, well over 2/3, determined by out-of-school environments. The impact of the families being, of course, of a major impact. Now, if you look at this picture, for example, it's in Bristol, and it's what we see here is an effort to make streets car-free, especially on the 22nd of September. But already now, in many towns like Bristol and Dubrovnik and Lamu in Kenya and Venice in Italy, the inner cities are car-free and open for children to play. So outside the school, many things are happening that are, in my mind, extremely powerful. And the next one, there is also outside the school. What you see here is it's in Cairo in Egypt, a young lady teaching a street vendor how to read and write. And I think that's extremely, extremely important. Now, allow me to make a big jump. As it happens, and which I see as an undeserved honor, I've been able to familiarize myself with early childhood development initiatives in many low-income countries. What surprised me the most there was the creativity and commitment of the people in charge, parents, policymakers, community workers, NGO staff, and also how who had little or no people who had little or no resources to provide for the children on their watch. In all their poverty, though, there was so much wealth to be uncovered. It also comes to me that good parents are good parents. Most good parents are good parents, innately, intuitively. So they only start to drop stitches, they only start what's called to become dysfunctional when the demands on them are too heavy to carry, when life becomes too difficult for them. What I also learned is that many interventions, especially brought in from the outside by external experts, and basically seek support to support the parents in their role as primary educators, are well intended, but are often an extra burden to them. They, the parents, are being told that they must play more with the children. They are expected to come to school meetings, read books, and tell stories to them, pay special attention. The overworked mother whose husband lies sick at home, or is unemployed, is violent, or is just not there, is absent, is still expected to wash, feed, and bring the children to school at the right time, and sit in parent meetings, and so on. What often is forgotten is that these parents have already so much to carry, and every and each assignment adds to their burden. So rather than ask them to do more, one should seek to lighten the load they carry. In other words, any effort to improve the well-being of children should take place at the intersection of the needs of children and their parents. Thus should benefit all of them, not exclusively the children. This means that the very first task of any intervention is to take away the toxins that these parents and children are exposed to. Now, what are then these toxins? In addition to literally living among conditions of heavy pollution and contamination, which indeed many families do, they may include, and many of these will sound familiar to you, is about the presence of, first at the family level, long-term sick member of the family or parent with severe physical or mental disability, or the presence of a severely disabled or sick child, or the presence of drug or alcohol abuse in the family, long-term unemployment, family violence, poverty. At the social-political level, discrimination and racism, low wages, unemployment, dysfunctional local authorities. And then at the more environmental level, bad, unsafe or no roads, high amounts of trash, litter, uncollected garbage, illegal drug trafficking, insecurity, crime and violence, insufficient transportation, racism, discrimination. Look at this slide, for example. Hold on. Yeah, no, yeah. This slide is, the two slides, this one is taken in Latin America. And you don't need to be a specialist to see that in this kind of environment, no preschool will be effective. So first you have to remove the toxicity of this environment. And the same goes for the next slide. Also in Latin America. But there's more to say. It's hard and perhaps even hypocritical to talk about making advances in early childhood education without also addressing these sources of toxicity. They only levy heavy toll on parents, which affects their function as good parents, but also have a direct impact on their children. It's now widely accepted that these so-called adverse childhood experience can have a disastrous impact on their children and future lives, and also on these children's children. I could now easily stop, as tackling the task shortly touched upon would bring about major improvements in the lives of your children and families, and are indispensable measures without which children will never flourish, whatever the quality of kindergarten they may be attending. But permit me to go on a little bit further. by extending the notion of toxic environments, albeit defined in terms that produce these or enable these. Let me mention a few. First of all is indeed absence of having access to decent kindergarten and preschools, absence of having access to decent medical services, absence of a culture, absence of being able to interact with family members, with grandparents, absence of being able to interact with and care for animals, absence of being able and preparing, enjoying having meals together, and increasingly recognized as vital absence of opportunities to engage with nature. See, a nice image of a grandparent preparing food with their children. And if you just look at it and say for half an hour, you see how many good things and important things are happening there. Now, the following slide is also quite nice. You see, a little child with a cat, and I wish we could really talk a little bit more about relationships and the importance of a relationship between animals and children, and the importance for the health and well-being of the children. But again, I would like to add a few more things. And also extremely important in my mind is the absence of a political climate where the following essential rights are not generously upheld, on which I think the following are the most important: Universal Declaration of Human Rights, United Nations Convention of all forms of discrimination against women, the United Nations Convention of the Rights of the Child, and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. I think if those four are implemented, then I think we would all live in a paradise. And personally, I will see the need for a United Nations declarations on the rights of nature. That is interesting. Now, left, you see, the first slide, you see there's a guy they called themselves Guardians of the Forest. That was in Brazil. The left guy is Paulo Paulino Guerrara, and the other guy is Americo Guerrara. Now, Paulo was murdered in 2019 for defending the forests. But the next is painting is interesting. Next slide is interesting. This is a lady bathing in the Wanganui River in New Zealand. And the interesting thing about that river is that it was formerly recognized as a person in 2016. Now, imagine a river received the same rights as a citizen in New Zealand. I think the Ganges and the Yamuna rivers in India are now also recognized as a person. I think young boys and girls growing up in such an environment will experience the interaction with nature as an antidote to many toxins they may have to cope with throughout their lives. And the big question that must be asked when we, as a member of the early childhood education epistemic community, is, should we not pay more attention to these critical toxic conditions and seek to mitigate them first? I'm using here the wider interpretation of the concept of epistemic communities. For me, it consists of an ever-widening group of people with a proven interest in the well-being and healthy development of young boys and girls. It's not only parents, teachers, and staff of kindergartens, researchers and policymakers, but also city planners, religious leaders, and why not taxi drivers, the police, or shopkeepers. If listened to and seriously taken seriously, they all have a lot to offer. Look at this barber shop. Again, look at what's happening there and how much is going on there that has an impact on the lives of children and supports them and guides them in life. And the other side is the police, again, this little boy is being arrested by a police officer in Orlando, and you can just wonder what's going on there and what will happen to the life of this little girl. I personally feel that the staff of kindergarten and preschool could play a strong role in bringing these epistemic communities to life, to give them direction and sustain them. They are, with the parents, the children's best advocates, golden fighters, if you like, whom we can trust and can call upon. And again, these are two scenes of Russian schools, and I know they have their hands full, yet they are also in the best position to reach out to the wider community. They are indeed the core of any epistemic community of early childhood education. They are also the cornerstone of society. I think they are the builders of the future and indeed should be recognized as such. Thank you. Well, Елена, that was it.
Спасибо, Спасибо, Ника. Спасибо большое. Ну что же, пожалуйста.
Thank you very much, Nico. Thank you. Everybody is welcome to ask their questions. I cannot see any for now. I think we're going to be getting more questions as we proceed.
Да, в чате нет вопросов. У нас наши слушатели, участники нашего
Our participants, the participants of our plenary session are now connected using another online facility, so they may be sending in their questions there, and as they submit their questions, they will be redirected here. So if anybody has any questions, comments, any wish to agree or disagree with the speakers, any words of support or good cheer, please share them with us.
Если можно, тогда я попробую кое-что сказать.
Well, if possible, I will make a quick contribution, if I may. Thank you very much, Nico. If I understand you correctly, what you call a toxic environment for a child,
Вы разложили на некоторые составляющие.
you split into several constituents, and most of them we're familiar with, naturally. I really liked the story about the toxic interaction. I mean, this is not the term you used directly, but it's the kind of term that really emerges from what you were saying. It's about the toxic interaction that most often comes from the society.
Я, по крайней мере, ее точно запомню, и мне кажется, что ее имеет смысл употреблять. Но я бы хотела заметить относительно того, что вы сказали про российские...
I would like to note the following. With regard to the Russian kindergartens,
Это хорошее такое отличие практики России от многих стран.
well, the thing is that the Russian kindergartens are different from the schools, and that's a good, this is something good that makes a difference between the Russian kindergartens and the situation elsewhere. I mean, it's not exactly this way all over the place in Russia. I also agree with you. I fully agree with that this trend is not the one that should be at all times considered. I mean, practices can be different. In Russia, this practice of merging many schools, several schools and several kindergartens as part of it is underway. And as a rule, in Russia, these merged institutions are not merging on a voluntary basis. In fact, it is not quite clear what kind of basis they have there, apart from the administrative one. I know you haven't been to Russia for a long time. I mean, historically, it's not taken that long a time, but judging from how quick the changes are, it's quite recent the last time you visited Russia, and this practice over the past 3 to 4 years has become pretty countrywide. I mean, we still have the institutions that have the kindergarten separate from schools. I mean, naturally, it's much cozier for children to be within their nice little space, which you so beautifully described. I mean, this is just a comment. I mean, it's interesting to see what you believe should be done with regard to this practice.
I think, Yelena, that by merging preschool and kindergarten with basic schools, they're mixing up administrative benefits with educational benefits. And because more or less they speak the same language, you start, as an educator, accepting administrative benefits. Well, in fact, as an educator, you should be rejecting them. You should say, that is not in the benefit of children, maybe in the benefit of administrators, but not in children. But that difference is sometimes hard to make, because many educators are also, especially at the higher level, are also administrators, and they start confusing their roles. Although they are educators, they start to act like administrators, and they say it's cheaper, it's more efficient, and all that sort of thing. And by doing so, they change children already in young learners, in young adults. And I think that's detrimental to their well-being and health development. I think one of the most important things of childhood is that they should be children. They should be placed for not only for learning, but for dancing and for music and free. Becoming an adult can come later in basic schools. But if you mix the tools, mix the two systems, then you see an extension downwards of the basic school culture. And I think that is unhealthy. But the problem is it happens all over the world. So people think that's the way to go. And I think it should be resisted.
Поступил вопрос в чат, Лена.
Да, спасибо
большое. We have a question here in our messenger. We have a question here in our messenger. The question is from Tigran Schmiss.
Hi, Tigran.
How is the cultural environment of a child going to change given all the variables of the 21st century, digitalization, the green economy, and so on?
Say it again, Tigran. I think, Tigran, that there should be an antidote to the digitalization of preschool education. I think that it's happening anyway, but in order to keep the children healthy and open and curious, they also should go out of the school and explore nature, be involved in culture, and interact with animals, and basically go wild, leave the house. We know that by doing so, it benefits all aspects of their lives, not only their learning, but also their bodies, their socialization, the way their self-confidence, their curiosity, and all that. So, yes, it's unavoidable, digitalization of early childhood education, but at the same time, we should create space for not school-based activities and outside the school. And in Russia, they do that. You know, they have big gardens. They have gardens in the school, especially in winter time, when if you go outside, you freeze to death. But it's that sort of thing. Music, making meals together, extremely important. Making meals together, we often forget that. Interaction with animals, taking responsibilities. I think those things should be expanded upon and being emphasized and being kept in the curriculum.
Спасибо большое, Ника. Ну что
Thank
же,
you so much, Nico. We
Елена,
would like to thank you for your very insightful presentation. As always, Nico's presentations are, at least for myself, are very motivational and touching, if
well,
you would. And
feelings are mutual, Елена. Yeah.
thank you. Thank you. Рыбакова Екатерина Евгеньевна.
Next, I would like to give you Yekaterina Rybakova of the Rybakov Foundation in Moscow. Education for Life and Education for the Family. And I have to tell you, I love this presentation's title. Well, thank you, Yelena, and greetings, everyone. I'm delighted to be part of this discussion, especially among such outstanding speakers. So thank you so much. Again, my name is Yelena Rybakova. I'm the president of the Rybakov Foundation. For 5 years, we've been granting support to the development of school and preschool education. In my today's presentation, I will talk about school and about the kindergarten. But then, in order not to confuse my audience, when I say school, when I will be saying school, I will mean primarily kindergartens. And I would like to support Nico and say that kindergartens are separate from schools, which in some things is a good thing. And then on the other hand, it entails certain issues, something that we need to tackle. That is the gap between kindergartens and early school. When a child transitions from the kindergarten to the first grade, sometimes things change so drastically that kids are simply unable to digest it all. So it's important to ensure there is a continuity between kindergartens and schools, the experience of kindergarten and school. And for that, you don't have to merge them formally. You just have to have this experiential cohesion, if you would. So when I say school, I mean both school and kindergarten. Now, we as educationalists work in education in order to primarily improve it, to make sure there's quality and that it's accessible for a greater number of kids and families. School is capable of providing quality, and yet it cannot do so alone, all by itself. School can provide skills and knowledge of certain disciplines or some interdisciplinary or metadisciplinary knowledge. But there are also some important skills which also form part of what we know as quality education, which are instilled not by the school, but by the family. Thus, the school stops being the sole or unique center of education. And we attempt to rework our vision of successful or quality education because it's no longer focused on school alone. It also encompasses the skills that a child should be able to use later on in their adult life. And if you look at skills that are formed at kindergarten age, if you miss that, it's very difficult to catch up later on. And although there are some ways to make up for this loss, we all know that behavior patterns, random behavior, and what Igor Rybakov usually refers to as ideation of action, it's something that's next to impossible to make up for if it's not instilled in a person early on. In great part, this is done by the family. And if we were to understand quality very broadly, we should definitely include this in our overall consideration. Today, we're faced with change. The public, our society, has changed its view of quality education, and oftentimes we cannot keep pace with this change, and schools sometimes lag behind. So parents opt for home-based learning for their kids, some private types of tutoring, and so on and so forth. And honestly, I think this is a positive development or a symptom, because this is a way for parents to exercise their right or responsibility to choose the type of education they wish for their children. This is how they become aware of their parents' responsibility and role. They are to make a choice of a counterpart, a partner, if you would, to ensure that their child does get quality education. And somehow this is that we have overlooked. This fact has fallen through the cracks somewhere. At the Rybakov Foundation, we developed the concept of a school as a center of a community. A school is to be open to interacting with various partners, parents, including, and the more open it is, the better it is at instilling skills as different from providing information and knowledge to children. When we speak of a community, the center of which school is to become, we mean students, teachers, school leavers, partners, business people, local entities, all sorts of partners we encounter in real life, but somehow we have not included the family in this list. And now may say thanks to the pandemics, the family's role has finally flourished. It's become so visible that it's hard to not to notice how important it is. So if we don't see it, if we don't factor it in, we as educators oftentimes serve as a divide between the family, the parents on the one hand, and the child, the student on the other hand, instead of serving as a connecting link. My foundation published a video about a school in the city of Lipetsk in Russia. The school is running an experiment, no uniforms and no grades, trying to see if it's going to produce any positive results. And there's a teacher in the video who shares her insight. She says, when I give a poor grade to a child, I basically do nothing but program how this child is going to spend their time, at least part of their time, at home that evening. I program a situation where the child goes back home, is asked about his grades, and confesses poor grades. So you see, what we do is immediately linked to what happens in the family, and this insight, this revelation, if you would, should set us thinking about what we should and should not do, what about the questions that we should pose, and we understand that there is no cookie cutter answer to all these questions. What parents expect from us is changing. Parents no longer expect us to use our cookie cutter on their kids, like we did during the Industrial Revolution. They want us to render their kids free so that they can act independently in life. And those teachers, those schools who are able to heed this request from the families are the teachers and schools who are in the best position to meet the family's needs. Please note that when I say that I don't put an equal sign between the needs of the family and the needs of the parents. Parents are different, granted. Their parents would just want to take their kid to school so that the kid is taken care of while they go about their own business. They're also parents who are anxious to know what it is that their child does at school, what is done with their child, and they very much miss an opportunity to get involved. And when they're cut off in this way from the school activities, it produces anxiety and sometimes even aggression. So we need to be able to build a dialogue with parents and to see what it is exactly that they want, and then decide whether we can meet their demands or perhaps tell them that they should go to another school. And I think this is something as an option, that should be viewed as acceptable and perhaps even routine. And to make it such, we, I think, need to make sure that all schools are different, that there's a lot of variety so that we can meet more and different demands from parents, so that parents no longer have the simple choice between a bad school and a good school. That parents could select a school based on the values a certain school champions. And we see more and more schools with unique concepts, with unique visions. There is much more variety available these days, which is very much unlike what was there just a short time ago. And I'm still amazed that in this country, and it's a vast country, whether you want it or not, you can walk into a school and feel like it's always the same school. It looks the same, it even smells the same. Schools, as they develop, as they form and shape, are not being guided by the parents' or families' demand. Instead, they are guided by a standard, and they're all the same as a result. Now, what else do I have to say? Before, we used to define educational outcomes as a list of things a school was supposed to achieve. Whereas these days, things no longer have to be the same. They don't have to be universal anymore. They don't have to be cookie cutter anymore. That's the good thing. And you have a lot more freedom in what you do. And the Lipetsk school's example is very graphic. But in order to make sure that teachers or schoolmasters don't fear being different, being unique, you have to support them as the community. They have to have the support of families. This would enable them to deliver against this demand and to carry on this change. Well, this in a nutshell is all I had to say. And in short, let's place family in our focus. Well, thank you, Ekaterina. Very, very exciting. I think that the subject at hand is no less than a clear trend, and the pandemic has only made it ever more obvious. And I think we will continue seeing that the role of the family will grow. And this is what we've been saying all along. Experts believe it's very important in preschool education, in early childhood education. It's important. And it's important on all levels, across all levels, to stay in touch with the community. I can see that there's a question from Yelena. Yes, I'm leading up to it. I think it's important, again, that you place this issue in the limelight. And the question from Yelena Lenskaya underscores that we admit that there is a contradiction here, a conflict, if you will. The question is, what should we do? Let me read out the question first. The conflict is growing. The school keeps lecturing parents, and schools are accusing schools of blatant incompetence. Well, I can't see the whole of the question, I'm sorry. Yes, I'll read it out. We should probably start teaching both parties the art of negotiating. Well, schools see that parents are not always competent. In order to change it, the school has to master the art of communicating, because otherwise, when schools continue to lecture parents will not want to hear them. and the other way around. Aggression and lack of restraint will not help. So both parties are adult people, both the teachers and the parents, and they have to master the skill of communication, of positive communication. Plus, we need to teach kids early on the skill of communication, of restraining one's aggression, of putting a hold on one's anxieties, of not exploding. That's extremely important, and I can't agree more. This is our challenge number one. So we need to move in this direction. And I think that schools could lead the way by adopting this additional role of being the steerers of the dialogue. Plus, the issue of grades. What are the grades going to be like? This is yet another subject that should perhaps be discussed with parents. What kinds of grades exist? What grades are for? And if we educate our parents, perhaps together we will be able to arrive at some sort of an acceptable decision. And I agree that negotiating is paramount. Yes, thank you. We have another question from Elena Zhukova. Parents ask for uniqueness, whereas the state insists on meeting some standardized requirements. How to build a bridge between the two? Well, let me try and answer this question as a mother. I have 4 children, 2 of them are still in school. Indeed, the requirements are the same for all, but everyone copes with these requirements in a different way, and it's all about me as a mother accepting or not accepting the situation. Say one kid is good at languages and the other is good at sports, and this is exactly what makes them different, because school life is not limited to studying the official curriculum. There's a lot more than that. There's research activities, there are all sorts of projects, and these are the opportunities where individuality, where personality can be brought out, perhaps better than in the studying of formalized curriculum. So it's not that there is no way to develop individually. I think it's a conceived limitation. Well, how very interesting. Yes, that's a very good point. There's always a way to use the wind that blows in your sails, so to speak. Colleagues, would there be any other comments, critique, follow-up to what Ekaterina just said? Yes, please, Mr. Reiner.
Hello, I'm Stephen Rayner, and I'm from the University of Manchester. Thank you so much for the presentation and for making us think, and also previously Nico. And thanks to the 2 interpreters who've helped me to follow it. I'm really interested in the point that was picked up just now, where you referred to the divide between parents and children, with the educators in the middle of that. You've talked about negotiation, and to me, negotiation implies a fairly equal partnership, a partnership of equals. And I just wonder what your thoughts are about managing the perception by some parents and families that it is not an unequal relationship, that they are being thought to be deficient in some way, they're bad parents, bad families, and that teachers and other educators in kindergartens particularly are lecturing them on that, and whether there is more that we can do to make that partnership more equal. You referred to anxiety and aggression, and some of that might be a way of showing that, you know, we are, as parents, we're being made to feel inadequate here. I know it's a difficult question, but I'm interested in your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Да, или Антон? На самом деле...
Yes, Yelena? Well, as a matter of fact, I have some experience working with students at our preschool division, and what I encountered there, I think is fully applicable to both school and kindergarten. There's quite a bit of condescendence on the part of schools towards parents, or parents are viewed as juvenile delinquents who have to be commandeered around. Instead of doing that, I suggest we simply make the effort of writing down simple rules for parents, and make sure these rules sound friendly. Do not condemn, do not ban things, do not prohibit. Sound friendly. Learn a different language of communicating with the parents, because otherwise parents feel like they're being treated as someone stupid, even though they may be very intelligent people. Well, thank you. Back to Ekaterina. Worldwide, it's under immense pressure, so families break down. And we'll know that every child needs a family, not even an ideal one, just a family, any family, in order to be able to learn. And just think of it in terms of us contributing to the ruining of the family. So let's treat families as something sacred. Let's be grateful that a child does have a family. And yes, I know there are different situations in different families, and yet let's tweak our emotional disposition towards families, even if families are incomplete or far from ideal. Let's remember that any family needs a lot more support and kindness than lecturing. Well, that may be true, even though there are so many people who don't confess that. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Ekaterina. Thank you, Stephen, for the excellent questions. Thank you, Yelena. And it's time for our third presentation. Again, thank you, Ekaterina, for an excellent presentation. Next, I would like to give the floor to Melissa Kelly, the International Advisor of the World Bank Group in Washington. And she will talk about child development from 0 to 3 years, an opportunity for holistic service delivery. Melissa, on to you.
Thank you so much. I'm really happy to be the third presenter because I'm able to build on a lot of the great points made by my colleagues, Nico and Ekaterina, and focus specifically on this age group, the 0 to 3, which has a focus on early learning, but also a lot of services reach this age group that might not be part of the education system. So how can we work together across sectors? Next slide, please. And well, next slide, please. Thank you. So throughout the talk, I'd like to focus on 5 key messages when we're thinking about child development for the 0 to 3 age group. The first is, as Nico shared, and I think Ekaterina reinforced, the early years are a critical period to build human capital, and young children are disproportionately at risk. The second, we will reach young children by supporting parents and caregivers. The third, we need to focus on the most vulnerable children and families when we're thinking about services. The fourth, there are some proven strategies to support young children's development across sectors, and I'll share some examples from different countries. And the last is the Nurturing Care Framework, and I'll share more about what that is, provides a roadmap for holistic service delivery. Next slide, please. So as I think, kind of building on the last 2 presentations, we know that the early years, and especially these first 3 years of life, are a critical period. The brain is as malleable as it will ever be. And as we look on the slide, we can see in the visual that this is really a critical period to build these key foundational skills: sensory pathway, language, cognitive function. And so children, as Ekaterina said, really need safe and secure, stimulating environments. And we know that in adverse conditions, we can have lifelong impacts that even stretch into the next generation. Next slide, please. And children are disproportionately at risk. So a child born to 56% of all children born today are only half as productive as they could have been if they had full health, nutrition services, education. Children are disproportionately represented in vulnerable families. So 1 out of every 10 adults is in poverty in the world, but 1 out of every 5 children is in poverty. Children during the early years, and especially in this first 3 years of life, are usually in informal services, and it's easy to overlook these services, but also a lot of children are at home, so it's hard to see the real situation of children. And as we've already talked about in this panel today, we know that during times of increased hardship, substance abuse, violence in the home, the extra stress caused by the pandemic and food insecurity, economic insecurity, children are even more at risk. Next slide, please. But we also know that we can support and encourage parents, because parents are children's first teachers. And there are lots of things that we can do in the daily routine to support the quantity and quality of how parents are talking, playing, interacting, and reading to children. And all of this has is strongly associated with positive child development. And so building on the toys, like some of the pictures that we saw in Nico's presentation, building on games and songs and practices can really help children build these foundational skills for success in school and success in life. And this includes, socio-emotional skills, that executive function that Ekaterina talked about to stay calm and to manage emotions, cognitive and language skills. And these are things that all parents can do, even parents that can't read or parents with other challenges. There are practical ways that we can support parents. Next slide, please. And it's really important when we're thinking about providing services, especially for this age group 0 to 3, that we focus and prioritize services for the most vulnerable first before scaling services to the wider community. So ECD is a great equalizer, and children in adverse conditions often make the biggest gains in cognitive development and can get back on track. So thinking about in your context, what are those factors of vulnerability, whether it be geographic, ethnicity, language, disability, or others? Next slide, please. So I'd like to share some examples of interventions for this age group 0 to 3 across sectors. Next slide, please. And as you can see, a lot of it is not specifically in the education space, but can be done through social protection, through cash transfers, through health and nutrition services. And I'll just give a few examples in the next couple slides on different ways that we can reach parents and young children and different entry points to do so. Next slide, please. So the first one is home visits. So home visiting programs may not be universal for everyone, but can really support children and families at risk. And so that what happens during a home visiting program is a trained facilitator comes to the home and engages on certain topics and models and practices play-based activities with children and their parents, gives feedback to parents and encourages them to play on their own. It really requires that there's toys. They can be homemade toys. They can be toys that the program brings, but so that we can reinforce practice at home. It's been seen effective when it's every week, every 2 weeks, but not less than once a month. And we should really think about how to connect families, because these are vulnerable families. How can we connect these families to other families to create a support beyond the support that they're getting from the home visitor? Next slide, please. So a really famous example of a home visiting program is the Jamaica Home Visiting Program. And it was started with children identified as malnourished in the hospital at 6 months, and they received home visits twice a week for 16 months where they played, they had key messages on supporting children's development, and in between the parents had toys to practice those skills. By 24 months, not only did their cognitive skills, the malnourished children, did their cognitive skills catch up to healthy children, but they've had benefits throughout their lives. So as you can see on the slide here, at 22 years, they found that children that participated in the program had higher education attainment, had less depression and better social skills, less violent behavior, and higher wages, 25% higher wages than healthy children who didn't participate in the program. And this program has been adapted to 15 countries in a program known as Reach Up and Learn. And the World Bank is supporting the quality of this large-scale programming in Peru and Brazil. Next slide, please. So another example of parenting programs that is easier to implement at a large scale are group parenting programs. So group parenting programs, again, are an opportunity to get together, to model, to engage in play activities, to reinforce positive behaviors, and to really create a support network. And the nice thing about parenting group activities is you can piggyback on other services. So at the kindergarten, a parenting group program could cover the 0 to 5 age group and think about different needs for children in different age groups. And this is done quite a lot in social protection programs. And in one program in Mexico, as part of a cash transfer system, these weekly meetings on play, nutrition, and toy making increased the cognitive skills for children, especially those living in indigenous communities and those who started in the last quintile of their cognitive development at the start of the program. Next slide, please. So another area to keep in mind is reading campaigns, community libraries, and other opportunities to support reading at home. So we might not often think of the 0 to 3 age group for this. We usually think of older children, but we know that reading at home is highly correlated with better learning outcomes, and that children at young ages can really benefit from language development, the family being together. And so it's something that we can think of to start very early. And in a study of 35 countries by UNICEF, they found that the presence of one book in the home almost doubled the likelihood for children to be on track for literacy and numeracy, controlling for other factors. Next slide, please. And here are some ways that different countries have supported getting books into homes: through the mail, through distribution, in different ways that, you know, based on the services that already reach families, what are some ways that we could get books into the home, and even, as you can see, using newspapers and using very economical ways to produce books. Next slide, please. So we know that, especially in this context, many parents with young children are working outside of the home. So it's also important when we're thinking about the 0 to 3 to really think about quality, affordable childcare. And in addition to these improved child development outcomes, quality, affordable childcare also supports women's employment, as you can see on the slide, through, you know, increased family income. So families have more funds to invest in children's development, improved gender equality, and increased economic growth for societies. In countries where older siblings might drop out of school to take care of younger siblings, quality early child care also has benefits for increased school attendance for early siblings, especially girls. And as they're able to participate longer in school, they not only have better outcomes themselves, but are better able to have better wages in the future and starting families later in life. Next slide, please. And one thing to keep in mind is technology. Technology really has the potential to expand the reach of parenting services, these messages, but also to follow up and to reinforce messages through interactions at group or home visits. And in Peru, currently in the pandemic, they had to move their home visits to virtual sessions. And they're actually going to use the learning from that to adapt their programming so that even when they're able to meet in person again, there are different ways that they can follow up to use technology. And I'll share another example from technology right now. Next slide, please. So one example that is a very famous example that brings a lot of these different interventions together is Chile's program called Chile Crece Contigo, or Chile Grows With You. And this is an integrated program for children, pregnant women and children up to 4 years. And it's led by the Ministry of Social Development in close collaboration with the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Health, and other public institutions. Next slide, please. So as you can see on the visual, thinking about what do children need at prenatal, what do children and mothers need and families need, having safe delivery of children, and support across the first 4 years of life, depending on children's age and stage, So services to all children, and then specific services to children at risk to support developmental delays, children with disabilities, and then vulnerable families also receive a family allowance each month. Next slide, please. And this slide shows that there's some information open to everyone in the country. So information on how to support children's development, sensitization, different activities, and I'll share more on the next slide. The entry program on parenting and other support is open to all children covered by the public health system. So that's almost 82% of the population. And then there are some specific services for children for vulnerable households, from the most 60% of the most vulnerable households to support the risk of developmental delays, such as these home visits, and that supports 70% of the population. So really thinking about what is universal and what is specific, tailored to the needs of children and families. Next slide, please. And so what is universal? There are different ways that families can access information. And this is the example I was mentioning of technology, because we have the website, which has a lot of hands-on activities, virtual books, songs, games. There's in the top, the booklets for caregivers. So they've printed books and done a massive delivery of booklets for families that can't easily access the online platform. There's an app in the middle of the page. You can see the app. And so that's something that parents can download on their phone for free. And it has activities and ways to monitor children's development and ways to promote children's development. Very easy things that they can do throughout the daily routine. In the bottom left, you can see that there's a hotline and it's free to call and get messages and access information about services. There's a weekly radio program that reaches the whole country. And there's social media. So there's Facebook, there's YouTube videos, there's Twitter, where they tweet different messages on child development. Next slide, please. So that, I think, shared some of the country and different ways that that services are accessing the 0 to 3. And I'd like to share some specific ways that the World Bank is supporting learning more about services for this age group and supporting the evidence base. So the first is there is a toolkit for measuring early childhood development in low and middle income countries. And it's really a how-to guide for policymakers and practitioners and others to select and adapt early child development measures for children across 0 to 8, so not just 0 to 3. It could be helpful for planning, evaluating, and monitoring development over time, conducting a situational analysis. And what's really nice is there is an ECD measurement inventory of 147 tools that include observation tools such as the home, which is not just for 0 to 3, but is used very frequently with children 0 to 3, and the MELCO, which is more of a school readiness tool for kindergarten age children. Next slide, please. As part of our early learning partnership, we have a parenting, playful parenting funding round. And I think that will provide an opportunity to contribute to the evidence base, because most of our of the 7 projects in 7 countries, most of the projects focus on how to strengthen capacity of the workforce to deliver quality parenting, as well as how to measure parenting practices and the quality of the interventions. And so, for example, in Madagascar, they're piloting a group play-based intervention on early learning, health, and nutrition, and there will be an impact evaluation. So we really hope that these specific examples, which will hopefully be scaled up in these countries to reach many more children, can also contribute to what we know about what works for interventions in this age group. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. And the Early Learning Partnership, we are also very excited that we'll be launching a white paper and other activities. The white paper is called Better Jobs and Brighter Futures, Investing in Children to Build Human Capital. And we'll have some ongoing cross-sectoral work to expand the quantity and quality of childcare across gender, social protection, education within the World Bank portfolio. So we also hope that we'll be able to share this learning on what it takes to provide quality childcare services. Next slide, please. And the World Bank will be conducting a review of early childhood development from ages 0 to 6 in the Russian regions. And this will be a comparative analysis of early childhood systems in selected regions and a review of international experience on ECD. It will look at the review of progress achieved since the last regional review in 2009, completed together with UNICEF. There will be a focus on COVID-19 impact on ECD systems, and especially on nurturing the soft skills of preschool children. And possible partners for the 2021 review include the Ministry of Education and the Moscow City University. There are several ways that we think that the findings could support recommendations on, for example, on ways to proposals to strengthen preschool teacher training, the development of quality improvement measures at the state or regional level, and development of measures to support private sector preschool education. Next slide, please. So I just want to take the last few minutes to share about the Nurturing Care Framework as an opportunity to look across these areas and the different sectors. So the Nurturing Care Framework was developed in 2018 by the World Health Organization, UNICEF, the World Bank, and other partners through a consultative process. And it focuses on pregnancy to 3 and thinks about what are the critical conditions that each child needs to reach their full potential. It was developed specifically for the health sector, but there are, these components I think are helpful to look across sectors for strengthened coordination and services. Next slide, please. I think we'll have to keep clicking. Thank you. So apologies that this is in English, but I think just an example, there are these 5 components that you can see there in Russian: health, nutrition, opportunities for early learning, safety and security, and responsive care. And for each of these components, of course, there are sectors that are responsible for these areas, but there are also opportunities to strengthen coordination across and bring in messages from one sector into another. For example, in a group parenting session at a preschool, you could also bring in messages on breastfeeding, complementary feeding, responsive feeding. And maybe in a nutrition counseling session with a parent, you can also bring in messages on children's development at different ages and stages, or during a well baby checkup at the health center. That could be an opportunity to also look at children's development and make sure that there are no risk of development delays. So in many countries, this is already happening, but we're also learning from how to do this, especially in low and middle income countries. Next slide, please. And again, this is just another example of that some of these activities that are shared in the in the framework are applicable for everyone. Some are more targeted and some are specialized. So really thinking about what do specific families need so you can tailor services based on needs of children, but also needs of families. Next slide, please. And in the framework, they'll have ideas and recommendations on how to support countries on how to lead and invest, how to focus on families and communities, how to strengthen services, monitoring progress, and using data and innovate based on learning. And next slide, please. And I think reinforcing what Ekaterina said, it takes everyone. So the only way that when we're thinking of children 0 to 3, their families and the services, we really need to think across different actors and different sectors. So health, education, social protection, child protection, environment, private sector, academics, and what are the roles of each sector and each group. Next slide, please. So I believe that some of the materials on the website are in Russian, and there are so the materials you see here are different parenting materials. And there's one new one called Caring for the Caregiver, which I think is an underrepresented area that was mentioned today. What is the stress of the caregiver? What are the needs of the caregiver? And how can we support them as an individual first before thinking about how they can support their child's development? So there are a lot of tools on the website for parenting. Next slide, please. And there are other resources on how to operationalize nurturing care. There's a handbook, there's a practice guide, there are country case studies, and there's a growing resource repository with videos, training materials, publications, key messages, so different ways that could be helpful to you when you're thinking of services for children 0 to 3 years. So thank you so much for your time.
Большое спасибо, Мелисса. Такая очень объемная и детальная, одновременно детальная картина того, что имеет смысл делать и что реально делается с инструментами, с конкретными очень примерами. Спасибо вам огромное, очень интересно, очень важно. Про то, не только про постановку проблемы, но и про то, что имеет смысл делать и что делается. Спасибо вам большое. Если есть какие-то вопросы, пожалуйста. В чате я пока не вижу.
One new message есть.
Да, есть.
Это Екатерина.
Екатерина, да. Насколько достижение этих целей зависит от обеспечения образовательной среды высококвалифицированными кадрами? И что можно предпринять для этого? Мелисса?
Yes, I haven't heard the translation. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Не было перевода.
How much does this depend on educational environment, supply of high quality specialists to the educational environment? Is this the crucial thing? And what can you do in order to supply high quality people into the system? High quality specialists into the system.
Great question.
Melissa, is it okay?
So,
did you have?
Yes, thank you. Sorry. So I think this is a really important question on, kind of the level of professionalization needed for service delivery. And I think especially when we're thinking of, early childhood normally, but also this sector, a lot of the times it is done by more informal staff. So home visitors, group parenting facilitators.
Простите, мы слышим двойной перевод. Будьте добры, кто-нибудь один, пожалуйста, из переводчиков. Трудно слушать. Угу. На русский. Угу.
Are usually it's usually done by an informal, so community members, and that's the group that I've worked with in my career for the past 15 years, and I've seen that it can be done with quality if there's training and if it and support and accompanying, but also that the content really matters. So we need the specialist to work at the level to develop the content, to really understand the context. So working with experts in the context to understand what would be relevant for parents. How do you conduct a situational analysis to understand what are the current practices that already exist, and how can we build on those practices? So we're reinforcing, we're not bringing in something new, and we're not, as Ekaterina said, we're not lecturing. So I think the kind of the methodology and the content, we do need specialists. And working at the community level, I think we can work with staff who know the realities of the family and are trusted by families, but they need support for training and they need support for monitoring and coaching.
Спасибо большое. Еще
Thank you.
Melissa, may I ask?
Would there be any more comments?
Yeah,
I think
maybe.
Nico
Can I-
has a
Yes,
comment.
please.
If you go back to Chile, who are the takers of the program? What kind of families are taking part in the activity? Can you clarify? It's open to everybody, so that particular socio-economic group, are people living in slums, rural areas, or open
So
to
Nico,
everybody?
there's a it's not coming out clear. You were clear before.
Okay, may I ask you again, what kind of
Yeah.
people, what kind of parents, what kind of families do take part in the programs that you have started in Chile?
What kind of families?
Yeah, can you describe
Yeah.
the families?
So I think a lot of the programs that we're supporting are focused on vulnerable families, and you know the criteria for vulnerability could vary from country to country, but thinking of countries and families in with socioeconomic challenges, families that may be excluded because of ethnicity or language. And so, go ahead, Nico.
Yeah, and what kind of programs are open to, say, middle class people in Chile? What kind of programs are they using? Because what you have to offer, to my mind, looks splendid, looks fantastic. But apparently, the middle class doesn't make use of them. You know what I mean?
No, it's a really good point.
What kind of
And
service do they enjoy?
so I think right now a lot of the programming for 0 to 3 is starting, right? And so we're learning from it so we can scale. And so thinking of who in society, who can we focus on first, who's the most vulnerable, and then how could that be scaled so that we're working based on need. But I agree with you that, you know, as we've seen in the example of Chile, in Chile, they have services that are available to everyone. So everyone is able to access the booklets, everyone is able to tune into the radio program. 82% of the population can engage in different parenting activities. So I think that, you know, Chile is one example. I think Peru's program is growing, and they've just developed a radio and TV program that have 30 sessions for everyone. But I do think that we are learning from how to do this and how to scale, so that hopefully in the future there will be universal parenting programs in each country, with then having specific services for families that are at risk. So I think that's the goal, and I think that's where countries like Russia have a comparative advantage, because you do have the experience of kindergarten and bringing that to universal. And so how could that be, how could having kindergarten as a platform be an opportunity to reach the younger age group through engagement with parents and caregivers? So it'll look different in each country. Go ahead, Nico.
The program you seem to be offering in Chile seems to be a very high quality, very comprehensive, very supportive. And I think if I had young children, I would send them to your service. I would say, hey, I could use your service, but not think of anything else.
Yeah.
Definitely, it's the middle class.
And thinking of, I think, as in the Nordic countries, of how does it be seen as something part of health, where messages are shared as part of prenatal, part of health. So it just becomes part of the routine that everybody receives these messages.
Thank you.
Thank
Great
you.
presentation.
There is a question.
Мария Волкова, спасибо большое, Ника.
Question from Maria Volkova, and with this I want to thank Nico and Melissa. Maria Volkova is asking whether World Bank categorizes families in some way, or do you cover everyone? Are there any specific programs for specific types of families or kids, or is it just across the board coverage? Thank you.
That's great. So I think for that, it's really depending on the work with government in each country to understand what are the challenges in the education, social protection, health, nutrition. What are the challenges, and what is the government's plan to provide services and support? And so our role is really bringing in the evidence that exists and really supporting to think through, okay, if this is your goal, how can we help you to reach that goal? And because, as I shared, but a lot of the programming right now, especially for this age group, for 0 to 3, is being, these services are being offered through cash transfer programs. So the idea is that families that earn less than a certain amount receive support, and as part of that support, what we call an accompanying measure, which either they have to participate or they're encouraged to participate to receive the allowance, are these parenting programs. So this is a way that we've seen that, based on the needs of families, but as we said, we're hoping that these can be scaled up. And so already in Brazil, with their Happy Child program, which is a home visiting program, it started with families that receive the cash transfer program, but it has been expanded to other families who are also at risk in some way, but weren't eligible for the cash transfer. So, and in the next year, it will reach 2 million children and families. So the idea is that we're hoping that these programs can be scaled, but we're working together with the government to understand their needs and how to support them.
Спасибо большое, Мелисса.
Well, thank you very much, Melissa. Will there be any more questions or comments? And while people are thinking, I would like to use this opportunity to correct myself. I said that Melissa is international consultant for the World Bank, but I will correct my fault. You work for the World Bank, Melissa, don't you?
I do. Thank you. But it's yeah, it's a
Да,
pleasure.
спасибо большое.
Yeah.
Окей, спасибо большое.
All right, thank you very much. Any more questions? Yes, there is a question from Maria Volkova. Is anything special being done to support families in the northern regions? I'm asking this question because I'm based in Siberia, which is a northern region.
So yes, we are working in many countries. I don't know if my colleague Tigran would like to write in the chat maybe some of the specific ways that we are supporting early childhood across the Russian regions, but I believe that we are working across, and apologies that I don't have the specific for Siberia.
Если можно, пока Тигран, я не вижу.
Well, while Tigran, I hope, is going to write something in the chat, I will, in the interest of time, say that I happen to have been involved in a program in 2009, and Melissa mentioned it. And at least one of the regions was a northern region. There was Yakutia, and there was the Khanty and Mansi autonomous region of Russia. These two regions were both involved in that they monitored 0 to 3 years old child care monitoring. But I'm sure Tigran knows more about it, and as we, I think, know, the World Bank does work with the northern countries. There's one more thing I would like to say for the benefit of those who are listening to us, primarily for our Russian colleagues. To wit, what Melissa has been saying is essentially the results which echo the Perry-Prisco results, which gave origin to the curve we all know about, except that's been done not through direct intervention, but rather through the family, i.e. through indirect intervention. In that program, there were families participating in the program. They were monitored for 22 years, and it's astounding how much difference there was between their achievements and those who have not been enrolled in the program.
Окей. Ника пишет.
All right, we have a comment from Nico, who is thanking Melissa for a wonderful presentation. Great talk, Melissa, thanks.
Thank you, everyone. And I think I'll follow up with Tigran, Elena, and then maybe we can share throughout the conference. Maybe we can share that feedback. But I agree with you with the planned.
Я уверена, что с северными регионами все
Thank
прекрасно.
you. Well, absolutely, and they're doing quite well in the northern regions. And I would like to thank all the speakers, thank Nico, Yekaterina, Melissa, and all those who wrote and sent their messages and who took part in our discussion. Thank you and see you again. Bye-bye.
Ясно. Ну, какая-то комьюнити есть.
Есть, да. У меня даже одна профессор, Маргарита Пивоварова, она русская тоже, и она как и по экономике образования профессор, тоже у нас в Аризоне.
Пожалуйста.
Мы никого не ждем, да? У нас еще Римаренко нету вообще.
Фрумина.
Нет, Фрумин там что-то вроде есть, да? Потому что там институт образования висит.
Исаак Давидович подключился, вижу.
Да.
Ага, отлично.
И Дэвид. Yes, and David is already here.
Hello.
Yes. David
Hello, David.
Hi.
Hello, everyone.
Ну, давайте начинать, потому что Римаренко появится и присоединится.
Аркадий, давайте запускаться тогда.
Nice to meet everyone.
Nice to meet
Wonderful
you.
to see you too.
Okay. Ready? Не пойму, мы нас запустили или нет? Добрый день всем. Тема этого...
Good afternoon, everyone. This plenary session is about the educational reforms, challenges and solutions. This is a very generic subject because our presentations are very diverse in terms of their coverage. Iveta Silva starts this plenary session. We are delighted to have her with us. Thank you very much, Iveta. Thanks to the pandemic for setting up this excellent opportunity for us to get all connected in online. She's professor of the University of Arizona, a great friend of ours who's trained many graduates from Russia and other post-Soviet states. She is going to talk about learning not to be the masters of nature, but the friend of nature. Isaac Fruman is there to challenge the assumption that individual trajectories ensure the equity, quality of educational opportunities. Well, I believe he's about equality and equity. Igor Rimarenko, the Chancellor of the Moscow State Pedagogical University, is going to touch upon this, talking about institutionalization of individual approach in Russia. And then we have David Spindlove, a colleague and partner from Manchester. He's going to talk about the problem that emerged in England when the training of teachers shifted from the universities to the schools directly and what this reform resulted in. So may I ask you to kindly stick to the schedule because otherwise we won't have enough time for questions and answers. So Iveta, the floor is yours now. Thank you very much and good evening. I'm delighted to be here with you tonight.
Good afternoon and good evening. It's morning here in Arizona, but I'm very glad and happy to be with you here today. Just let me make sure that I can share my slides with everybody. That works, right?
Yep, does.
All right. I'm very grateful to the conference organizers for this opportunity to be here with you today. I wish I was speaking with you in person, but I'm happy that we can connect during these uncertain times virtually as well. So it's wonderful to see everybody here. I'm speaking today from Arizona State University, which is located in the Salt River Valley in Arizona, on the ancestral territories of the indigenous peoples, including the Akimel, Odaham, and Pequot Indian communities, whose care and keeping of these lands allows us to be here today. The ideas that I will discuss with you today are based on the discussion paper, which was written as part of the UNESCO's Futures of Education initiative. The goal of the UNESCO's initiative and of our paper is to reimagine how education and learning can shape the future of humanity and the planet. The Future of Education initiative is the latest in a series of global reports commissioned by UNESCO to grapple with the challenges of the future and to inspire change, and also to issue very practical policy recommendations. And you probably know that the first of these reports was called Learning to Be. It was published in 1972, and it focused on inequalities in education. Then the second report, Learning the Treasure Within, also we know it, it's often called the Delors Report. It was published in 96, and it focused on the importance of a humanistic approach to education. And it established the 4 pillars of education: learning to be, learning to know, learning to do, and learning to live together. And then there was one other report published in 2015. It was called Rethinking Education Towards a Global Common Good. And so based on all of these reports, this new initiative of the learning of the futures of education will be called Learning to Become, and it builds on a tradition to lay out this agenda of education policy dialogue and action on multiple levels. So for the Futures of Education initiative, UNESCO actually set the year of 2050 as a horizon for the reimagination of education. And this is what we have done in this paper. So we actually wrote this paper from the perspective of 2050 as a sort of this futuristic academic writing. So it's a different type of papers that I will be presenting to you today. We wrote it, I say we because this paper was written by the Common Worlds Research Collective, to which I belong, and including its founding members, Africa Taylor, Veronica Passini-Ketchaba, and Mindy Blaze. And also my colleagues are not able to be with us here today. They are present in the ideas that I will be sharing today. So this paper addresses the role of education in the times of the Anthropocene, or the Age of Man, a time in which human forces have fundamentally altered the geo and biospheric systems, triggering a cascade of ecological crises and threatening the future of life on Earth as we have known it, including that of our own human species. As our carbon emissions continue to overheat the planet, we face a climatic trajectory of intensifying floods, droughts, and fires, as we have witnessed just in this last year. As we continue to clear forests and destroy habitats and diminish biodiversity, we cause mass species displacements and extinctions, and create the conditions for ongoing devastating zoonotic pandemics like the COVID-19, which we are facing today. Without the will to address the root causes of the Anthropocene, we are suffering the tragic consequences. COVID-19 is just a glimpse into much more devastating and probably much more regular human-induced environmental crises that we will be experiencing in the future. And as Val Plumwood, an Australian environmental philosopher whose work I really value and love, said a decade ago, if our species does not survive the ecological crisis, it will probably be due to our failure to imagine and work out new ways of living with the Earth. She says that we will go onwards in a different mode of humanity or not at all. So like Plumwood, we believe that the current crises we face are indicative, first and foremost, of our failure to imagine alternative ways of living with the Earth. And in fact, we argue that education is directly implicated in the crises of the Anthropocene and our failure to imagine alternatives. Despite efforts to promote education as a key to achieving sustainable lives, schools and higher education systems continue to prioritize workforce supply for economic growth over environmental sustainability. And the Cartesian dualisms that structure our curricula and pedagogies are instrumental in perpetuating the delusion that we are somehow separate from the world around us and can act upon it with impunity. The fact that the world has the highest number of educated people in the history of the world and yet is the nearest to the ecological breakdown is a stark reminder that more of the same kind of education will only compound our problems. This is something that David Orr said already 10 years ago, and many philosophers have argued for several decades now. So in the face of the multiple existential threats that we have brought upon ourselves, we suggest argue that the business as usual is no longer an option. So we must step up to the challenges and fundamentally rethink the role of education and schooling in order to radically reimagine and relearn our own place and agency in the world. And to this end, we offer 7 visionary declarations of what education could look like in 2050 and beyond. And these declarations serve as urgent provocations, but provocations in a good sense of the word, provoking us to think together about the future, to think boldly. So these declarations are based on 3 premises. The first one is that the human and planetary sustainability are one and the same thing. We are an inseparable part of the ecosystems which we have destabilized and which now threaten life on Earth as we know it. The second premise is that any attempt to achieve sustainable futures by continuing to separate humans off from the rest of the world are delusional and futile. Even the intentions are well-meaning. The third is that education must play a pivotal role in radically rethinking the ways we think about our place and agency within this interdependent world, and therefore the ways we act. And this requires a complete paradigm shift from learning about the world in order to act upon it to learning to become with the world around us. So we argue that our future survival depends on our capacity to make this shift. So let's go very quickly through these declarations. So the declaration number 1, so I will be now speaking from the perspective of 2050, as if we are already there. So by 2050, we have critically reassessed and reconfigured the relationship between education and humanism. We now retain the best aspect of education's previous humanist mission, that is to promote justice, but we extend it beyond an exclusively human or social framework. Education's new purpose is to promote ecological justice, we suggest. Along with this ecological reframing of justice, we have radically also reassessed education's humanist knowledge traditions, refusing the premise of human exceptionalism. As 21st century unfolded, it became increasingly clear that capitalist extraction, production, and consumption, so closely associated with the human progress and development, were not only unsustainable, but also destabilized the Earth. So when the UN Sustainable Development Goals failed to be met by 2030, we were forced to admit that its foundational humanist epistemologies were incapable of addressing the ecological crisis that threatened the future of life on Earth. We also had to acknowledge that by perpetuating this human-centric and exceptionalist perspectives, education had become a part of the problem and not a solution anymore. So the second declaration is that by 2050, we have fully acknowledged that humans are embedded within the ecosystems and that we are ecological and not only social beings. It took us a while to break up with the delusions that we live and learn in autonomous human societies, which are somehow outside of the natural ecological communities that we study. It took us some time to stop splitting ourselves off and to let go of the double delusions that ecosystems exist to serve and sustain humans alone, and that we can manage, quote unquote, them for our own purpose. This realization also required us to dissolve the boundaries between the natural and the social sciences. Despite the UN's insistence that the 3 pillars of Sustainable Development Goals, economic, cultural, and environmental, were all interconnected and balanced, they were still differentiated along the disciplinary lines. So we have seen that the economic pillar of sustainable development always prevailed over the environmental ones. But the failure to meet the 2030 SDGs prompted a critical reassessment of these implicit dualisms that continued to prevent the achievement of interconnected human and environmental goals. within this ultimate harsh realization that human fates are bound with those of all other beings, elements, and forces on the living earth, we finally came to accept that living and learning is a part of the ecological human sciences, an ecological being. So having dissolved this disciplinary boundary between the natural and the human sciences, we now practice education with an overarching ecological consciousness. Now, the third declaration. By 2050, we have stopped using education as a tool for promoting human exceptionalism. We are teaching that agency is relational, it is collectively distributed, and it is more than human. It has been helpful to remind ourselves that although human exceptionalism was systemically promoted within the mainstream education, it has never been universally embraced. It is not consistent with many indigenous or African cosmologies or a multiplicity of local knowledge systems or eco-activist movements in the South Americas or with Asian philosophical traditions. The logics of human exceptionalism has also had powerful internal critics, including Western philosophers and theorists who came to be associated with the post-humanities like the Deleuze and Guattari or Bruno Latour or Donna Haraway or Isabel Stengers. They were replacing these hierarchies with flattened ontologies such as assemblages, networks, or multiple human and non-human actors with distributed agency. They took on this nature-culture great divide and blurred the categorical boundaries between humans and animals and machines, giving us the hybrid notions of cyborgs and nature cultures. Now, declaration number 4. By 2050, we have discarded education's human development and developmental frameworks. Instead of promoting individualism, we now foster collective, reparative, human, and more than human relations. With the benefit of the hindsight, we can now see that the human developmental frameworks that dominated education throughout the 20th and 21st centuries were part of the much bigger imperialist project to modernize the world, in line with the theological Western notions of progress and development. Developmental psychology was a part of the problem as it produced a universalized understanding of the child and a normative set of child development stages. Within this logic, the individual child was seen as a separate and abstracted from the world. And early years and primary curricula began with the needs and interests of the child and responded to his or her unique characteristics. And pedagogies such as child-centered learning, for example, reinforced and further supported this individual child learner in becoming autonomous, self-regulating, rational, agentic, but ultimately also separate from the rest of the world. But as the effects of the Anthropocene started to hit home in the 2020s, that is about this time, it became obvious that education was not preparing young people for the precarious ecological futures they face. So from 2018 and onwards, a growing school student movement brought millions across the world to the streets, proclaiming unending economic growth and development as an ecological catastrophe and demanding governments and national leaders to take urgent action on climate change. They could see that education had to fundamentally change in order to be a part of the solution and not part of the problem. They called for a radically different kind of education for the future survival. And at the students' insistence, we have now permanently delinked education from the twin logics of infinite economic growth and human development and reconfigured it around the principles of interdependence and interconnectedness that make everyone and every single part of the Earth's ecological community. Now, declaration number 5. By 2050, we have recognized that we live and learn in a world. Our pedagogies no longer position the world as out there, as the object that we are learning about, but something that we are within it. So learning to become with the world is a situated practice and in a more than human pedagogical collaboration. So the new goals of teaching and learning require us to challenge education's most fundamental binary, and it is the subject and object divide. The world had always been the object of study, and humans had always been the knowing subjects. This new vision proceeds with an ecological consciousness that firmly repositions all humans as ecological insiders, always already embedded within ecosystems. We have moved away from the one world view that presumptuously advanced a universalized Western notion of education for all towards a responsibly promoting situated learning as a means to co-construct worlds that are more livable for all. We are enthusiastically undertaking this collective task of learning with those in our common worlds as a mode of remaking the world together. Declaration number 6. By 2050, we have retasked education with a cosmopolitical remit. This has moved it far beyond the universalist and anthropocentric claims of humanist, humanitarian, and human rights perspectives. So education now fully embraces the principles of cosmopolitics and acknowledges the coexistence of many different worlds. We no longer adhere to the widely accepted humanist UNESCO lingua franca of the cosmopolitanism, which dates back to the establishment of the UN in 1945, including also the most recent iterations of the new humanism. This humanitarian logic not only failed to achieve the world peace, but it also revealed that the humanistic definition of an emancipated human was simply insufficient to define the inhabitants of the planet, all of the inhabitants of the planet. So instead of speaking of the single world revealed through many perspectives, cosmopolitical educational approaches acknowledge both multiplicity and interconnectedness of the worlds. And as Isabel Stengers explains, that is, in the term cosmopolitical, the cosmos refers to the unknown constituted by these multiple divergent worlds and to the articulations of which they could eventually be capable, as opposed to the temptation of a peace intended to be final and single. So this concept of cosmopolitics enabled us to adopt a much broader definition of what it means to belong, the one that embraces everyone and everything on the living, or both living and non-living beings. So it gave us an opportunity to learn and practice articulations about multiple divergent worlds, not only interrupting the principle of the universality, but also enabling us to get on with the task of collectively assembling common worlds through a network of human and more than human actors. And finally, so declaration number 7, by 2050, the goal of education for future survival has led us to prioritize an ethics of collective recuperation on the damaged Earth. So we have now completely reimagined and reconfigured education around the future survival of our planet. We have resituated the practice of education in common worlds because we no longer differentiate between the social and the environmental, and no longer frame pedagogy as an exclusively human activity. So motivated by a commitment to seeking intergenerational and multi-species justice, we have shifted the goal of education from a humanitarian to an ecological justice. Consistent with all of these shifts, we have adopted a completely new mode of ethics that is collaborative, more than human, and recuperative. So in our visionary declarations, we have speculated that by 2050, education will have to be radically reconfigured around the survival in the Anthropocene. We have focused upon future survival because we believe that this unraveling of the anthropogenic ecological catastrophes is rapidly debunking the blind faith in the grand narrative of human progress and development, and will make it increasingly untenable for education to maintain this dangerous fiction in any guise. And this includes the guise of the education for sustainable development, in which humans learn to better manage the environment as precious resources for economic growth and prosperity. It also includes the guise of education fostering human inequity to develop new techno fixes in order to solve the environmental catastrophes we have created to save the planet. So if we have to have a future, the business as usual is really no longer an option. And that is why our speculative visions for this future survival declare the need for a fundamental break with a humanist tradition. This is why we are calling for this interrelated series of shifts from promoting humanism to exercising an ecological consciousness, from working for social justice to working for ecological justice, from understanding humans as social beings to understanding humans as ecological beings, from upholding exclusive human agency to recognize agentic, more than human relations, from encouraging individual development to fostering collective dispositions, from understanding teaching and learning as an exclusively human activity to approaching worldly relations as inherently pedagogical, and from teaching students as subjects about the world as object to learning with others in our common worlds, from assuming universal positions and standards to considering pluriversal perspectives, from promoting human cosmopolitanism to understanding more than human cosmopolitics, and from fostering human environment stewardship to participating in more than human collective recuperative ethics. And finally, and kind of to summarize it all, from learning how to better manage, control, and save the world to learning how to become with the world or how to become a part of the world. So we argue that our future survival really depends on our capacity to make this shift, and education plays a very central role in this process. And here's just a little bit more information about the UNESCO's Future of Education initiative, the also the Common Worlds Research Collective, which has been a part of this kind of exercise of re-envisioning what education should look like by 2050, if not earlier. So thank you so much.
Many thanks, Iveta. Спасибо большое. Пока я не вижу никаких вопросов в чате, поэтому задам...
For now, I cannot see any questions in the messenger, so I'll go ahead and ask mine, and it is going to be a difficult one. Iveta, so what is it we ought to change in our education in order to respond to these challenges?
So it's okay if I speak in English, right?
Absolutely.
So I think what we propose, fundamentally, the very thing that we can start thinking what to change is this whole logics of human exceptionalism. And what we see on a very daily basis in our educational systems, right? It's for example, the pedagogy of child-centered learning is probably one of the easiest examples, right? Which is the beginning of teaching students that they are at the center of the world, on the top of the hierarchies, that their needs and interests and desires are above everybody else, right? So it's basically in formal education, usually in mass schoolings, that we begin to learn to separate ourselves from the rest of the world and position ourselves on top of everybody else. So the work of this Common Worlds Research Collective is also very interesting because they usually work with the early childhood education mostly. So with children who have not entered the school system yet. And they have very fascinating research that shows how interconnected with the world the children are before they begin the formal schooling, right? And
That's right.
that they actually know how to communicate with other species, whether it's animals or they actually also may treat other human beings in more interdependent ways. But it's through schooling often that we learn these hierarchies. And these hierarchies actually are based on the same principles that distinguish among different human groups, but they also translate into distinguishing between humans and non-humans, right? The non-human species. But I guess the point is, how can we think about education in broader terms, not only to benefit ourselves, but also others with whom we cohabit in the world?
Ага, появился еще один вопрос, тоже очень непростой. Чем отличается учитель 2050 от учителя...
Here's another one. What makes the teacher 2050 different from teacher 2030?
Yeah, so I hope the teacher of the 2050 would not be stuck just learning in a classroom alone in the four walls, of the buildings. I hope that the education is also taken outside too, being in more direct communication with the world as well. Not only limited to the books that we read and everything within the four walls of the schools, right? That we can take education out into the world as well. And hopefully that in 2050, it's not only the human teacher alone that is responsible for all of the learning, right? Maybe there are other more than human teachers that are part of the process as well, whether those are hyborgs or whether, I don't know, they are more than human beings, whether they are, with some learnings that we can also gain from the nature itself as a teacher. Maybe there is a combination.
Большое спасибо. Ивета, я боюсь, что у нас...
Thank you so much. Iveta, I'm afraid we don't have the time for another question, and I give the floor to Isaac Frumin, even though I see that there are a few more questions. We'll address them after the session, or I can reply in writing. Mr. Frumin, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, good evening for some of us, dear colleagues. I'm very happy to see Iveta, our longtime friend from a partner university. I think she has made a very important presentation for all of us. Notably, recently I looked up her work, inter alia, about countries with collectivist cultures, which seem to be enduring the pandemic better than others. I live near such a country, I mean China, and I can't fully agree that this is a direct derivative of its culture. And yet, collective action as a concept is of paramount importance. I've always been a proponent of individualism, of respect towards human individuality. However, today, my respect to an individual child, their family, their interests should be balanced off by an understanding that we all act together. Today, we study agency or being autonomous, but not to the detriment of collective action. Therefore, for me personally, making things individual have become of more interest to me. They have moved to the forefront because this is a predominant trend among educators as a community. We see that even state-run programs have intricately encompassed both centralization and individualism. We're witness to a massive conversation of individualism and its multiple trajectories. So I will quote Potter, who said, "Stay away from discussions about words." So I, in this vein, will not discuss the difference between individualization and personalization. It's just that we observe two strong trends. One is the growing of what we know as an individual approach, when teaching materials take into account the child's individuality. Plus, there's the notion of choice availability, where a child or their family are entitled to choosing what they think is appropriate for them. And this brings us to the idea of the availability of various options. And this brings us to the discourse about individual trajectories. Here is a very rough graph. We have a classroom full of kids moving in the same direction in the first stage, still to the same direction at the second stage, and still in the same direction on the third stage. That's a group approach. By contrast, at very first stage, as it shows here, individualism implies that kids move in different directions, starting from step 1. Digital technologies, for the first time ever, enable us to provide individual learning opportunities for each individual student by making individual teachers and individual training materials available for them. There's a vast space of aid so that everyone can find whatever suits them. There's something that is missing from my presentation, and yet Iveta's presentation made me think of it. I have a colleague. He studied social media in St. Petersburg, Russia, where school kids post their messages. And he noticed that a kid stays within the same network and the same media for, say, 5 years, and appears to be stuck within one and the same group. And instead of diversifying their links on the social media, the kid moves along together with their social bubble. So social media, instead of uniting us, seems to be dividing us. Could this be a good thing? Perhaps within these bubbles, we will be able to flourish. Perhaps we will have individual learning trajectories available for us or offered to us. Even the president of Russia stated 2 years ago in 2018, or 3 years to be precise, that we need to transition to new, including individual education technologies. We've looked up the subjects of different dissertations, and it looks like 90% of them dealing with individualization have been written over the past 2 decades, focusing in particular on individual content. Even Ken Robertson at TED.Talks says that we do not need any standardization, we need diversity. However, let's make sure we understand that individual trajectories do not boil down only to individual contents. We don't want to disrupt the curricula we're used to, and we do not want to destroy the social groups that we're used to. Rather, And that's the key message I want to share with you today. We want to bring about a new situation. However, with itself, it brings new risks of inequality. Now, where does inequality originate from? This is Raymond Goodon, a towering figure in sociology. He suggests that kids from poor families and high-income families start learning in different ways. Most poor kids perform worse than most rich kids. He referred to this phenomenon as primary inequality effect. Now, you move on through your studies, you perform pretty much the same way as kids from more successful families. And then a strange thing happens. Your paths bifurcate. Take a look at the state unified examination. And imagine that there are two kids, for example, let's say two girls. One from a lower quintile in terms of income, and the other from the higher income quintile. They pass the exam and get the same score. The probability of the poorer girl going to a more selective, so to speak, university is lower than that of a girl from the upper quintile, which is strange because they're both entitled to entering that university, and yet they have a choice, and it is at this choice point that their paths bifurcate. I'm going to quickly flip through my slides so that you can see Tatiana Havinson, Yuri Zakharkin, Sergei Kosovetsky's publications on the subject, and I thank them all for contributing to this presentation. After grade 9, where do kids go? They can go to college, or they can go to the 10th grade. And by college, I mean vocational, professional training. We see that higher performing students with worse educated parents, for some reason, continue to grade 10. And then we see that in the group of well-performing students is twice as high. So poor kids go to vocational schools, whereas 33% from higher income families go to vocational schools. Now, what happens after that? Suppose both parents have only finished high school. About half the children want to go to grade 10. However, in parents with tertiary education, over 50% go to tertiary education. So this is where their educational paths bifurcate. Plus again, the quality of universities also varies greatly between these two groups. So it's all about the area of choice and of educational enrichment choices that kids make. Daniela Markovits of the Yale University in his presentation shows that American high-income families spend 10 times as much than uneducated families spend for their kids. We see that this type of education is very important because the more you learn, the more successful your school education becomes. So how do parents select this kind of education? Because they have to select it. They have to make a choice because it's not mandatory. What we see here is that the higher the parents' level of education, the more kids get this additional kind of education. Again, let's skip the details. I'm not going to categorize them in terms of income. Whenever there's a choice as a starting point, the risk of inequality increases. The same is true about the family's income. There you also have to make choices, and kids from poor families do less additional education. Now, let me use another example of choice. 11th graders, the 11th grade is the last grade in school. They have to make a choice whether they need to hire an extracurricular private tutor or not. At least one parent has higher education, then we see that these families do hire private tutors. Again, there's a large price range here, but what's obvious is that in families with uneducated parents, both parents, they don't even think about private tutoring. And the same is true about enrolling in preparation courses for colleges. And again, another example about choosing your major training or education. All families possessing more than 150 books have a higher number of kids which attend classes in additional specialized courses, because after grade 7, parents have to make the decision whether they want their child to specialize in some particular area or continue general kind of education. Why risks increase whenever we transition or have to make a choice? It's because we have known for a long time that what's at work here is parents' educational aspirations, the students' educational aspirations, and thirdly, it is the school that produces an impact. We conducted a survey among school masters in a large city. We asked them to prioritize their activities such as child safety, ethics, achievement, social mobility, and so on. There were about 20 different items. And social mobility happened to be rated last or almost last. This is one of the things Russia is not very high on any of the ratings, because schoolmasters and teachers are not providing much support to highly competitive parents. So what we see is that the more choice options are, the more transitions there are, the deeper the inequality. We don't factor it in when we work with parents. Look at those who help children select their careers, their career advisors. They don't tell you that we have to take into account a child's background, their social background. They don't talk to you about the glass ceiling that kids do sense whenever their future professions are discussed with them. How can a student think about an, let's say, academic career or a university unless someone tells them about such a possibility? Someone other than their parents, that is. So the more transitions there are, the more choices that have to be made, the higher the risk of inequality. Now, let's look at individual trajectories. There's a theory called the theory of effectively maintained inequality. It claims that inequality will be sustained in the shape of qualitative differences. For instance, we used to make a selection of students after grade 4, then grade 9, and so on and so forth, and redirect our children to different paths. But right now, now that paths are more individual, the child's family can say that they don't want their child to earn A's in a foreign language. For instance, for that child, a medium grade is sufficient. So what happens, colleagues, is that we face more risks of inequality, and I just wanted in my presentation to share with you this sense of danger. And I wish I could finish my presentation by providing some kind of recommendations, and yet I fear that I am not prepared for that. We need more information. We need school masters to be more sensitive about these risks. We need to work on our expectations. We need consultants who would be able to explain to students what risks they might be facing if they choose a particular trajectory. And yet we're very far from being ready to do all that. I hope the digital technologies will help us with that. Well, thank you very much, Isaac. We have questions. We have a question from Igor Vremarenko. It says that data we have could be indicative that a child who has already selected an individual trajectory will do better than a child who hasn't selected it. Well, that's an interesting perspective, but if you look at our data, even if it's true, we still see that individual trajectories somehow are selected by children from safer environments and privileged families. Right, thank you. Another question. Who is responsible for telling when a child is ready for an individual trajectory in grade 10. Are schools ready to diagnose children? Well, how do you define readiness? How do you know that a child is ready? Is there a recipe? I think it's all a matter of opinions at this point. We don't have a concept, even on a theoretical level, that could be justifiable, or any assessment tools at this point. And again, colleagues, my presentation was not designed as a set of recommendations. Rather, it was designed as a provocation. I'm all for individual trajectories. Please don't misconstrue me. I'm just trying to caution you in that we want to avoid bringing about new risks of aggravating inequality if we push individual trajectories too much. So let's think about whether or not every child is prepared or fit for an individual trajectory. Well, thank you very much, Isaac. We don't have any more questions, so let's give the floor to Igor Remarenko, who wants to institutionalize individual approaches to education. Let's see what he has to say. Well, no, I don't want to institutionalize it, but that's the title of your presentation. No, it doesn't say that I want it. It's just a statement of fact. Well, let me share my presentation with you, first of all. I think it's working. Can you see it? Yes, we can. Well, as a matter of fact, Igor, as a matter of fact, Isaac and I have not colluded on speaking on the same subject. It's just that he and I seem to be competing at whose presentation lays the ground down in more straightforward terms. I want to talk about individualization as a path towards accessibility. Now, accessibility of what exactly? Let's take a look. Individual trajectories are not assured by the state. This is not something mandated by the state. It's not something that the state guarantees to the users of public services. So let's be very clear about that. So let's think about what it is that we want to become accessible. Is it some kind of a monolithical education, or is it accessibility of something that does fit within the same framework, and yet you can select your own pathway towards reaching what's viewed as a certain level of education? Isaac mentioned in passing that there is apparently a difference between individualization and personalization. Indeed, there's a discussion underway on that. We have a school masters club in Moscow. There are education experts. There is Eureka Research Center, who is also a member of this club. Alexander Asmolov, the Institute of Education in Moscow. We're all members of this club, and we're discussing all these matters within the club. We want to clearly identify what it is that we want to put in place so that it is then regulated by the national legislation. This is Article 43 of the Constitution, which guarantees accessibility of free education. It's color marked in red and speaks about preschool and general school education. It goes on to identify what's implied. It's the education provided by educational institutions run by the state and by municipalities. So this is what the Constitution defines as education that has to be accessible.
Кодексе, согласно которой родители всех наших детей обязаны обеспечить получение детьми общего образования. У нас есть судебные прецеденты и лишение родительских прав в отношении тех родителей, которые эту обязанность не обеспечили. Поэтому, вот, мне кажется, очень важно разобраться, что же это такое, к чему мы, собственно, это право обеспечивания проводим. Вот некоторое противоречие, которое, на мой взгляд, присутствует в самих федеральных государственных образовательных стандартах.
So here we have some contradiction in the federal standards, and in fact, on the one hand, we have here a statement whereby we are going to develop the ability for self-development and personal self-determination, and there is nothing here about the individual educational trajectories, but there is a hint here, however, at that our children have to individually determine their own future and professional engagement. At the same time, it talks about some kind of collective identity, collective entity that everybody has to share. So it means that on the one hand, there is some very clear, rigid individual requirements. On the other hand, there is a value of customization, individualization. So how does the state guarantee work? What is this public education? General education, comprehensive education. I mean, the standards of different countries are clearly changing, have been changing over the past 2 decades. We have seen multiple intensive renewal of educational standards. They have come out a lot of publications. In fact, we have had a dialogue with Isaac Fruman, and we also have a lot of publications available that are working to understand this problem. So based on this analysis, it looks feasible to identify 5 major areas of research and project work. So focus 1, direction number 1 is to greater the state inertia based. We have a vision and understanding of the outcomes of education as knowledge and competence in something. So let's take this competence, this knowledge as they call it, and seek to split it into grades, into level of perception, like for instance, into years of training. The most sound project was implemented in the United States called Common Core, the common nucleus of education, where you have the educational outcomes at different stages of education. This is the table where you have the class and you have the exact indication of which outcomes you get at what stage. So what matters here is not the content of the outcomes, but they're split by years. So you can say that one child studies at one grade, the other one at a different one. So you can study in grade 5, but you can have the 4th grade in mathematics. You can study in grade 6, but you can lag behind and have grade 5. Here are the examples from the humanities, where they split the outcomes of education. This kind of work was also done about a year ago. In my institution, we prepared a version of the standards which worked as follows. If you take the standards of 2004, which was the first set of standards accepted in this country in compliance with the regulations laid down in the Constitution, we see that these standards really describe the subjects, the themes that had to be studied. Now, the standards of 2019, in fact, describe the same thing by and large, but it introduced more action verbs to demonstrate what you've got to do. Like there is a skill to solve linear and square equations, for instance. In December 2019, the standards were considered at the Board on Standards of the Ministry of Education, and then this work got stalled due to a number of conflicts and dissatisfaction emerging in the community, which demonstrate that the standards essentially split the theory children had to learn at school into years and periods of tuition, which would then make the school curriculum even more rigid. So there was developed a task force on developing a system of comprehensive education, and its major goal was to revisit the standards under the guidance of Vice Premier and Assistant to the President. And now this team is working, this task force is working. So this is how it all started. Next approach. Let us now give up on focused outcomes. Let us make a focus on the child, on his qualities, features, interests, and his capacity. Let us now see all these outcomes as a material. We have a lot of friends and colleagues in Russia and abroad who are thinking about this. Shalva Monashvili states, the most important thing in education is to believe in the child's ability. His story about how he became the great teacher of this country is about how one teacher just gave up on the entire curriculum and studied for the entire year one piece of literature, which was so inspirational to all the children. So this is what Isaac Frumin was talking about. It's having something in common for all the children. So the teacher really managed to find something that was inspirational to each and every pupil in her class. And that's not just a Russian story. I mean, we had a minute of silence in memory of Boris Hassan. Sergei Kurganov, recently as well, who is an outstanding teacher who worked in this area as well. And he said the most important thing a teacher should learn is to be entirely independent of the system of education. That is, forget about the regulations and the standards, just work. If you feel like it, if you're feeling suppressed by regulations and standards, well, you can always speak. You are doing this. I mean, if you don't want to give home assignments, don't do that. You can always find a way to make it look like an assignment given. I mean, this is his approach, but not many people are taking it. Now, the third possible approach is courses in parallel. That is, you have the discipline-specific results or outcomes is one story. Now, evaluating the personal results is a whole different story. And usually they don't overlap. That is, for instance, in this country, we're talking a lot about the introduction of the post called educational advisor. It's going to be a particular line in school. An education advisor is going to teach honesty, kindness, but the deputy headmaster is then not going to be doing this kind of personality development. He's going to rather focus on other educational outcomes. I mean, this sounds as very strange examples, but still there is this move as well. It's parallel courses. I mean, it's training and the formation of different qualities of a personality, including the self-determination. That's a whole different story. Now, these practices exist. we see how exciting it is that Canada is restructuring its training, demonstrating that 4 C's work. This morning we had a question about the 4 C's approach. And the answer was, it does really matter because it's all about development. It's just a kind of twist they had in Canada. So they had the 4 C's: collaboration, communications, critical thinking, and creativity. They added 2 more C's. It's character indication and citizenship. So it's now 6 C's. Digital literacy may be added here as well, which is no longer C. It's like 6C and 1D. And in these 4 C's, you already have well-established practices. Like in Ontario, for instance, every school teacher uses the descriptor system to report on what's going on. In my university, we have a school. It's part of the IB schools system. And these are some examples from what our children rate, analyzing their performance based on the descriptors. I can set my goals. And the boy says, I can set my goals. I can find ways to solve the problem. The next approach is about building links, building connections between the subjects, the disciplines, and it's a very local and focused approach. On this slide, you see the experts evaluating how much percent of the how many initiatives are taken in implementing the particular approaches. So in the content of education, here we're trying to understand what it is we're talking about. We're trying to record how these results are linked, the subject focused and the results that are not focused on the subject. Now, as part of the initiatives implementing this approach, you have a network of Cambridge schools, which has it in the following way. In accordance to every subject, in every detail, you analyze how in this subject they accomplish the subject-specific results, and also how this particular subject.
Причем это делается активно с самими учащимися. Ну вот такой, если бы меня спросили, а если какой-то...
And this is done actively by the students themselves. I mean, is there a document, a real document or a standard that would find a link here? I would say the Finnish educational standard is the most similar one to it, that recorded transversal competences that really goes through all the subjects. So these competences are formulated in a very particular ways: the thinking, the cultural competence, the ways of skills of self-servicing, and the skills of setting one's daily routine. Iveta was talking about this when this competence in coordination, cooperation, and building a stable future is penetrating all over the place. It's pervasive. Now, the Finnish approach really formulates all the comprehensive competences that get into every subject. It's mathematics, for instance, for grades 7 through 9. You have the teaching goals listed here in the table. You have competences dependent on the goals of tuition, and I will show you the cross-cutting, overlapping competences. Here you have the ability to cooperate, interact, to build a stable future, and this overlaps with the goal to take up one's own responsibility for independent learning and for joint learning of mathematics as a team. So here we really added more action verbs, as we put it. Here the standards really what children actually do. They meet, they practice, they form, they solve, they strengthen, they familiarize themselves with the equations, they use the different calculus approaches, and the next approach, which to me looks the most promising, that brings together competences and the educational outcomes, is the one that has been very visible over the past year, when the entire society has seen a period of complete and full online education. We've had a lot of feelings about it. Everybody at this point understood that that was the case when students were asked to shut their eyes in Zoom when they answered the question, so they did not cheat. Or for instance, here is a boy responding to the teacher in Zoom, and his mother is sitting under the desk prompting him the right answers. Why is this important in terms of how we understand the actual content of education? Well, I believe these are the examples that make it very visible and clear that the traditional vision of that you've got to come to school and to shut the cell phone and to really fully dedicate yourself to learning and remembering things you're taught, that didn't work. This doesn't work anymore. I mean, the feeling that you can always cheat and look things up online is pervasive. Everybody thinks this. I mean, there are pieces of the school curriculum that looks so strange when they are delivered by just repeating what's written in the textbooks. In this sense, we could split education into several different segments. One is the Googleable information. That is, how do you solve the square equations? This is the way you do it. But there are things you cannot Google. There are things you can look up on the internet, but it does not really offer you an understanding of it. That is, for instance, we know that RNA has to do with genetics, but how does it work? I mean, what are the chromosomes about? Why is there a spiral and not a ball there? This is not something you can easily understand. This is where you need to work with the teacher, with the other peers. You need cooperation, you need a discussion, you need to build up the assumptions and to debunk it, and only then you know how the helix is explained. So some data in the school curriculum are outdated. You don't have the Bradis tables anymore. You don't have the logarithm line anymore. But at the same time, you get lots of input. You can Google, you can find in the search engines, and this accounts for a big bulk of school delivered theory. The rest you can only arrive at by working together. So this is about a different type of individual trajectories. It's important landmarks in the school curriculum through which everybody navigates in his or her own way. But if you don't navigate through this, you don't generate anything that you would share with the others. Like if there are things you are not quite clear about in mathematics, physics, biology, the rest is kind of secondary importance. So you build educational programs based on the big ideas principle, or, well, in this case, it is pretty much the same as the fundamental concepts, fundamental notions, or concept-oriented tuition or education. This is what it is all about. And here you have different provinces. I referred to Ontario, but now you have British Columbia, and they're building the entire program on big ideas. If the child understands the big idea behind things, then you see lots of multiple branches stemming from this big idea. But the big ideas are things everybody should share. Like Iveta was saying, I mean, there is the big idea that we're not the only ones here. We really have to care for the whole planet as human beings. That is one of the big ideas. Now, clearly, this is not an exhaustive list of all the approaches to institutional setup and to individualizing it. There are tutorial practices. There are outstanding experiments we have seen in Korea when individualization is built on learning sports. I mean, how different things can be there. And there you can clearly say, I will never run long distances. I've never been good at it. But there are other things in sports I can do very well. Or for instance, you have another thing, which is these schemes of thinking, mental frames, mental schemes. A Japanese university partnering with us has been working on this. They're not unique in this. Everybody uses mental frames, but they just use them in very different ways. So what we are working on is we are trying to understand in which areas of the traditional school curriculum used by the teachers have the cross-cutting elements which make it possible for the individual to discover himself and form the communication, the collaboration, and the critical thinking. That is, how do we find this gravity points in the school curriculum that would make it possible for us to develop these skills? So we have some ideas here and some developments I'm planning to introduce at the next conference. We're now working with the teachers, discussing how the traditional lesson works and how other ways can be used to encourage everybody to take his own individual trajectory and to yet be part of the community. Thank you. Thank you very much. I cannot believe you cannot do long distances because you're the chancellor of a university. I'm sure you can.
Вопросы, пожалуйста. Появились какие-то вопросы?
Do you have any questions yet? The participants of this panel are all very welcome to ask their questions. I can't see any questions yet. Here's a question from Lydia Orlova. What's your view of the approach by Bloom on setting the goals? Well, indeed, there are lots of educational practices available all over the place, be it by Bloom or by Anderson or by other proponents. I mean, Bloom was the first one to come up with this approach, but many educational practices, when they talk about individualizations, they're using taxonomies as an element of training, as an element of individualization. And I believe this is a very erroneous approach, because just remember why Bloom came up with taxonomy. In fact, he describes there how to use it best. He says, he was at the examination. The board of examiners was asking questions to the examinees. At some point of time, he understood all these questions were very different. And it makes sense to agree which one has more weight. So Bloom built this taxonomy for evaluation. But when they start training in Bloom taxonomy, they say, first, we deliver the knowledge, the theory. Understanding comes next. Understanding is a matter of a higher level. Well, no, Bloom did not think so. That is not his point. Basically, project work, in Bloom's view, was something you had to start with. And then some people will gain this understanding, some will not. But you've got to do the utmost to involve children into all kinds of project work. This has been a very brief answer, but Bloom's taxonomy to me is about the evaluation and assessment. It is not about training. Thank you. On this, I'm passing the word to David Spendlove. I first thought his presentation was less related to yours, but I can clearly see it's about choice. In David's case, it's about the choice that is not working for the benefit of the budding teacher, right? David, the floor is yours.
So I believe Elena is going to play the recording of my session.
Right, somebody will. Yes. Да, по ходу презентации Дэвида можно задавать вопросы в
As David
чате.
is making his presentation, please feel free to ask your questions in the messenger because it's a little longer than we expected. So otherwise we won't have time for questions.
Hello, good afternoon, colleagues. My name is David Spendlove, Professor of Education at the University of Manchester, and I've decided to record this presentation initially because I wasn't sure where in the world I would be on this day, and I didn't know if I could guarantee Wi-Fi access. So I've recorded it just in case, but actually I'm still in England because of the COVID problems. However, by recording this presentation, it means that I can engage with people in terms of questions during the seminar via the chat facility, and then equally we can pick up questions later on. You'll also have to bear with me because I'm obviously looking at the Russian version of the presentation, but I've got the English version of the presentation here. And if I get them out of sync, I'll be talking about the wrong thing. So I apologize in advance of that. So I've sent through the abstract of the presentation and essentially what this conversation is about. And in fact, I'll just move that forward quickly to talk about this in a little bit more detail. So firstly, the very essence of this particular presentation is about teacher education in England and the rapid development of policy over the last decade, which has had a particular effect upon the sector, because the prime purpose or a significant purpose of what has happened has been about marginalizing higher education, teacher education in England. But also alongside this, this is very much about under the guise of delivering equity and transforming teacher education. But what we can characterize this period as a period of duplicity. And this is why I've got this, this image of Caravaggio, where the sleight of hand and the card sharp are playing and deception is in place. And this very much characterizes the English policymaking over the last decade. An interesting phenomenon about it is that it isn't entirely obvious at the particular time which direction we were going, although we knew that there was a significant disruption taking place. But the reality is, having a kind of retrospective analysis of the policy over the last 10 years, you see the kind of roadmap that has been followed over that 10 years, and it becomes very stark and very apparent just how significantly the period has been in terms of transforming teacher education. But actually the duplicity of the activity means that what was being proposed in many occasions hasn't actually been achieved. It's the opposite of that. And so I'll talk through that as we go through the presentation. And again, we can discuss that a little bit later. So again, one of the key features of this, this change has been about trying to move education in general in England, and I'm talking specifically about England because education has devolved amongst the nations of the United Kingdom. But I'm talking about England in particular, where the government has followed a knowledge-rich curriculum, which in itself sounds very innocent, except we know that education is inseparable from politics. So knowledge rich is actually driven by a particular belief about how children learn, how children should behave, how schools should be constructed, and how the whole process of education works together and what the aims of education are. So an innocent statement as knowledge rich actually is problematic from an academic sense, because it's a simplistic premise, but actually beneath that are many, many key principles, of one of which is actually an equity issue, and then secondly is an issue relating to how we train and develop teachers over time. So the premise of knowledge rich draws upon Ed Hirsch kind of philosophy, and it was driven by the previous Secretary of State, Michael Gove, who was central to the transformation of England's education policy from 2010. Michael Gove was Education Secretary from 2010 to 2014, is still regarded as very influential within the Department for Education and Education Policy in England. And you may be familiar with Michael Gove because of his influence in Brexit, often employing many of the same characteristics of duplicity in policy development around Brexit as in education. But the traditionalist view adopted by Gove and endorsed by various writers is again a simplistic notion of cultural capital, where children are considered as kind of empty vessels in terms of knowledge, and it's something that we have to kind of fill, and it's a prescribed knowledge, and it's not questionable knowledge, and how they accumulate that knowledge is a very simplistic traditionalist notion of schooling and education in very, very simplistic terms. Again, driven by a perception of equity, when in reality, this is having the opposite effect in terms of equity. And there's nothing in the evidence base to suggest that this kind of premise has any kind of sustainability. But what we've also got alongside this kind of transformation of how education is perceived is a very, very limited view about how schools operate. It's about the autonomy that schools have. So the transformation of the education system in England and the academy system, which you'll no doubt have heard of previously, or you will be hearing about. So again, I'm trying to untangle all these different aspects of policy that were taking place at the same time, which have a significant effect in the long run, but all under the guise of one aspect of development, but actually not necessarily achieving that, and the opposite in terms of the sleight of hand happening as a consequence. So what we had was a government on challenging, a government philosophy of challenging around 2010. In fact, so I was in a kind of senior role in 2010, and we were getting noise of this new kind of government about to start from 2010, which had a kind of real angst against universities and faculties of education. And so we'd heard that this was happening. And then from 2010 onwards, we got this kind of rapid turmoil in education policy, which was very much about tackling universities. It was very much about denigrating faculties of education and academics in universities. And very much within this philosophy was regarding the preparation of teachers as a craft. It's not an intellectual activity, it is a craft. And so very much part of this conversation today is about how this craft of teaching has been used to prioritize the training and development of teachers. Essentially, this is saying teachers don't need the academic development, they need the time in schools. It's all about practice-based, when very much the model that was being used in England was a dual kind of process, a kind of reciprocal process of an interplay between school and university, about a partnership model that existed between schools and university, where there was an interplay of knowledge, where there was a transformation of practice that was facilitated by reflective practice. So students were understanding what they were doing. They were allowed to problematize. They were moving away from a kind of technicized view of teaching, and they were facilitated in their thinking by the academic side of universities. And effectively, the government was saying, we don't want that. That's not part of our agenda. We want to move the teacher education away from schools, sorry, from universities, away from schools of education in universities, and put it directly into schools and in the hands of school leaders. Again, tying in with many other policy shifts at the same time. And in this particular time, Gove also characterized quite provocatively the education sector as the blob. They were characterized as the enemies of promise. If you wanted to know where the problem was in terms of the UK not fulfilling its potential, it is in university departments. And this was quite a significant attack around this time. You know, this was a government which was overtly political against the education sector. Now, again, one of the things I think that is always worth reminding is that teacher preparation is a relatively small activity, but equally significant. So in England, there are around 40,000 new teachers trained every year. But what we got was this effective subterfuge where there was this, again, this sleight of hand in kind of a dishonest voice coming out of the government's own Department for Education, which was tackling the academics in universities, effectively telling them they shouldn't have an opinion about how children should be taught, and actually marginalizing those universities by proclaiming them as, again, the blob, as Marxists, as people who were the enemies of promise. They were the ones who were stopping children progressing. And this was really quite a significant shift. It really is quite a phenomenal time. And I can actually remember when I read this newspaper article, because I was actually away on holiday, and I was absolutely horrified to read this attack on universities, because it was so the opposite of what was actually the reality. And again, I point to subterfuge, and I point to sleight of hand, and I point to duplicity as the very characteristics of government at that time. By the way, the article was published in a very kind of right-wing newspaper. So the readers were not going to engage in a kind of critical discourse. They would be believing this. They would want to believe this, because this particular newspaper often portrays teachers as left-wing activists in that respect. So this was the education sector at the time. And we also had, at the same time, the schools minister. So the schools minister sits slightly underneath the education secretary. And this person is called Nick Gibb. And Nick Gibb has actually been in post longer than anyone over this period of time. So whilst the Secretary of State has changed, and I think we've possibly had 4 or even 5 secretaries of state over the last 10 years, barring a short period, Nick Gibb has been the schools minister, and he has been in that position for a long time and is ultimately very influential in respect of many of these developments. And his kind of claim, again, is very similar. You know, who is to blame for our education slipping down the international rankings? The academics in the education faculties of our universities. Teaching unions, who are normally the problem, they're not the problem. It's the universities. A very, very simplistic, provocative statement. It's a simple attack on how universities train and engage in teacher development. The government rhetoric was very much the opposite of what was the reality. And so from that period, the government began a rapid period of challenging the whole nature of teacher education. And again, I don't know if you can pick out the name there, but Dominic Cummings, who was a central figure in Brexit, around 2010 was very much part of the English Education Secretary's team, and he was very much influential in shaping the educational policy. And it was one of the things that we used to say in education when we were going through the turmoil was that, well, at least they're only disrupting education, because who knows what they could do if they weren't involved in education. Well, in reality, what happened was when they weren't involved in education, they took on a bigger task, which was Brexit. And they used exactly the same kind of duplicity in that particular process. But what we had from Dominic Cummings was very much the same approach of rubbishing what universities were doing, challenging that universities weren't actually providing what they were meant to be doing. And as a consequence, they were articulating a position to challenge how universities were involved in teacher preparation. And not recently, not long ago, I had a paper published in British Education Research Journal with my colleague Viv Ellis, where we actually talk about this period 2010 to 2014. And if anyone wants the link, they can just contact me and I can send you a copy of the paper. But from 2010 to 2014, we examined what went on in that period, where there was a rapid transformation of the relationship of schools and universities, higher education institutions, because what the government did was that they rapidly changed the policy and they changed the relationship of the way schools worked with universities. Previously, it had been a partnership arrangement where people had been working closely together. There was money involved in that partnership, but it was token amount. The reason people got involved in teacher education as part of a partnership was for the good of the sector, and it was about being engaged in a kind of intellectual activity with the universities, where there was a kind of clear role of how each partner played. But what the government did was that they challenged that. They created this kind of populist rhetoric of school-led. Schools were going to be in control of the new training of teachers, which aligned quite nicely with the developments of academies and how the academy sector was being set up. So again, this was a means for schools and universities, schools to ask universities for further income and actually to take over some of the responsibility for teacher training. This became effectively a process of bargaining. And in the paper, we talk about how universities, and I was in that situation at the time where I'd go to a school and the conversation had changed completely about how we engage with the school. And this was particular schools. The conversation had changed from how we would train teachers to basically how much money we were going to give the students, give the school for training the students. This also happened at a similar time when in England, there was a change in the fee structure about universities. So previously, students had paid £3,000, which wasn't a huge amount, to train to be a teacher. Suddenly they were paying £9,000 to be a teacher. And previously income had come from the Department for Education to the university. Suddenly the university was being effectively paid by the students. And it became about financial transactions. And it muddied the water. And effectively, as I say in the paper, we talk about how the government transformed or attempted to transform teacher education around a marketized system of teacher preparation. And what we had in that situation was about the government incentivizing growth of alternative forms of provision. So the government were actually financially incentivizing schools to take on the role of universities, to challenge universities, to effectively make that a process of bargaining with the universities. The number of providers of teacher training rose exponentially in this time. So previously, and very approximately, so don't quote me on this, but previously we'd had around about 100 and something providers of teacher education in universities. And we went from that to thousands of providers because effectively each school became notionally a provider of teacher education. So applicants suddenly were bewildered by this array of provision, where it was very difficult to distinguish what they were actually going to get in terms of their provision. So we had this irony, and again, this duplicity of where applicants were paying more, but actually getting less. They were getting actually less choice because in many circumstances, the applicants were being diverted towards schools as opposed to universities for their main provider of teacher training. And it's important that I frame this that it wasn't entirely all bad, but equally the underlying rationale was skewed towards actually destabilizing the university sector. What happened in that space was that often you had kind of reasonable people in schools and reasonable people in universities talking about how to make this work. And in some of the circumstances, we made it work quite positively. But equally, the starting position was that we were on the back foot in universities because the government was basically marginalizing the universities. They were moving them away. And their aim was to grow this school-led sector. In reality, that phenomenon failed. It couldn't be achieved. Now, again, with sleight of hand, the government has continued to maintain that the school-led has been a success. But actually, school-led has actually never been defined. And even though a new teacher may be training in a school-led system, they are actually still qualified via a university. So again, I talk about this duplicity, this sleight of hand operating just to give the impression that something was happening when in reality it wasn't the case. What we also saw was this kind of three-pronged approach to changing teacher education. And again, this isn't just about changing teacher education as in the location. This is changing the underlying philosophy of how we prepare and develop teachers and what type of teachers we might actually want. So this is about actually thinking about how a teacher engages with pupils in schools, how they reflect, how they refine their practice, what their practice is about. And those of you be familiar with the concept of critical pedagogy, you'll know that the politics of the classroom and the politics of pedagogy are intertwined. But the government was kind of proclaiming this under an ethical stance, under an equality stance of trying to achieve a transformation in teacher education, which on one level sounds very appealing, but it's very simplistic. And in reality, it wasn't achieving what the intended outcomes were. So what the government did, it changed the nature of teacher development as part of a continuum. And there were three elements to this. One of them was about transforming research. And suddenly the government prioritized particular forms of research, notably random control trials. Now, again, many will be familiar with the concept of random control trials and will know they are perfect for particular situations. But what we started to have was this absolute prioritization that random control trials should be the key research approach used in education. And that was to be done by the Education Endowment Foundation. So they were funded by the DFE to promote a kind of what works approach to education. Again, not all bad, but equally a very simplistic notion of what works in education, because we know education is typically complex. But equally, that funding came from the government, and this organization gave the kind of appearance of being independent, but actually they were only going to promote one type of, or predominantly one type of discourse, which was in alignment with the government's preferences, which was primarily around a what works agenda and using random controlled trials. There was another side of this as well, in that when it was promoting research, the government, and this was all very much apparent in the Educational Excellence Everywhere white paper, the government was also promoting research in a different way and started to promote teachers getting involved in grassroots research. Now, again, many teachers over a long period of time have always been involved in research projects and universities and so on. And this was actually, again, portrayed as universities being the gatekeepers and teachers not allowed to access that research. And universities were portrayed as the kind of the bad people in this situation. So a grassroots organization was set up called ResearchEd, which again was about teachers. And again, it was very popular. And I'm all in favor of teachers being able to access research. But what you had was a very controlled diet and a very controlled narrative in terms of how that research ed was being organized. It was characterized by a particular group of people with a particular discourse, which was very much in alignment with the government perspective. Fantastic to see teachers engaging with research. These things were often held in schools on Saturdays. And again, very positive to see, because we always want teachers to engage in kind of reflective thinking. But equally, that was a very much controlled process. That was very much about teachers accessing particular forms of knowledge, and it was about particular groups of individuals controlling that. So again, it was very interesting. It was ironic that universities being portrayed in one particular way when this organization was adopting exactly the same practices that were being criticized elsewhere, when those criticisms of universities were not legitimate. The third element of this kind of transformation of teacher development as part of a continuum was also about removing teachers' ongoing development from universities. So previously, around 2010, 2009, the previous government had said that we were going to move to an all masters profession. There was funding in schools for teachers to do a master's qualification in teaching and learning, very much coordinated by universities, but working closely with schools. And the ambition was, as I say, to be an all masters profession. But in regards to that, when the new government came in, that was actually completely moved to the side. What the government started to do then was remove funding from universities, which supported the development of teachers. So professional development of teachers in universities funding was completely marginalized, and new organizations were set up. These were effectively shadow state organizations. They gave the appearance of being independent organizations, when in reality they were underpinned by funding from the government. And these new organizations would adopt a particular status, a position. They actually presented an image of being institutions, when actually the whole nature of whether they were an institution was highly questionable. But they also portrayed themselves as almost university-like. And for applicants who didn't necessarily know the difference, they could actually believe that they were actually in a university, because the people teaching in those universities were called deans, and they were doing a master's in expert teaching, even though at the time they were still getting a qualification award from another university, which they were running through that particular organization. But applicants or teachers who wanted professional development were very much being diverted towards these organizations. So what we see is that this continuum of moving teachers and their development and controlling the knowledge base in which they were able to access was very much being controlled by the government, and also very much in alignment with their agenda, challenging the concept of equity in a very different way of how to tackle equity. And also, quite ironically, tackling disadvantage by almost ignoring the concept of disadvantage with children. Never really, what was very much characteristic of these kind of grassroots organizations, they weren't focusing upon the disadvantage which the governments were effectively building in through austerity policies. What they were doing was questioning the nature of the education, regarding education as alone as being able to challenge the disadvantage or to address the disadvantages that have been built in by government policies. So again, we had this massive change, and just very briefly, the maps are there to show you the way that the government was changing what was going on, because effectively the government was setting up a marketized system and bypassing universities, and all those little dots were what were called teaching schools, who would have responsibility for teacher training, for teacher development, for research, very much all those things that were very much embedded within universities. There were also research schools that were which were created to also promote and develop research. Again, good idea in certain respects, but equally there was a marginalization of universities in relation to that. And again, I just there's a reference there to Vivelis's work, which again I'm happy to send you the link to, which was about how this kind of marketized system was being used and how these shadow state organizations were being presented as legitimate higher education organization equivalent activities, when in reality it was far from that. And this concept of duplicity has maintained, and ironically, even on the second day of the new year, on the 2nd of January, the government announced a further change that's taking place within higher education, or likely to take place in higher education, the new teaching. And again, what we've seen is that there's been this kind of relentless focus over a decade, which is still going on, and which is now characterized by this creation of a new institute and a new framework for teachers, all very much instrumentalist in trying to control and manage, from a government perspective, teacher education, teacher knowledge, and teacher development. Ironically, this, if you can see the kind of new institute that is kind of above my head, this is about the government setting up some regional centres, and it's already claiming that this will transform education. The reason I was cautious about education, because actually what they're going to do is set up this organisation as a university. So this will be in direct competition with universities, which is effectively government funded. And you've actually got government departments, it seems, competing against each other. You know, complete turmoil as far as I can see. And again, the subterfuge, because effectively this is going to be a very controlled bidding process about who can actually access the funds for this. It will be subsidized by the government. And again, we're seeing quite sophisticated sleight of hand activity, which is sustained over a period of time, all very much about challenging universities. And I've mentioned this term a couple of times, but it's about this government state shadow organizations, these organizations that give the appearance of being independent organizations, which is very much the current government, when it came into power, was prolific in challenging quangos that previously existed. What we've got now is the government promoting these shadow organizations, which give the appearance of independent organizations. And as it indicates on here, the winners are private equity and shareholders. The losers are the low paid and the vulnerable. In the end, we all pay. So this isn't something that should be taken lightly. This is quite a significant shift, but it's something that goes under the radar. It's not necessarily always obvious to people in the sector what is actually happening and how potentially damaging this can be. I think another side of this is that we also have to consider, well, how does the government leverage some of these issues? How does it make them work? And I think this is really quite clever, because I've spent a lot of time thinking and with other colleagues, just how has this all worked? Because if you take a retrospective view, you start to see the steps in the process and how this has unfolded. And one of the key pieces of leverage in England is through the government, it's supposed to be independent, but the organization which is responsible for the inspection of schools and universities, which is Ofsted. And what we've seen over, again, the last decade is Ofsted's independence being very much questioned, much more than it ever has. Ofsted's been around for almost 30 years now, and you know, I think if you compare what it used to be like to what it is now, it's been completely transformed, and the independence of Ofsted now is really quite questionable, to the extent where the selection of the chief inspector of schools, the person who heads up Ofsted, when she was selected, and she had a kind of an interview process with the government's Education Select Committee. The Education Select Committee rejected her proposal. They didn't think that she had the requirements and the skills to be able to do that particular role. Yet that person became the Ofsted head, and as a consequence, it's no surprise that that person aligns themselves very much with government policy. And Ofsted, over the period, has very much shifted policy and inspection to be very, very similar, to influence basically to influence policy endorsement and implementation through what is still a kind of crazy system where schools are given no or minimal notice before they're inspected, and then they are graded on a scale which is published and public and used to characterize them in particular ways, and also to transform the kind of governance structure as well. Quite messy, but effectively the key point is the surveillance of Ofsted to ensure that government policy is implemented is a key leverage in making policies work. And this also applies in universities, who are also inspected by Ofsted, who are also graded by Ofsted, and again, Ofsted are also implementing government policy with respect to teacher education and through their framework of inspecting universities. Universities get 48 hours notice typically before an inspection takes place, which again is just crazy in terms of just how it treats people in the system and what they're expected to do on a very short notice. So I want to just try to now characterize what I've tried to kind of portray in this presentation. And obviously we can discuss in a moment what some of these things might mean in a little bit more detail. But what I've tried to do is characterize this from a retrospective perspective, just what happened in terms of the discourse and the domains of how they transformed education in England, and how using equity as the frame for changing education legitimizes practices which may not be justifiable. And in many respects, that using equity has been a sleight of hand in terms of political policy shifts over the period of time. Because what we've had is a decade of sustained attack for a variety of reasons, primarily because the government does not want teachers having that opportunity to engage with academics in universities, to engage in kind of that reflectful, thoughtful academic process. They see that as a threat to their organization, I presume. And as a consequence, the government has repeatedly tried to marginalize teacher development over that particular time, again, using equity as the frame for that. And what they've also done is use the marketized approach for this. So by marketizing teacher preparation, they have allowed other providers to come in. In fact, they've not just allowed them, they've promoted and they've incentivized alternative forms of provision. Previous to 2010, if you wanted to be a provider of teacher education, it was a ridiculously complex process. And you had to go through many, many hurdles to actually become an accredited provider or recognized as a provider. And effectively, the government moved all that away by deregulating the system and allowing many, many, many other people to come in as providers. As a consequence, they could no longer control the quality, and as a consequence, you could no longer guarantee the quality or quality assure the quality of teachers to the extent that they previously had. And so, again, just to reiterate that point, that the equity frame, and I'm quoting Vivelis on this one, the equity frame has been appropriated by neoliberal policy assemblages, which proposes educational interventions alone can eliminate inequitable educational outcomes. So this is the way it's being framed, when in reality, this is far from that particular approach. I'm just conscious of time, so I'm just rushing ahead slightly. So what might we do, okay, in respect of this, and how do we conceive of this? Well, very much part of this is actually playing into the government's hands, because in my view, we need to be promoting teachers as activists. We need to actually more than ever remind teachers about how equity is being framed and how disadvantage is actually created, and how the education system reproduces disadvantages rather than dismantles it. And so that is very much about promoting that concept of teachers as activists, which is largely being marginalized and bypassed as a kind of phenomenon over the last decade, if not longer. We also need to kind of remind ourselves about what type of teachers we want, because the government has very much promoted this technicized view of teachers, when in reality, what that has meant is that it's removed teacher agency. And as a consequence, the whole concept of teachers as autonomous, critical, reflective practitioners has been sidelined almost completely. And we need to restore that to the heart of teacher preparation programs, not just in universities, but part of a continuum. We need to recognize that actually teachers reflecting upon their practice with a broader toolkit than they're currently being allowed to access is really quite important. In fact, it's essential if we want to try and progress schools on and the development of teaching as a profession on. And ultimately, we also need to get teacher educators to kind of reappropriate this concept of equity and signify how it is being kind of portrayed in a particularly simplistic and populist manner, and actually talk about how equity as a frame is inappropriate when actually the underpinning kind of activities are actually creating the disadvantage, and that schools will not alone be able to challenge the whole concept of equity and disadvantage. And again, just to be clear about this, the government has very much promoted the concept of teachers and head teachers as heroes in tackling disadvantage, when in reality they can't, or they've got minimal control and minimal agency in terms of doing that. So I've kind of run through a lot of things in a relatively short period of time, but I'm hoping we're going to get the opportunity to discuss this now. And I've given you a few references, which by all means you can contact me about and have a discussion about offline, and I can send you information if you want to gather information. And I'm also very conscious I've given you a very, very narrow view of what has happened in a decade of turbulence. But anyway, thank you for listening, and I look forward to discussing it further. I don't know if everyone's finished now and gone to a break. Hi, Stephen.
Hi, David. Good to see you. I don't think everyone's gone for a break. You've got lots of questions.
They're my notes.
Your notes.
So, yeah. Well, anyway, it is a break, so I'm going to let everyone else go to a break So see you later.
Я еще раз прошу прощения, я, оказывается, не включила микрофон. Я просто говорю спасибо всем докладчикам пленарной сессии и передаю право продолжать уже следующий.
And thank you everyone who participated in our plenary session. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I didn't have my mic on.
Коллеги, в YouTube приостановлена трансляция. У нас есть 5 минут. Вы можете проверить видео.
Добрый день, слышно ли меня?
Да, слышно, все хорошо.
Спасибо. Уважаемые докладчики, те, кто здесь, я хочу представиться. Я модератор следующей сессии, Зайырбек Сергей. У вас будет по 20 минут примерно на выступление и примерно по 10 минут на вопросы. И мы начнем нашу работу с выступления наших американских коллег.
Colleagues, we will start with the presentations from our American colleagues, then we'll have Tatiana Klitschko, and then the third presentation will be from Niyaz Abdurrahmanov, and I'm your moderator for the next session.
I want to introduce myself. I am Sergey Zayrbek, and I will moderate this session. Kai will be first, Tatiana Klitschko will be second, and Niyaz Abdurrahmanov will be the last presenter. Пожалуйста, помните о том, что у нас идет перевод, поэтому постарайтесь не очень...
Please make sure you remember we have simultaneous interpretation available, so please don't rush your presentation so that the translators can deliver it properly in Russian or in English, respectively. Thank you.
Are we ready to go?
We'll start in 3 minutes.
Я сделаю маленькое вступление и потом передам слово для выступления.
Сергей, если вы готовы, можем начинать.
Да, я готов, можно начинать, спасибо.
Там мы сейчас запускаем трансляцию, и секунд через 5-6 уже можно начинать говорить.
Хорошо, договорились.
Спасибо.
Да, я слежу за экраном. Добрый вечер, уважаемые коллеги.
Good evening, dear colleagues. I hope you can hear me. And I would like to introduce myself. I'm moderator of your next session for today of the small plenary session. Sergei Zairbek. I represent the Institute of Education, the High School of Economics. Hello, dear colleagues. I hope you can hear me. Let me introduce myself. I'm the moderator of our next today's session. We have the recording in YouTube. It's being shut off. Okay. As part of our small plenary session, we are going to talk about the challenges in education, the geographical mobility of young people, and inequality. We will focus on education, geographical mobility of young people, and inequality, looking for solutions to this triangle. In fact, the first time I encountered this issue was when I was working in Tajikistan, and many school leavers had to leave the country, going elsewhere to other regions, to other countries, because they had to find a job or to continue their education. So what do these processes have to do? Why do we witness this outflux of younger people from certain geographical areas? The research demonstrates different types of territorial mobility, geographical mobility, and most often it's about migration from rural areas to the urban areas, and also from the minor cities, minor towns to the bigger cities and capitals, from poorly developed regions to better developed regions, and also ultimately from the countries with a poor economy to the better developed countries. So the goals of these migratory flows are different, but in any case, at any rate, the outflux of the youth is a very powerful factor that contributes to inequality, social and economic inequality. Today, we're going to focus on this. As part of this small plenary session, we'll have 3 presentations by our colleagues from Russia and from the United States. Simultaneous interpretation is supporting us, so you can also ask your questions in our messenger. Our session is also available through YouTube, and you can use the YouTube messenger to ask your questions to the presenters. Please make sure you send in your questions, and after every presentation we'll check what questions have arrived to this speaker. You get about 20 minutes each for the presentation, and then we have about 5 to 7 minutes for the answers to the questions and for discussion. I would like to give the floor now to our first presenter, Kai Schaft, Professor, Director of the Center of Rural Education Community Research, Department of Education Policy Studies of the University of Pennsylvania. His presentation is on migration of rural youth and the role of education and schooling, a comparative international perspective. Kai, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here virtually, and my co-presenter and I, Annie Maselli, are very happy to take part in this this session. I want to thank also Roman Zvyagintsev, who invited us to this meeting, and who also is a contributor to the book that we will in part be discussing. So as the moderator said, Annie and I are both from Penn State University in the United States, where I am a professor of education and rural sociology, and Annie is a doctoral student in the educational leadership program. We are co-editors of the recently published book, Rural Youth at the Crossroads, Transitional Societies in Central Europe and Beyond. So this book takes an international comparative perspective to examine the challenges facing rural youth, schools, and communities in transitional societies, mainly in Central and Eastern Europe. But even though our book focuses on Central and Eastern Europe, many of these challenges are remarkably common to rural places around the world that struggle for social, demographic, and economic well-being in an increasingly urbanizing world. So we'd like to talk about some of these key challenges and contradictions of rural schooling, in particular looking at the connection between rural education and outmigration from rural places. One of the qualities that we often talk about within rural education scholarship is the close and synergistic relationship between rural schools and rural communities. So that is, healthy, vital rural schools are supported by strong rural communities, and strong schools provide support to the communities that they serve. On the other hand, struggling rural communities are likely to have struggling schools, and vice versa. But in many respects, this represents a central contradiction for rural places, because strong schools produce highly educated young people who are more likely to leave the rural community. So that is, despite the tight connection between schools and communities, a rural school might undermine the well-being of the community it serves if the education that it provides results in rural outmigration patterns that lead to shrinking and aging rural communities, and ultimately the closure of rural schools. We often refer to this as rural brain drain. In many ways, this is an unfortunate term because it suggests that leaving rural communities is something that only the most intelligent do. It also devalues the intelligence needed to survive in rural areas. But it's a key contradiction if the rural schooling ultimately leads to steady outmigration, rural school closure, and the disappearance of rural communities. So we often think about rural outmigration as a relatively simple process, rural people leaving for urban areas. However, it's important to consider the multiple demographic processes that shape the fates of rural communities. It's important, for example, to consider how many people are leaving the rural community and who. We often refer to migration as selective. That is, people who move out of rural communities are often younger, wealthier, more highly skilled, and more highly educated. On the other hand, the people who remain are older, poorer, less skilled, and less educated. So we need to think about not only who is leaving, but who stays, and what the effects are for the community. We also keep in mind that even in places that have strong rural outmigration, there may still be in-migration. In many instances, what we see is that the number of people who are moving into rural communities is smaller than the number of people moving out. And those people who move into rural places often tend to be, on average, even older, poorer, and less educated than both those who are leaving and those who remain. In total, when we think about migration in rural places, we need to think about not only the people who are leaving, but who those people are, who remains, and even who is moving in. All of these processes may be affected by rural schooling and may also affect the well-being of both the rural school and the community. Some research has shown, though, that while the best educated young people tend to be the most likely to leave their rural home communities, they often are the ones with the strongest emotional attachment to their rural home places and their rural identities. The issue then is not so much that rural schools are educating young people to leave for other more urban places, but rather that there's a lack of economic opportunity within the rural home community. So this raises a question about how rural schools might be seen as mechanisms of rural economic development, rather than simply providing education to young people that can mostly only be used elsewhere. We will return to this idea later in the talk. At this point, though, I'd like to ask Annie to discuss some of these dynamics and processes as they appear in our book.
Thanks, Kai. Born out of an ongoing collaboration between scholars and researchers in Croatia and the United States, this book was motivated by questions regarding the social developmental circumstances of rural youth in politically and economically transitioning countries. In it, we seek to better understand how rural youth respond to socioeconomic, demographic, and political shifts within transitional countries, the ways schools and communities support young people as they develop plans for their adult lives, and what this means for the future of rural people in these places. The countries represented in our book are Croatia, the Czech Republic, Hungary, Romania, Russia, Serbia, and Vietnam. And as Kai said before, while rural space and national context are certainly different, many of the broader themes in this book and in these places are quite similar. Across the book, economic challenges associated with political changes largely meant deindustrialization, shrinking agriculture markets, and global economic expansion. This led to unequal opportunity structures across rural and urban places, with rural people facing greater rates of unemployment, poverty, and disadvantage. For example, in Serbia, rates of rural youth unemployment are close to double the rate of unemployment in the country overall. A study found that the main structural obstacles of the education to work transition include the absence of employment support, lack of training, an unregulated labor market, a high dependence on the informal economy, and ongoing challenges with corruption. The reaction to such economic decline has influenced migration towards economic opportunity, which has largely meant outmigration from rural to urban areas. Outmigration driven by increasing rural and urban wage gaps, falling standards of living within rural areas, and aging populations was a very common story in post-Soviet Russia in the 1990s, for example. As you know, definitely better than me, vast areas of rural Russia face severe depopulation, land abandonment, and the total emptying out of rural villages. Rural outmigration in Croatia occurred at higher rates after the accession into the European Union in 2013. So not only did rural youth leave rural Croatia, but they left Croatia altogether. Hungary has experienced record levels of outmigration, notably from those aged between around 18 and 49. Consequently, rural youth's transition to adulthood has been increasingly shaped by the economic rules of global capital. These economic shifts towards urban life and global cosmopolitan society, met with selective outmigration away from rural areas, has often led to the framing of rural places as anti-modern, backwards. As various chapters in our book show, this messaging has influenced rural youth and the way they think about their home and their future possibilities. The study in the Czech Republic, for example, found that youth in more rural areas expressed greater dissatisfaction with their life and often expressed a desire to live in a more urban place. This was greater for rural youth not born in rural areas, but those that had moved there in their childhood. Some study participants discussed local conservative political orientations, identifying them as a sign of backwardness, continuing to frame the rural place as negative. Periods of intense urban expansion in Hanoi, Vietnam, furthered economic gaps between urban and rural areas and caused a negative mindset among rural youth towards themselves and their home communities. And in Croatia, many youth reported wanting to leave their communities for future education and job opportunity, but when planning for marriage and parenting and family, most youth reported wanting to stay in their rural home community. All of these factors have real consequences for rural schools, as they both are shaped by and help shape their community. As we see in Croatia, Russia, and Hungary, small villages often did not have enough students to fill all school grades. And school has a constant cost, no matter how many or how few students attend. Electricity, heating, school maintenance, and salaries are often more costly for low-density rural communities. In the case of Hungary, classes and school programs were at risk for erasure. The differences across resource distribution varies from urban to rural communities in many of the countries in our book, with many rural schools unable to stay open. In Croatia, as in the United States, as in Russia, many rural schools have closed and consolidated. With the closing of schools, often the largest employer in many rural areas, quickly goes the rest of the community. This also means greater transport time to schools, with some students on islands in Croatia having to take a boat to the mainland daily to attend school. Similarly, as seen in Russia and elsewhere, there are a low density of roads and transportation infrastructure. So traveling to consolidated schools becomes a problem. Longer distances between students' place of residence and educational institutions causes some students to drop out of school entirely. Or in the case of the Czech Republic, it shaped the career aspirations of rural youth, as young people in the most remote and rural areas were unable to access universities, only technical or vocational programs. Further, in Russia, municipal districts overseeing educational administration may include hundreds of villages, This creates significant challenges for the management of rural education, and it often leaves rural communities with little political control over their local schools and educational decision-making. In some rural areas where rural communities are experiencing in-migrants, the school can be a place to create social solidarity and shared community identity. On the other hand, as seen in the Hungarian chapter, rural schools were a place of social exclusion towards Hungarian Roma. In Romania, when school staff held the same ethnic identity as their Roma students, they were able to support them in school. When school staff were not Roma, they tended to blame Roma children, reproducing disadvantage within the Roma community and their rural community. Taken together, these are just some of the ways that schools, as rural community institutions, provide much of the context for the ways young people are making decisions about their futures, with direct impacts for their rural homes.
So we'd like to offer some concluding thoughts here. First of all, it's important to recognize that rural outmigration processes and rural development are varied and they're contextualized. So understanding the conditions and the forces driving rural change is critical for formulating appropriate responses, and these conditions are varied and contextualized. So while many trends and challenges are similar across rural places, like rural outmigration, rural communities and national contexts, including the political and economic and institutional contexts, are diverse. The challenges, opportunities, and resources are different. So this means that effective solutions need to reflect the specific issues that rural schools and communities face. Next, rural education for rural development has to be intentional. So how does rural schooling honor the rural community and speak to the lived experiences of rural students? How does it contribute to the well-being of the rural community? We too often think about education and schooling as a neutral mechanism to create human capital. We promote standardized curricula and standardized testing, ignoring the fact that youth and rural communities are not standardized. In the rural context, this approach to education can devalue rural identity and experience and reinforce the idea of rural places as backwards and insignificant. How can rural education and pedagogy celebrate and respect rural life and community rather than frame it as something to escape from? How do shocks such as the COVID-19 pandemic affect the fates of rural schools and communities? What resiliencies can rural schools and communities draw upon to lessen these shocks? Rural areas are among the most affected by the pandemic. At first, some people thought that the natural social distance of rural areas would reduce the impact of the pandemic, but that was not true. And poverty, limited access to healthcare, and aging populations makes the effects of COVID-19 especially severe in many rural areas. Going back to the question of population movement, some rural areas in the United States and elsewhere have actually seen in-migration to rural communities as wealthy urban residents who are able to work by internet move to rural places in hopes of escaping the virus. A poll in Russia, for example, also found that in April of last year, nearly 10% of Moscow's residents left for the countryside following a one-week government-ordered work shutdown. So this might be seen perhaps as a new hope for revitalized rural communities if we are thinking about people moving back to rural places. But it also creates challenges with regard to rural gentrification, rising costs for housing, and the displacement of low-income rural residents. Lastly, how do we rethink and reimagine rural education to not only educate young people, but strengthen communities served by rural schools? How can vicious cycles of disinvestment and disengagement be transformed into virtuous cycles of educational access and rural vitality? This requires a reimagining of the very purposes of rural education and the role of the rural school as a key institution in rural development efforts. This is a direct challenge for rural school leaders and educators and rural residents. It's critically important, though, that this cannot only be the efforts of rural stakeholders, but rather that this reimagining needs to be supported at the highest governmental levels with resources, technical support, and political will. In the United States, we talk about high stakes tests, these tests that measure the academic achievement of students. Reimagining rural education and rural development is a high stakes test as well, but a different kind of test. It's a test of political will, of institutional imagination, and of social priority and collective values. The well-being and the very existence of many rural communities will depend on how we meet the challenge of this test. One thing that I didn't talk about in these conclusions, but that we touched on briefly in the talk, and that also references the previous talk on equity, is thinking about the gendered and ethnic dimensions of outmigration and opportunity structure in rural places. And Annie talked a little bit about the ways in which schooling in Hungary reinforced and reproduced the social and educational marginalization of rural Roma communities. And another issue that we saw throughout these chapters was gendered dimensions of how young people envision their futures within rural areas, with young women seeing far fewer opportunities for themselves than young men. So this is an issue also when we think about reimagining and rethinking rural education for rural development. How do we create structures of opportunity that are equitable for all rural residents? And so with that, we will stop. I would love to stay for the discussion, and I can stay for another 15 minutes or so, but unfortunately I have a faculty meeting that I have to attend as well. But we are very happy to be here today, and thank you also to the translator who has the most difficult work today.
Большое спасибо, уважаемые коллеги, за...
Thank you so much, dear colleagues. It's a very insightful presentation. In a sense, it's an eye-opener on what is happening the world over. And I have a question. I think I heard you quote examples from different countries. The countries at different levels of economic development. And it appears that even though the trends in these countries appear to be similar, they are predicated by different causes. And yet, young people outmigrate in all of these countries. Is this to say that this is a trend that's observed everywhere in the world? And is this a fair statement that this outmigration at this point in time is irreversible? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I think the answer is probably a bit complex. One thing that we do see globally is urbanization and urbanizing countries and rural outmigration. But that is on net. And I think that when we look when we think about rural areas, rural spaces as being very heterogeneous, being very varied, we see different kinds of processes and different kinds of dynamics. And these different processes and dynamics and problems and opportunities, I think, require different sorts of policy attention and policy solutions. For example, I was involved in work in the United States looking at rural outmigration and youth aspirations, the way that young people think about their futures. And one of the things that was very clear was that young people in rural areas are very attached to their communities. They feel strongly about their communities. They feel a rural identity. But the issue really is, what is the opportunity there for them? And in some places, what we see is, in fact, there is opportunity. And those are places that we are likely to see not only outmigration, but return migration as young people grow into adulthood and form families and so forth. But in other places, the economic circumstances are so severe that there really are no opportunities. And as Annie said, we are not experts on the Russian context, but I think that the Russian context and the rural outmigration is a particularly extreme example, and raises especially difficult and challenging questions about what this means for the fates of these communities, and for how we might think about some sort of rural economic development and rural social and economic and institutional sustainability.
Большое спасибо. Большое спасибо за
Thanks a
ответ.
lot. Thanks a lot for providing this answer. Dear colleagues, would there be any other questions to these speakers about their presentation? Maybe any points of clarification, any comments? Well, I see none. With this, I would like to thank our colleagues. And as a follow-up to what has just been said about the outflow of population in Russia, we have the next presentation. I would like to turn the mic over to Tatiana Klitschko, the director of the Center for Continued Education in Moscow. The title of the presentation is "Where do graduates of school, colleges, and universities go, and why?" Yes, indeed, my presentation fits perfectly with Kai's and Annie's presentation. We developed a plan to restructure schools in several regions of Russia, and the problems I just heard listed is something I very much can relate to. We see them all the time, and our experience is that as soon as the school gets shut down, the whole village dies out. It empties. But let me try and describe more general problems. Where do these people go and why? These are the starting points of this outbound movement. Often, students at the age of 15 or 16 years pass the unified exam and then go back, or rather go to the regional centers from their home towns and villages in order to get enrolled into an educational institution and continue their education. Another starting point is the passers of the unified examination who are a couple years older. They usually go to the capital cities of Moscow and St. Petersburg. Then there are students who finish vocational schools, bachelor programs, master's programs, postgraduate programs, and so on. So there are several starting points where a student decides where to go and why. And they're all pivotal. It's just that these starting points are the points on the paths of different student strata. These are the trajectories students take after grade 9. And you can see that it forks and branches and so on and so forth. And a 9th grader has to make a choice among these possible paths. Some of them do not get considered by 9th graders at all. What does get considered is vocational training, professional training. Then this allows a student to spend another year learning and then make their next career step. What are the difficulties 9th graders encounter? It's inequality and the lack of resources available to overcome certain barriers. Barrier number 1, it's someone who goes to a university. You can go to a university if you're not economically fit for it or educationally fit for it. Economically, you may be prevented from entering a university. However, in truth, in most instances, these students are not educated enough to enter a university, and this is what diverts them towards professional or vocational training, because for them, school will have lost any appeal, any interest, so they get pushed out literally towards professional or vocational training. After grade 11, they're the same barriers plus other options. You can choose to stay in your region, or you can move to another region, to the metropolitan area. About 7.5 to 8% of kids go to the capital, and approximately 16.5% 11th graders go to higher education institutions. In our findings, you see that most 9th graders get enrolled in schools where they get trained in other regions as medium qualification specialists. It's primarily Mordovia and Mari El republics. Both are quite remote, and yet they seem to be quite appealing and attractive to students from other regions. Almost 40, to be exact, 38.8 arriving students in Marie L Republic and 28.5 in Mordovia, respectively. Education there is considered to be fairly good. The living standards are relatively high. Living there is relatively inexpensive. And next, you see St. Petersburg, which seems to be attracting a lot of students after the 9th grade, 54.5%. What surprised me is that kids at the age of 15 or 16 years are prepared to move away to a big city to such a high degree. We see that almost 55% of kids in St. Petersburg are the kids who arrive there at the age of 15 or 16 from other regions. For the most part, they come from the area around St. Petersburg, but not only. And as you can also see that in programs for highly qualified personnel, we have a lot of students as well. Here we show students going elsewhere after the 11th grade. Here again, you see Mordovia with 19.8%. 1/5 comes from other regions. You see St. Petersburg, Moscow, St. Petersburg and Tomsk, our university centers. And speaking of St. Petersburg, here we show that the influx is much higher than in the 3 other regions right after it. I think it conveys the notion that St. Petersburg is rated highly among the Russian youth. And then living in St. Petersburg is more affordable than living, say, in Moscow. So St. Petersburg wins in attracting more young people and therefore contributes more in combating inequality than, for instance, Moscow. Tomsk has long been a center of attraction. People travel from across the country, especially if they cannot move to Moscow or St. Petersburg. There are also regions which receive subsidies from the state, such as Mordovia, 19.8. Students tend to believe that education there is quite fair quality, but then the place itself is more affordable than other university centers. Now, let's take a look at the future. What happens to the young people who have finished their education and are now in search of job opportunities? So we're looking at 2 different streams or fluxes of migration, one in search of education and the other in search of jobs. This survey was conducted a few years back, and this is the data we have obtained. It indicates that some choices made are quite unexpected.
There are lots of people who have no professional education who are ready to move to another city. For instance, the youth who have finished their school and actually have a lot of mobility. Those who have the secondary technical education have less mobility, but at the same time, they're also ready to relocate. Higher education, the bachelor's level is where you have an increase of mobility. And we see from research that they are ready to leave to get a better job elsewhere, at the same time trying to apply for master's degrees to improve their education. Now, specialization or special education, that's a different situation. You have here people who've already graduated and who are already working, and it's more difficult to get going further on. Now, the master's degree, we see that the young people who have got their masters are ready to relocate for a better job inside the country as well as students. Now, ultimately, the PhD degree, the doctorate, but when you have PhD students, you see they have much less mobility in terms of relocating to different other cities in Russia. I believe this has to do with the fact that those graduates who have already completed their PhD are the ones who have already relocated several times, and those who believe their choice is already good enough, they didn't feel like moving on. Here is readiness to relocate depending on the current job or occupation. Here, please note that the greatest mobility in this country we see in young people working in law enforcement and who have the relevant education, and the young public servants. Unlike everybody else, they are ready to relocation to a much greater extent. When we started this research, people working in IT or in finance, we believe, have more mobility. So we clearly demonstrated that there were the two industries, the law enforcement and the public service, that are more prone to relocation. Science, research, culture, health, public health have even less mobility. Are you ready to relocate to a different Russian city for a good job, depending on the standard of living? And here again, we have a lot of inequality, and you see that the groups of young people who have the lowest living standards actually demonstrate quite a lot of mobility, and they are ready to relocate in order to increase their standard of living. At the same time, they have fewer resources. And here we have this contradiction, and we actually were very interested to discover it. That is, they are using every possible way, most of them, to move away, to relocate to a different city in order to get a good job. Now, as the well-being is growing, in fact, you see that at some point at income 6, these attempts are leveling out, and onwards, you see young people tend to stay where they are because that's where they seem to be earning enough, and that's where they feel comfortable and quite secure. So we've considered 3 regions now. It's the Sverdlovsk region, the Dona region, and Novosibirsk region. Donor in the recipient region, and the Ivanov region, a recipient region. So you see the young people from the Ivanov region tend to have a more expressed wish to move elsewhere to other cities of Russia to improve their situation and status, because in their home region they cannot hope for a better living standard, a better quality of life. And this is very much in line with what Kai and Annie were talking about. I mean, people are relocating from the rural areas because there is no hope of improving their standard of living, the quality of life in the rural areas. That is why they're ready to relocate. At the same time, you see that the resources these young people have are much worse and less than those of young people in the better off regions. Nevertheless, they are ready to move. Now, here is what's going on out in the field. Here are the graduates of the secondary technical educational institutions. These are the ones that have finished their colleges in the Tver region and they migrate to Moscow or St. Petersburg. I've provided a guidance to how the calculation is done and should be interpreted, but at the same time, the figures are quite impressive and convincing. We see young people relocating because they believe in 2 capitals. They will get a better chance of employment than they will in the areas where they got their professional and technical training. Therefore, all the attempts made currently to keep the young people in their home regions in order to make sure they stay there and build the economy, they don't look very promising. If you consider this map here, the challenge here is not looking very promising in terms of finding a solution, because in the first place, I believe we've got to resolve the challenge of bringing up the quality of life, the standard of living, and only then you can encourage the young people to live in the region. Here you have some very specific data for the higher education institutions of the Ivanov region, how many graduates have immigrated and how many are working outside of the Ivanov region. The same is the picture for the Novosibirsk region. And in fact, if you compare the 2, you will see that in the Ivanov region, we have far stronger immigration and more people are finding jobs outside the Ivanov region than outside the Novosibirsk region, because in Novosibirsk region, the economic situation is somewhat better. Now, lastly, I wanted to comment on whether the young people are ready to move to a different country for a better job. And here, the situation is somewhat different from what it was like in terms of relocating to a different city. You will see that indeed the PhD students that were not ready to move to a different city and not very willing to do so, most of them in fact wanted to stay where they were with regard to a possibility of relocation to a different country. Here you have about 36% ready to relocate to a different country for a better job, and 14.3% are more likely to be willing to move away. So this really is a 50-50 split. In other parameters, in terms of the higher education, comprehensive education, and specialized technical education, we already see that young people are thinking whether or not to relocate to a different country with a different culture, with a different mental frame, with different values, perhaps. So it sounds like a difficult choice for young people. So those who have the highest level of education, that's the PhD students, are ready to move on to greater extent than all the others. In fact, they do hope that the level of education they get here will make it possible for them to integrate into a different society. Others are ready to move into different other cities, to a closer kind of society, which is easier to understand and with perhaps lower willingness, they will be ready to relocate to a different country. So, all these transitions and relocation and commitment goes to increase the mobility of young people. And over the past years, the youth have become much more flexible in terms of moving away in this country. This changes the strategy of development of higher education institutions, of mid-level technical education, because going back to the 90s, the education was going out into the regions by developing the branches, because the public did not have that much mobility. Now the public demonstrate that in order to get a good job, people are ready to relocate, they're ready to commute, and they're quite mobile in terms of how they get the education. And in fact, they are quite mobile from a very early age, from age 15 to 16. And we are certainly more willing to relocate these days, thanks to the unified examination for entering the university. In fact, I believe the unified single examination for the admissions to the university has leveled out the gap and contrast in education in terms of access to education we had in the 90s. However, talking of labor mobility, much depends not only on the degree you've got, on the kind of education you've got, but also on where young people reside. And what may be less obvious is something like what Kai and Annie talked about. The more dependent the regional is on the funding, the less mobility the young people have, because for the young people, this is an opportunity to get out of an unfavorable economic situation. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to answer your questions. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear colleagues.
Если есть какие-то вопросы,
if you have any questions, please turn your microphones on and ask them. I cannot see any questions yet on our YouTube channel. If I take some minutes to ask a couple of questions myself. Recently, in one of the seminars at the High School of Economics, we were talking about a special award for the professions and specializations that have to do with mobility. I mean, would you confirm that there is no special award for STEM? And that's exactly why the nature of Outflux seems to demonstrate it. Vladimir and Daria did a very correct and very accurate study. And I believe it's difficult to find issues with it, but at the same time, I can report the following from our studies. Very often, people face a choice. In fact, the first stage of choice is a specialization in engineering, mathematics, or natural sciences. And the second matter of choice is getting a degree in humanities. This is what Vladimir was talking about. I mean, what Vladimir mentioned is only part of the problem, because the young people now getting this opportunity to change their educational trajectory, change it not only because they believe that people who will work in the humanities or in the social sector or in the economic sector have more stability in terms of their income, but it's because they want to build their stability in the labor market. If they have the special social and economic specialization as well as the STEM specialization, that is, they become multifunctional experts. In this sense, I believe the conclusions made here do not quite consider some very serious changes in the behavior of the youth. Thank you very much, Tatiana. Here is another one. Some time ago, there was an ongoing campaign that was the fight of the federal authorities, the ministries, for the quality of higher education. And it had to do with the closure of the poor performing branches of educational institutions out in the regions. I mean, do you see this as one of the factors impacting the outflux? Well, I believe the most important factor here is the labor market factor. This transpires from the international youth immigration. They go to Great Britain, to Australia, to other states, not only to get a quality education, but also to stay in a good labor market further on and to build their well-being and the welfare of their family in the future. I believe, in fact, people go to worse quality institutions, to the Moscow or St. Petersburg or Novosibirsk institutions, because they hope to stay there, to stay for a job that is not available where they live and that is not available in their regions, not only in their cities. And I believe this is a far more active factor that determines this movement, because indeed the employers do want graduates with a good certificate of education, diploma of education from a renowned university. But at the same time, when people analyze the job market, they see that oftentimes people with a degree in economics get hired with much preference, because it looks like a person, an applicant with a degree in economics, has a better understanding of what's going on around in the world and has more value than somebody who is clueless about this. So if I'm getting you right, a young person will perhaps prefer a worse quality education in a worse higher ed institution in Moscow, in a bigger city, than the good education in the place where, for instance, he got his school education in the first place. Very often it is the case, and the fact that we've seen how young people migrate, relocate in the system of mid-level professional education at the age of 15, when they should still be staying at home, they leave quite far away with a wish to stay and work there and to get a good job there in the future. So the choice here is to get a good education in Tomsk, for instance. But if I go to Moscow sooner than that, before I graduate from the university, I will be hired at some point. I mean, I may not be hired with the first application. Perhaps I will do 3 or 4 tries before, but I'll get a much better chance of getting a good job in St. Petersburg than somebody who comes to St. Petersburg after graduating from a good university elsewhere, outside St. Petersburg, for instance. So the more active folks immediately consider the job market in the first place. Thank you very much, Tatiana. We are now moving on to our third presentation and our third speaker. The floor goes to Niyaz Gabdrahmanov. He's going to talk about the scale of youth migration, the consequences of state policy in terms of the quality and accessibility of higher education in the Russian regions, the space of opportunities and restrictions. Thank you very much. I believe it's an exciting discussion going on here, and we are gradually contributing to more views we share in this panel in terms of educational migration of the youth. I'd like to build on what Tatiana responded to Sergei's question. In fact, indeed, we are doing the monitoring of the quality of applicants to the higher school of education, to the higher education institutions of Russia. And paradoxically, we see that younger people opt for the universities in the bigger capitals, which are more difficult to get into, while they can study at their own university and having the good score from the unified single examination in their own region. So they're very motivated to relocate. That is, they're ready to pay for their tuition elsewhere in Moscow or in St. Petersburg than to study for free in their own home region. I hope you can see my presentation.
Итак, вкратце, если не читать дословно название.
The title of my presentation is too long, but the point is that for a certain period of time, the policy in higher education was targeted at improving the quality, and in fact, as part of multiple inspections, a big number of branches and universities were shut down. And our assumption was that this policy fighting for the quality of education could significantly restrict the opportunities for younger people in many regions in terms of providing, getting free education and education at large. This is called voting with your feet, when the individuals express their preferences in terms of migration, that is through relocation. They characterize certain territories as more attractive, and this is called the Tibu assumption, which demonstrates that when you have a certain number of municipalities and a pretty broad choice, people can, in this fashion, manifest their preferences. So following this logic, such territories, which indeed are attractive in terms of the quality of life and the social and economic situation and other reasons that caused the population to relocate. In fact, there aren't that many of them. Based on the outcomes from 2018, only 15 regions demonstrate a positive migratory trend. We can see that indeed 3 regions, Moscow and the Moscow region, St. Petersburg and the Krasnodar region, are the ones that have a lot of immigration, over 20,000 people. Other regions either have zero immigration or somewhat less immigration or negative immigration, the growth which characterizes them as not very attractive in terms of transition. Consider the age and the gender correlation of this migration. Well, you see the inter-regional, international, intercity migratory trends, and you see a lot of differences in the way people of different age behave in terms of migration. We have several peaks which clearly have to do with accession to the universities, because the major peak you record at the age of 18, and then you have a peak at 21, 22, which potentially you can link to applying for PhD and further studies. And then it's the age of 30, 31 years when the labor migration of the youth gets more active. What encourages these conclusions? If you consider the average age of new students at the higher ed institutions of Russia, the lion's share of them gets to the university at the age of 18. At times, it's the age of 19 and 20, but the greatest peak for bachelor's and specialization courses is the age of 18 years. Why do we assume that the next peak is going to take place at the age of 21 and 22, and that this has to do with the applying for the master's degrees? Well, you can see the lion's share of the new master's students enrolled in 2021 are indeed within this age range. So this demonstrates that these peaks have to do with the educational trajectory of the youth aged 18 to 22 and with the following employment at the age of 30. Let me focus on the age of 18. That's the age when the young people take decisions on enrolling to a particular university or relocation. And in fact, we've considered what regions are characterized by migratory increase in this age range. We have about 17 regions like this with positive migration growth. Of the people aged 18, Moscow and the region and St. Petersburg and its region are not part of this diagram because these are two significant peaks that really are very different from the rest of the country. Now, apart from Moscow and St. Petersburg, you have the Tomsk region, the Rostov region, the Novosibirsk region, the Voronezh region, which, judging from the migratory increase, are characterized as attractive for the youth, which may also have to do with the attractiveness of their systems of education, of the institutions of education. Tomsk region and Novosibirsk region are attractive, and indeed they are the major educational centers. The introduction of the unified single examination is a huge motivation for relocation. We've compared the periods of 2008 to 2010 and 2011 to 2016. The two slots that indicate the scale of the migration of different ages. We focus our attention on the group of 15-year-olds and 25 to 29-year-olds to see how strongly this migratory behavior has changed. These diagrams are very different within these age groups. The mobility of these age groups has increased. Now, what has not changed is what our colleagues from the United States were talking about. It's the fact that in the rural area, the rural area is still the area that is susceptible to migratory outflux, and the youth from the rural areas really do immigrate to bigger cities. Now, the challenges for the system of higher education, it's the enlargement and merger policy, it's the fight for quality education at the higher level, and also it's the decrease in the territorial accessibility of higher education. I'm quoting from Yaroslav Kuzminov, who did a press conference jointly with the Ministry of Education at that time, which speaks of a significant reduction of the higher ed network on the network of the Russian education. Now, a significant challenge is the migratory mobility of the youth that impacts heavily the structure of the population. If from some regions and cities you see an active outflux of migration, the average range is naturally growing, which negatively impacts the social situation, the cultural situation, and naturally they lose the cultural code as soon as they relocate, and this clearly affects the social and negative status of many regions.
ряде регионов и городов, и в целом на образовательную миграцию молодежи. Еще одна гипотеза, которая нами ставилась, это вот наличие образовательных пустынь, потому что риск, который формируется с чисткой университетов, она должна была выявить те вот образовательные пустыни, то есть когда есть определенные населенные пункты, в которых характеризуются спросом на высшее образование, но образовательных учреждений нет. И вот первичный анализ как раз показал, что в целом та система распределения учебных заведений, которая существует, она в целом соответствует полосе расселения, которая свойственна для нашей страны. И таких прям очагов высокого дефицита учебных заведений на карте России выявить довольно сложно, без более глубокого анализа. Не буду, наверное, останавливаться на тех данных, которые мы использовали. У нас условием задачи ставилось то, что мы учитывали города с численностью населения более 100 тысяч человек, анализируем период 2013-2019 год, и классификацию городов мы использовали.
We analyzed 2013 and 2019. At the risk of repeating myself, I will skip our annual analysis where we categorize all Russia's regions. Here we'll look at the ratio between educational and post-educational migration. If you use this QR code, you can gain access to this research. There are magnet regions, transit regions, exporting regions, boundary regions, and so on. Now, how do you characterize the higher education system? We have 1,264 higher education institutions, a little over 4 million total students. And on the right graph, you see dynamics of the higher educational institutions in Russia. Up until a certain point, the number of branch missions has been growing, and then universities have been purged, quote unquote, and this has led to the reduction in numbers of both field offices and central offices. Now, the system is highly localized. What does it mean? Almost 1/4 of all students are in Moscow and St. Petersburg. 50% are in 2 federal districts, the Central and the Volga districts. The Central region accumulates almost 30% of all students, which further attests to the fact that Russia's higher education system is highly centralized. Then we move from regional to municipal content. Let's look at the statistics for different cities. This is the right thing to do because all universities in this country are located in certain cities and not in larger districts. So here is our classification. We break cities down based on their population numbers, 100 to 200, 200 to 500,000, and then 500,000 to 1,000,000 people. That's what you can see on the first graph on the left. So if you follow this logic, you clearly see the differences on the municipal level. 2 cities account for 50% of all students. We have all the cities listed here. Let's look at the number of cities which have universities. We have 15 cities with 1 or more million population, 22 cities with 500 to 1 million, and a lion's share of universities is located, that is 92 92 universities in smaller cities above 100,000 people. Of course, there are universities in even smaller towns or cities, and I, with my colleagues, continue this study in order to include these smaller university places in it. In the top list of student cities, so to speak, we, for the most part, have large cities. The top list includes Kazan, Rostov-upon-Don, Voronezh, Yekaterinburg, Ufa, and etc. I'll not list them all in the interest of time. As far as university localization, again, for the most part, students tend to go to, as we say, millionaire cities, and then the rest is split in equal shares roughly among the rest of the cities. The millionaires are home places for the headquarters, and then field offices are located in smaller cities, about 25% of all of them. Let's look at the dynamics between 2013 and 2019. What happened to universities and to students? Almost all cities experienced a reduction. University headquarters got reduced in major cities and in millionaire cities. So that's quite a strong reduction. Now, in what we refer to as big cities, the reduction constitutes 31%. That's the reduction of university headquarters. Now, as far as branch or field offices, it's the big cities which have suffered the greatest reduction, and the total here is about 62%. Major and largest cities, as well as millionaire cities, have seen a reduction of about 50%. This drop has produced an impact on the reduction on the number of students. About 20% is the order of magnitude. As it applies to student population, we tried to calculate the relationship between the reduction of university sites and the reduction of student population. And strange as it may seem, millionaire cities have suffered the most. There we have 0.72 correlation. And most other cities have also seen a certain reduction, and there is obviously some link between the number of institutions there and the number of students that have been reduced. Among the factors behind these reductions is funding availability. Here we have youth of 15 to 19 years of age, And you can see that there's an obvious disbalance between coverage by higher education, and it's very different from region to region. The reason for that is economic, financial, and academic. Importantly, the coverage percentage can be assessed either in favor of higher education for the advantaged areas such as Moscow and the area around Moscow. There the coverage is 3 times as high as anywhere else. Then there is St. Petersburg, and the St. Petersburg area twice as high, Tomsk, Orlov area, and so on. Or you can look at it in terms of professional education. Here you have Sakhalin area, Tiva, and other regions. And in conclusion, I would like to show a few slides to illustrate our regulatory documents and the changes in budgetary funding, because they are in some way related to these changes in numbers. There is a correlation between the deviation in the number of free slots in higher education institutions as different from paid slots. The budgetary provision has changed over time, and we've been able to derive a causal relationship which indicates that changes in budget availability contribute to the patterns of migration among the young people, so that they are driven more by slot availability and not by their academic choices. Conclusions. The young people are the most mobile part of the population. Rural areas and small towns remain principal donors of students. There are obvious peaks in migration activity related to enrollment in bachelor and PhD programs and employment. There's a small number of regions which are attractive for migrants. The scale of migration has tripled. Now that the unified examination has been introduced, migration has grown. Higher education is highly localized on the regional and municipal level. There is a significant regional and municipal disproportion in availability of higher education and coverage of the local populations. And budget availability may unfortunately be a factor in determining where young people tend to go. Well, thank you. Thank you, colleagues. We have a little bit of time left. It's almost up. But if there are still questions or comments, please feel free to ask for the floor. At least yours truly definitely has several questions. Well, if I may, I think I heard you say that there's a correlation between a smaller number of higher educational institutions and a drop in the numbers of student population. Could it be that it's the other way around? Yes. Not stating the contrary, it's just the way I phrased it. There's this program 5100. it envisaged a merger of, let's say, 10 universities into just 5. And it doesn't mean that the 5 universities have vanished. They're still there. It's purely administrative. So we looked at the changes in numbers, and we looked at the changes in student population. If a university network shrinks without affecting the student population, there is no negative trend, obviously. It's just that students stay at a university. It's just that the university changes names, for instance. Or there's an instance where there is just 1 or 2 universities, they get shut down, so the population drops to 0, and people are compelled to move elsewhere to continue their higher education. So they just leave. And it's hard to tell what's the cause and what's the effect. So we just establish this correlation. That's it. Yes, I understand. There is a demographic drift. In 2008, we had 7.5 million students. And I think the shutting down of so many universities was done with a purpose, in order not to spread the student population too thinly all over the country. In 2019, we had the per capita principle of funding introduced. And if you spread your student population, you spread the funding too thinly. And it's not a good thing for universities which are not doing too well, even as it is. Indeed, we have looked at demographic peaks. That period had a lower demand demographically for higher education. Then 2020 is a turning point, because starting in 2020, we should expect something else. I just flipped through this slide and skipped it. It contains our forecast for student numbers for both professional training and higher education, based on age structure. And based on our forecast, in some regions, there will be 20 to 30% of growth of student population. Right. So it's a new wave. Yes. And what we're seeing is that the purging of universities, together with a decline in demographics, have affected the numbers of student population. We're almost done here, so let me offer a few comments in conclusion. The 3 presentations in our session indicate that the flows are quite stable and unidirectional. People tend to leave rural areas and go to the cities, or migrate between regions or between countries. People migrate in search of better education or better jobs. There are different countries trying to fight this trend. This is obvious from our US counterparts' presentation. However, this trend is not so difficult, is not so easy, rather, to counter. Once someone leaves looking for better education or a better job, it's difficult to have them go back. Just one example that comes to mind is China, and even there, it's not been very successful. So we're looking at global migration trends here, and the Institute for Education, as well as our counterparts in other research institutes in other countries, continue looking not only at the current trends, but also at the measures which could conceivably overturn what's going on and reverse these trends. Tomorrow, we're going to be looking at different regions, different countries, where measures are being taken to reverse this project. This session will take place at noon tomorrow and will be moderated by Tatiana Misik. With this, I would like to thank all the attendees and our presenters, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you.
Спасибо. До свидания.
До свидания. Счастливо.
Yes, thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you all. Thanks a lot.